The Call of Duty Mobile World Championship is back with Stage 4, the regional playoffs, starting right now. Watch as the best teams from all across the globe battle it out for a shot at a more than $2 million prize pool and a spot in the World Championship Finals. After 3 grueling stages of competitive play, every one of these players and teams is battle-tested and ready to rumble as they compete in a double elimination bracket for Call of Duty Mobile Glory. Win and move on to the next round. Lose and go down to the lower bracket. Lose again and you're eliminated. Only the best of the best will earn a spot in the 5th and ultimate stage, the World Championship Finals. 5 regions, the fiercest Call of Duty mobile competition on the planet. Who will prevail? Find out right here, right now, as the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships continue live.
Sonic able to get both! Louis comes in behind everybody and just drops him. And good morning, whatever happens to be for you in your local time zone. It is 2:00 in the morning for here us in the East Coast. The My Hold Shift with me is Proper. I've been with you guys before with the North American Masters, but Proper, your debut on COD Mobile. Pleasure to have you. How are you doing, bud?
I'm doing great. It's just always a pleasure to cast Call of Duty in general. I've been watching COD Mobile from afar. We know when all these tournaments, all these regional qualifiers have been happening, and I've just taken a deep interest to be able to cast Japanese COD Mobile, especially with you, Alan. It puts a big smile on my face. I'm so happy to be here.
Anybody who knows at least me personally from the traditional Call of Duty scene, we love our Japanese COD. So it was a no-brainer when given the opportunity to stay up at 2:00 in the morning to cast the Japanese COD Mobile scene. Both of us, of course, very synonymously said yes. And of course, with all that frame up, that is what we have here throughout today. And also, we'll be back tomorrow for more of this. The regional finals for Japanese COD Mobile. We've got a lot of really solid teams, one in particular that will frame up here at pretty great length when we eventually get to it. But kind of getting into the mix for this Japanese region, let's just go ahead. Okay, enough teaser, enough appetizer. This reject team is not to be trifled with whatsoever. They came through the qualifier about a month ago, and they did it very, very easily.
Yeah, they did it pretty darn easily, right? I mean, they were the team that ended up extending their ticket all the way into this regional finals through the winter bracket. You know, they took down their teams of Brilliant Owl twice, one within the winter semifinals, and then again inside the grand finals. They beat Scars along the way as well. And that would make them the first seed overall, as you could take a look at the regional playoff bracket on your screen.
Yeah, really good stuff. It was 43 total teams that came through the qualifier. These were the top 8, and I think you actually hit the nail on the head there. It's not just the fact that Reject are the #1 seed coming in. We will, of course, watch them playing up against the Black Knights to start off their winner's bracket run. But like you mentioned, they beat the VOX squad. They beat Scars, who are your #2 and your #3 seeds going into it. So it's not just the fact that they ran through the qualifier. They beat the next 2 bottom teams kind of right next to them on that pathway, which is, I think, why we're both sitting here saying that this reject team is the one to really keep an eye out for as we go through this regional final.
Yeah, you can see how the rest of it's all framing up. Traditional style for the bracket reject, of course, being the #1 seed, VOX, Brilliant Owl X being your #2 seed, facing off against the Lizard. They were facing off against the 7th to 8th seed, and so on and so forth. And so you see Z Nation versus it's being 4th versus the 5th seed. But so far, I mean, it's all shaping up to be a pretty great bracket. I mean, I've only been able to see so much as I've been able to extend, my journalistic abilities to be able to find as much of VOD as possible on a lot of these Japanese teams. But yeah, I'm pretty excited to be able to see all the different top end teams. We already talked pretty highly about Reject. But the last time that Reject ended up playing up against VOX, that was like a month ago, back when the qualifiers were actually happening. So as these teams have been progressing, as they've been getting better, I'm sure they've been scrimming a lot. I'm sure they've been watching a lot of VOD themselves. I'm excited to be able to see what all the competition is about to look like this weekend.
Indeed the case. And maybe we have a chance to kind of talk about what's on the line here, because unlike a lot of the other regions that are out there, there's actually only one spot for Japan in the Global World Championships. So yes, of course, we've got ourselves a pretty hefty prize pool to work through for sure, but it's not just the fact that you're going to be looking for $15,000 from first. There is only one space available for World Championships. So that's really the kind of big key, and why I think we kind of frame up and put so much weight onto Reject in particular, simply due to the fact that they've got so much expectations just kind of building into this one.
Yeah, God, I mean, you almost have to think that a lot's going to be on the line, a lot on their shoulders, right? Because I mean, at the same point in time, like you said, there's only one Japanese team that is about to be going towards the global finals, right? So you make it, yeah, 15K. That's great. That is a lot of money. Don't get me twisted. But at the same point in time, you got to go represent your country and the rest of these teams that have been competing all across these multi-month spans that just been put together to be able to really show what Japan's all about. And we get to see the best of the best throughout the weekend between you and me.
And again, just a reminder, we will be focusing a lot of our attention on the Rejects versus the Black Knight game, but there are going to be multiple that are going simultaneously. Going through the schedule, we have kind of on the key for today. We'll be starting with not one series worth of winners round one. We'll actually be watching two different matches. They're kind of split up between the north and the south part of the bracket. We will then be watching both of the winners semifinals. And after that point, that's actually where the winners semifinals will kind of conclude. All of the bracket for the upper bracket will finish there. So we'll finish off the day with a fifth matchup. That will be a lower round two match. So that's all what's kind of coming forward for this evening, or this afternoon, I guess, depending on where you're watching from. And then tomorrow, of course, winners finals, losers finals, grand finals. We'll be able to kind of dig through things as we get there. So that's kind of what we have on the par for what's coming up for us overall. And well, if we have a chance here, maybe in a moment, we'll take a look over what the map series set will be for both of these two squads. We are still waiting for that information to come across. So that will be what we kind of get into. And then once the game is ready, we'll jump on in. The thing about it is, I mean, as much as we would like to sit here and frame up that Black Knights have a chance, it would be hard, I think, for us to make that argument coming into the fact that this Reject team has just been so darn good.
I mean, look, dude, it's an uphill battle to say the very least. For this entire squad for the Black Knights, again, it's unfortunate to say this. This is what the frame up is really starting to look like. You're the 7 to 8 seed, and not only did you lose to Itze in the lower final in that round 3 match, but it was still good enough to not only advance to the finals. You got to think. Yes, we all have a giant periscope for the top 3 teams, whether it's Rejects or Brilliant, Owl X, whatever it may be. But this is the best time to possibly show what that month span could possibly be. Ever since losing in that lower round 3 match to Itze, and then being able to showcase what you have to offer here at the end of August.
Well, let's take a look at these maps as they are ready to go here for us. And again, we expect domination. And, well, I guess the easy segue there is Hackney Yard would be where we would get that. Huh? Again, a little funny joke right there. Not really, really cringeworthy. But we will have Summit Hardpoint to start things off. Firing for the Search and Destroy, and then Hackney Yard for the Dom. And, at least for the two of us, when we look at Modern Warfare maps that have been inserted into COD Mobile here, of course, we have some expectations to how the professional scene has played it. So we will have that conversation when Hackney Yard domination comes through. But the big key here, I think if you're the Black Knights going into a Summit hardpoint with 2 hardpoints that are in the middle of the map, you just can't get blown out there. You've got to just be able to lock down and contest time. That would be the big key overall. If you find yourself down after the first 2 hills, it very well may just be the map.
Yeah, I mean, that's generally how things go in COD Mobile. I mean, the gameplay to what you typically do see if you are fresh to the COD Mobile scene, it is just about, I don't know, like 1.7 times faster than what you've seen from COD Cold War. But as it may be, if you're still very aware of it, yeah, you're absolutely right, Alan, because if you do get firm control in that opening breakoff through the middle of the map, you get yourself set up on the northern side of that opening hill, you can just lock out an enemy team. You can string together 1 to 2 just all willy-nilly. By that point in time, I mean, you're already talking what about like a 40 points, even if you can contest it, maybe about 10 seconds on each hard point before you're actually going into 3. So yeah, you're going to need a lot of explosive gunplay to happen. But you take Rejects POV from this standpoint as well, that if they will end up bringing the punishment to Black Knights, as we've been framing it up, you got to battle against all the specialists, all the score streaks, everything else that this team is going to be throwing at you. It's going to be tough here on that Summit hard point should one of these teams start to roll.
Okay, we are getting ready to go into map number 1. Before we do, of course, the entirety of the show and this entire stage is brought to you by Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III. And I'll tell you, as someone who's still like learning over COD Mobile, I've tried it on my own phone, and I'll tell you, it's not big enough. It doesn't have the same kind of response. And well, I'll tell you that much is for sure, which is one of the reasons why you need to be taking a look at the Sony Xperia 1, the Mark III, the official smartphone of the COD Mobile World Championships. We'll throw things over to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be getting in, hopefully, very quickly to map number 1 between Reject and Black Knights. Nice. You also got just team versus team in this graphic. Mm-hmm. Yep. Small tech issues, but we are jumping right on into map number 1. Like we mentioned, the Summit Hardpoint Reject going up against the Black Knights. And I know a lot of conversation has been about what exactly the meta will be with the recent announcement of the tournament patch coming through. The expectations were going to be Holgers with Fenix, but not the case here. At least we haven't seen too much of that as of yet. A lot of MX9 in the conversation. And honestly, for the Black Knights, not bad through the first opening part of time here in the first hill.
No, not bad at all. You know, before we ended up hopping to the quick break there, Alan, what do we talk about? It's middle of the map coming off through that opening break off. Black Knights standing tall. They're starting to get themselves in a couple power positions, and they're really starting to able to read where rejects are hitting from. It's a pretty heavy contest up through the northern side of this hill. It's a little bit of a pinch in effect. Just got to be able to clean up these few of these kills, which rejects are able to do. Black Knights, they're still not too far away from keeping this alive.
We'll try to figure out what's going on with our sound. Again, apologies for that as we try to move our way through. But Black Knights already off to a pretty solid start as we will be rotating over towards the platform. You do see a couple of teams already starting to rotate on over. A lot of it from the low ground, though. So dangerous position here for Rejects overall as we do have the Black Knights trying to overwhelm from the high ground. And they do actually win the numbers battle as they rotate over. So we talked about, hey, for Rejects, you know, try to get ahead early, but for Black Knights, just try to battle as much as you possibly can. And wouldn't you know it, they're not just battling, they're winning this match pretty nicely.
Yeah, they certainly are, right? I mean, just about a 30-point difference, but they are still in a place where they can really keep rejects on their back foot, right? I mean, it's P2, but at the end of the day, you really got to be thinking that it's rejects that got to get themselves a lot more time, which is why you see them going ahead and executing themselves a little bit on the Predator missile, finding a little bit of value. The Queen is also showing themselves some presence all around the hill as well. And they're reading that Black Knights are still trying to contest this. Just absolute nuisance against rejects because remember, the rotations towards 3 is going to be on the cards just with about 20 seconds remaining, and Black Knights have that in their back pocket.
Ooh, shaky shots there from McQueen overall. At least the Hunter drone missile will allow an opportunity to get some trades. But like you mentioned, looking over towards this next hard point, initially it was Reject who had the numbers, but Black Knights much better on rotation, finding the kills and now finding the opening as Carliet will also fall. So 41-38, tight score line. But once again, the Black Knights have won the rotation. Next hit's going to come through for Reject as they try to make their way over from the right-hand side. But this is all being read pretty darn nicely. And honestly speaking, for Black Knights, they're doing a nice job holding the spawns, at least for a time. The kills are a bit absent, though, and with that, Reject will find a way to work in from the front.
Yeah, this is where you can get an absolute nasty spawn trap. Hey, the heads-up play for Black Knights to try to play for the spawns are really coming back to bite them in the rear end. Rejects flip the lead, and now they're putting the spawn trap pressure onto Black Knights just outside of this third hard point. You got to start bursting your way in. A couple trades are coming through, but it's just not going to be good enough. Black Knights are still spawning in effectively for this hill. Just 2 more players for Rejects down in front. Can only connect with just a handful of shots, but now they can finally deal with some of these straggling members. But what a rotation coming out from Rejects to really bring the punishment on for Black Knights, just coming on in, almost able to find themselves all 3. But Rachel will put that quickly to rest. Rejects still with just a handful of seconds left alive in P3, plus rotation over towards New. Gonna build themselves a little bit of a lead.
Things are looking okay, honestly, though, for Black Knights. I mean, they're in a position to try to contest this through the snow alley in the bottom lane. You do have Hamster, who's trying to watch this. Good second kill coming through, looking for the third. Not going to get the slide cancel off in time. Death Machine is out. Looks like this reject member is just trying to anchor up spawns with this, and that will be successful, at least for now. More threat on the way, but it's going to be dealt with very easily. So there you go. Now, all of a sudden, for Reject, the first convincing hill that they have had so far, but still 45 seconds to play, and Black Knights still threatening from the south side.
And now we're in the meat and potatoes of this match, right? Towards the tail end of the first set of hills is where you're going to have a lot of score streaks, is where you're going to have just a lot of just operators in general. You're just trying to throw everything just to make sure that P4 could really stick. But Rejects are really standing firm here. Much like to your point, is we're just down to scrap time. Black Knights are still trying to fight their way in towards the hill, but I mean, Rejects, they're just nestled in here like rats. You just got to try to clean them out real quickly. Black Knights are able to find themselves a quite convincing kill feed, just dealing with some of the field Reject members that are trying to hit this hill one last time before we go in towards the second set.
Yeah, it's looking pretty solid overall. I mean, yeah, you're looking at a 97 to 70 point game, but that late contest is actually incrementally important for Black Knights trying to keep themselves in this game. So now we rotate back over towards the mid side of PC. Hamster over on the staircase will find one, looking for the second, but denied. And the trades have been so darn good for Black Knights overall. But with that said, still not enough of an opportunity to influence what's happening onto the hill. And with that, Reject will walk away with the better part of the first 15 seconds.
And now they're starting to zone away the rest of Black Knights, and this is a tough spot to be in, because Rejects are just in striking distance to be able to close out this map. You're also reading the flank on the opposite side from Black Knights. Now you're just calling in just all of the different angles. You're locking down the doors, just reading Black Knights like a book. They haven't even really lost a single life. I mean, yeah, the Queen went down. Look at just how quickly the response comes through for Rejects. 130 and counting up.
Need to find a way to keep this contest alive, send this to a second hard point, and hopefully just keep control of that upper floors. But Reject has really come to life here in the last 2.5 hard points, really. The late contest over towards the third, a really convincing hold on the fourth, and then through the majority of time here on one. That is the large majority of their 150 possible points that are available to them. And now you turn over to Hamster, who's already winning the rotation over to New. Of course, the Reject cannot find the final seconds that they need here on the first hill, but all they have to do is just walk into the second. It's going to be down to a perfect game needed here for the side of the Black Knights. They do have a couple of tools to use, including the Death Machine. That'll be good for 3. Rachel's able to find a couple, but will there be enough clearance? Because simply put, kills are fine, but the zonability of this hard point is very difficult to come by.
In front of these kills, but hitting it from the side one more time. Rejects, they're not done hitting it from the numbers from the front. They finally find the rest of the kills needed. Black Knights, they had to play flawlessly, but it was just that. Just to play a flawless hard point going forward, just tough to do. Rejects will take the opening map, 50 to 78 and shift. I gotta tell you, I mean, Black Knights coming out of the gate, so the opening first two hills, they look great. Rejects finally fight all the way back, but I mean, once we saw Black Knights, they went all in for that read, just to try to play for the spawns back over by P3 within the first set of hills. And it came back to bite them in the rear end, I mean, just because Rejects were able to mow them all through, and it was just relentless from there on out. Again, much like how we saw there at the tail end on P1 in the second set of hills before it closed on out on 2, I swear, just about 8 out of 1 kills were all Black Knights could possibly find. Just 1 out of 8 kills within the kill feed. Rejects were just looking flawlessly. Maybe they had to warm up. I'm not too sure. Regardless, from P3 onward, they just look great.
Yeah, I mean, the first 3 hard points, there were a lot of positive takeaways for the Black Knights, but there were a couple of different times that I think you were mentioning kill feed is just all Reject, especially as we got over towards that fourth hill going into the first. Like I mentioned, that 150 point total that they found, let's just go ahead and say that 100 of those points were probably found between the fourth and the first, which is something you just cannot allow to happen, especially when you start score streaks and specialists that are in the mix. But still, surprise, I would say, generally speaking, the fact that the Black Knights came out with this much prevalence just in the first 3 hills. So turning our attention to what comes up next, we will of course go to Search and Destroy, and it'll be firing range. So the big thing here for Black Knights, copy paste what we were just talking about for map number 1. Come out strong. I don't really care what side you start on. Of course, defense obviously very favored, but if you can find a way to get the first couple of rounds here on Reject and put the pressure on early, who knows? All you got to do is maybe take it across the finish line from there on out, because that first map, even though the score line looks a bit stagnant, it really was a pretty good convincing start for Black Knights.
Yeah, I mean, like, what really just surprised me, the same for Rejects, I'm sure, it was just how Black Knights were just completely disrespecting all the space for Rejects. I mean, they just completely try to run them over, and it worked, right? I mean, just play with that confidence, and the same thing could be said through Search and Destroy through a multitude of Call of Duty titles. Now it's happening here in your regional finals, here in your winners quarterfinal match, and to say here on Search and Destroy, especially where all cards are truly on the table, more or less, you really just got to come out with some of these nerdy angles, just try to read through the middle of the map. Again, whichever side you start on, doesn't really matter. Just come out with the same gusto that we saw from that opening break-off from that hard point of Summit.
Well, it's figured out. Here we go. On to the offense. We have the Black Knights to start things off. And actually, they do find one player just kind of lingering out towards the middle. That was Hamster looking for a cheeky angle, but denied. Second kill will also come through. He was able to find one to keep things relatively level. But honestly speaking, for the Black Knights, this offense has a lot of space to work with here over at A.
Yeah, I mean, you could just see that a lot of the members, they have a lot of information to the Black Knights, that a few members might be trapped inside 10, but not exactly feeling comfortable enough to plant the bomb, even though you have a handful of players over on this specific side of the map. This is giving a lot of time for Rejects to reposition themselves. Now it's Black Knights are quite literally trapped on this side.
Well, it's going to be interesting just to see how exactly the rest of this minute starts to unfold, because you've had the same status for the Black Knights pretty much from the get-go, all over this A site, but not choosing to plant, at least as of yet. McQueen keeping things interesting inside a trailer. And for Reject, they're happy to still allow this kind of poking and prodding to go around. 3v3 situation. Looks like the bomb will start to make its way towards the site with 45 seconds to play. And you would have to feel like this would be the time to either make the plant or make the push. And it's going to be the push instead. Rachel able to find the kill, and that will tilt the numbers advantage right back in the favor of the Black Knights.
And look exactly what happens. Rach ends up finding that kill. Yes, there was a certain amount of help from the double/triple challenge that ended up coming through, but they immediately hit the rotation over towards B. Bomb is being planted. You call out the FFJ, and you got a sniper on the opposite side. So Rejects are doing this on opposite sides, but Ko's still going to hit it. Ends up finding one at least on the left side of this bomb site. He's got to read the next corner. The challenge, not exactly how they want, but the turn is going to be good for the kill. Just one last player that's left alive for Black Knights. They can't stay alive for too much longer. And a wonderful retake just comes through. Truly just a great two-piece. Ends up coming out from Q. Just well-timed and all to be able to find those two kills.
A bit interesting, I think, just to see the Black Knights after they push through trailer, get the kill on barrels, to not just back up and plant at A and just kind of use the trailer as maybe their staging ground for their post plan. Instead, decide to flip everything through tires, get over towards B for the plan. And honestly, I mean, yeah, you have to credit the fact that the kill turned into a bomb plant, but beyond that, the post plant never really fully got set up. So now all of a sudden, Reject up 1-0 after a very convincing start for the Black Knights. Stuns and nades coming over the top, and that will be too much for the solo Reject member to defend. And with that, a full rotation will have to come through, but keep your eye on Carl yet. He was thinking about a flank, gets checked back, and that will be 5v4 with the Black Knights looking to plant.
Don't feel comfortable enough to do it too. I mean, this is the thing about firing range. You know, we've seen it through so many different iterations of different titles, right? There's so many different angles. Now the bomb's finally going to go down. You're feeling good enough about this entire coverage. It's going to be a few narrow choke points for Rejects to try to retake this from. After Rachel just lines up two, is able to find those two kills. Just leaving two more members left alive for this retake shift. It's not looking good for Rejects this time around.
Not looking good at all. No, Rachel going to try to move right back over the middle of the map, which is where McQueen is trying to stage for what would have to be a miraculous take, and gets an opportunity maybe to turn, but not going to find the kill, so everything falls onto Hamster. Would need the 1v5, and well, there's just no real chance of that happening now, is there? So that much more convincing for Black Knights. They turned their first blood into a successful quick plant, and the post plant was really never even bent, let alone even attempted to be broken.
Yeah, but once you try to hit that double push through the jungle alley, if you are Rejects, you're just hoping for a trade, not necessarily hoping for the light up for Rachel to be able to find that two-piece, but now you can maybe hope to see some momentum just try to shift. Some opening nades, just trying to find some information, but as far as an offensive team is concerned, again, just being quite methodical. You know, they're keeping the bomb in the center. It's very nice to be able to see, but Rejects are storming over towards B, not giving them much space besides the middle of the map. The first blood comes through, too.
Great set nade coming through. The entire push for the Black Knights has been completely stood off, really. I mean, there's really no chance to come back through over towards B, not with these numbers. 2v5 situation, and there will not be a third round of opening success here, at least you would feel for the Black Knights off the rip. A lot of work to be done. Plenty of time to make something happen, but you just feel like the Vegas odds are absolutely in favor of Reject here with this 5v2. Full map control. I mean, everything you could possibly want. And for the Black Knights, you're going to have to find a way to work this kind of finesse a couple of different 2v multiple moments to see if you can maybe win some clean gunfights. First one could be here on a McQueen, who does play over by the barrels, trying to slide through to find the challenge. Not going to be able to get there. Hamster with a shotgun mid-map, able to find the last two. And that would be our first really convincing round we've seen so far from Reject.
You know, Hamster, once you just had that numbers advantage, and it was just inside a 10 with that shotgun and just licking their lips, just waiting. It was like they're totally coming towards this way, and once they finally did, it's ready to put that round to rest. 2-1 we go. Gonna have to see what the offense has to offer as far as an adaptation is concerned. So stacked together. It's gonna be a 2-3 split though for the defensive team of Rejects. They do have tin control. They're getting a lot of good information, but Black Knights rushes in.
Has been pushed back just a touch, though. A lot of set nades coming through for the defensive Reject. You see the overhead coming into play, and the defense is starting to swarm around the backside of trailer. Bomb carrier for Black Knights is the one responsible for the flanks. Couple of spam shots coming through, and the opening exchange does favor Reject. 2-for-1 fashion. Now the defense feeling a little bit more frisky as McQueen wants to try to challenge. More spam shots coming right over the inside of the bomb site, but not able to find anything there. But it doesn't make much of a difference because Hamster is just not missing. Off screen finds another double. He eventually will be quelled, but this is again another pretty impossible 1v3, and McQueen kind of trading places with the final Black Knights player, finds the final kill, and Reject up 3-1.
Yeah, it's almost the same thing that happens in our opening round for this firing range search and destroy, right? You know, you get a lot of presence for Black Knights once you get past those firing range test dummies. But then Rejects are okay with this. They just swarm you from all sides. They continue to have that trailer control, and they just completely swarm Black Knights once they think they have coverage for that bomb site. The 3-1 going in towards round number 5. Just holding towards at least a frag grenade, trying to at least see if they can find some use out of it. But still, the rush for Black Knights, relentless. They want this ace site.
But McQueen just gets a solo challenge. That was not well coordinated for Black Knights. It looks like a lot of this is just trying to avoid Hamster, and they will be able to continue to do that through this round, seeing as Hamster is fallen, but now the double slideshow coming through, but it's Reject. They respond to it not just nicely, they do it perfectly. 2 members of Black Knights will fall. Bomb carrier falls behind the site, and then Carl Yet just overwhelms with the sheer amount of numbers in. My goodness. The first challenge from Black Knights into trailer, you thought, okay, well, that wasn't really well formed. The second one, much better, but it doesn't make a difference. Reject respond to it absolutely flawlessly.
Yeah, it just comes down to those team shots, right? When you're thinking about a 2v2, even from a double chow standpoint on both sides, mostly just looking at who lands the better shots and who's ended up multiplying from both of those sides. So now we'll see what it looks like for Rejects as far as their offense is concerned. Getting a lot of top-down coverage, getting a lot of knowledge through the middle of the map, at least as much as Black Knights are willing to offer them. You can see that there's a lot of presence for them over by the A map. Big presence for player number 3 on at least on the mini map is concerned. If anybody for Rejects tries to rotate out from the jungle alleyway over towards B.
And a lot of feeling things out and maybe even just trying to get Hamster the hot hand, but he will fall for first blood. Ku now responsible with the scope. Running the DL, just trying to work his way over towards the obstacle course. Jump peak not going to quite be there. Takes the high ground, sees one, shot just a bit errant. At least it's some information that here for Reject, okay, Black Knights are all over the top of this A bomb site. You need to make a plan happen because you've got 60 seconds to really find a way to enter onto either of these bomb sites, and there's no real estate to work with whatsoever here.
No, there really isn't. You were just hoping at least for a trade pick or something from Ku. I think this grenade might find something, but it doesn't even find a tag at all. And now you're just stuck. About 42 seconds remaining. I mean, Black Knights, again, this is just a solid defense. You throw a couple shoulders just to see what happens. You force rejections to try to bull rush your way towards A, which you have a sturdy setup at.
Yeah. Smoke execute trying to make its way forward. Reject there for a couple of trades, but on top of the site, it's Black Knights able to respond to the initial push, and beyond that, just really clean kills coming through, leaving things just down to 1. It'd be a 1v4, not a lot of time to work with, no bomb in hand. And if you don't take it by my candor, the impossibility of this situation is pretty darn dire. That will come through. So first nice defensive setup for Black Knights. And I think the big key here, Proper, is the fact that Hamster was dealt with for first blood.
Yeah, I mean, and that's massive for one, absolutely. Again, you know, when we think about search and destroy just as a whole, one of those big fundamentals that we always talk about is if those trades are coming through, it simply just could not for Rejects. And ever since they found the numbers advantage Black Knights, every single time they saw a Rejects member, they were just hacking a lot of Rejects members up. So now you're just trying to at least take an aggressive push over towards this A-bomb, which you end up going at 1-4-3. Not exactly the big adaptation that we were hoping for out of Rejects.
You gotta, tip the energy though from Reject. They get a little bit stopped out trying to make a play for Hamster on the first offensive round. So let's try something different, change the tempo and pace, try to execute quickly over to A. But once again, I'm not gonna lie here, Proper. Black Knights are looking really darn good, considering the fact that this is the number 8 seed coming into the tournament. Granted, the qualifier, like we mentioned at the top of the show, was a little over a month ago now.
Yeah.
This Reject team is not showing us the kind of dominance that we expected going through this first map in 7 rounds.
Yeah, maybe it was more mechanical skill. Maybe it was just how they formulated together. But you have a lot more chemistry for these players to deal with. Their defense for Black Knights have been busted on open, though. I mean, Rejects, maybe they finally read that there was one lurking player over by the B site. They get completely mowed over. So now Rejects, they have firm control over by the B site. At least one player trying to go for the flank. They'll be dealt with 3v5 for the retake of B. Good luck.
Well, Rachel trying to work their way on, only able to find what was one. So Reject, 4v1 situation, should be comfortable to plant and really just walk away with their 5th round, you would have to feel. And, well, first shots will come through. Carlyet will fall. So 1v4 now made a bit easier for the 1v3. But the problem is you're trying to do this with just a scope. So do something that is going to make you Reddit worthy is kind of the ask, and not going to happen. Reject very convincingly after the first blood over towards B, hold the numbers, hold the site, and put themselves on map point.
I mean, yeah, you would basically need an entire Twitter clip to be able to come back from that round. But I mean, Black Knights they're finally found themselves a little bit of a dug deep hole. Rejects finally come out with an answer. They overwhelm towards that jungle alleyway. They get control over by that B site, and they work with the numbers as well. So now they're in the minds of Black Knights. Some would say rent free, as Hamster does find that first blood over towards this A bomb site, though you still have to worry about inside a trailer, which Reject said, "Don't worry, Proper, I got you." Quick 4v3 as we're trying to work this bomb play today.
Yeah, you're kind of looking at number 3 in red to make a play here. Hamster going to get overwhelmed, and that will be enough to allow the Black Knights an opportunity to surround this bomb site. Looking for the quick scope, just a bit errant, and Koo will find the kill. So now 3v2 situation. Stun will come out, but the hip fire is going to be good. Koo for a double, and it all falls onto one. 1v3, the last hopes here for Black Knights to extend this search and destroy. Nade is available. I think Carlyet was seen. That will get tossed out. That might clear a little bit of space, but the problem is you have 2 players sitting inside a trailer, and a shotgun at that range will not get the job done. So, man, copy-paste the conversation we had about the hard point here into the search. Brilliant start for Black Knights, but once again, could not get the energy through the finish line. Reject up 2-0.
And that can be said on both sides, right? I mean, the same for their offense. What did it look like through the opening few rounds? Yes, their opening push over towards that A bomb initially got flourished, or initially got thwarted, excuse me. But once they started to find themselves a certain amount of rhythm over by that top down, that double-decker building, and working towards that B site very methodically, they found themselves a lot of offensive space. The same could be said for those rounds on defense. Very sturdy setup, but again, one would say too one-dimensional, because the same could be said about Rejects on both sides. They were able to recognize how they were able to punish the setup for Black Knights on those few offensive rounds, just being able to blow over that one lurking player, getting that quick bomb plant at B, and then finishing it out with that bull rush over towards A, just breaking the setup for Black Knights, getting in their head. The same thing could be said about their defensive rounds as well. Once they finally got that respect, once they finally bought that space of respect in the middle of the map, it was that standoff. Black Knights had to make the play. Most of the time, Rejects, they said, okay, take the bomb, we're fine for the retake. That's just veteran search and destroy, and that's what you want to see out of your number 1 seed of Rejects.
Yeah, and I'd say this much, it did kind of feel like through the first couple of rounds, a lot of Rejects defense was kind of reliant on what could Hamster find. In this round, it was the shotgun that he was able to make use of out of trailer, but most of the rounds, it was the fact that we did see him very continuously finding some very impacting kills, first bloods, or at least trade back eliminations with the sniper rifle. But this is where everything went wrong in my mind. Reject double up inside a trailer. Black Knights, the double slide through, you thought maybe they could catch him a bit unawares. Not the case whatsoever. And through those first 4 rounds offensively for Black Knights, a lot that they worked with, but nothing that they were able to really capitalize with, save just the only round that they found on this opening half.
Yeah, and, the same that what we could be said about the offensive defensive takes for Black Knights, the same that we ended up talking about for that Summit Hardpoint, is even how some of these rounds started for Black Knights. Again, a lot of good openings, a lot of good damage, even rounds that they found a lot of good first bloods. They couldn't, end up converting that into a round win. Even First
True.
Bloods in 5v5, this is the biggest difference, especially for people like you and me who, watch a lot of 4v4 all year long. You can still make something happen in 4v5 because there's still a lot of angles, there's still a lot of double chows you can end up happening. Take that trailer take, for example, too. Once you end up seeing that single chow come through, the information is being corresponded. I only saw one inside a trailer, but the way that Firing Ranges works as a map as a whole, and Rejects were able to play it to an absolute T, is that they were just very quick to be able to help out players where they knew that they needed specific help from. Just being able to, again, those team shots that I brought back from that specific round that you were breaking down was absolutely sublime, and one of the many different reasons of why they always had themselves at least in a comeback and a numbers advantage as a whole through that Firing Range search.
So we're through 2 maps here. Again, this is the regional finals for the Japanese region, if you're just tuning in a bit late. A lot of money on the line, of course, for all the 8 teams that are finding themselves here in this regional final double elimination playoff bracket. But the big key is the fact that only 1 spot is going to be reserved for the Japanese region in the World Championships, which is, of course, exactly what we're kind of hoping for if you're a Reject fan, because they were so dominant during the qualifier. But we move over to Vox. Again, this is the Brilliant Owl X team. They find themselves playing up against Lizard. And, well, this does look like it actually will be our first map, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So into the hard point here on the takeoff. These guys starting just a little bit late. And, well, for VOX, looking much more convincing through these first couple of hard points here versus the Lizard opponent they find themselves against.
Yeah. I mean, it's about 114, Alan. About 114, and you just see just where all of these players are just swarming in and around the map. I mean, the one thing about this Brilliant Alex X squad is just that we knew that they were just coming out just with something to prove, right? You always end up having that chip on your shoulder coming into a tournament like this as the number 2 seed, come up incredibly close just to be able to put themselves in a position, but still, you're going to have to be able to go through the absolute gauntlet before you can really prove yourself as champion here. 122-14. Looking at the rotation over towards New. A lot of presence is here on the map, at least for Lizard's concerned, but it's got to be flawless hardpoint going forward for them.
Yeah, difficult ask, I would say, consider the fact that you do already have some score streaks and specialists working, although Yellow has found a couple, looking for a third. It eludes him, though, and with that, Vox have found the next 3 straight kills. That will open up this hard point for them, and, well, I guess there's no need for us to watch the opening or the final couple of moments, because it looks like production has already told us who's going to win this map, as you would probably figure. 147-14. Yellow trying to work on in, and honestly, not bad. Try to solo clear this with the bow. Coin is also effort into with the same idea, and yeah, not bad here. Okay, it's an opportunity to get in, but the simple fact of the matter is you've got to find the next 130 points before Fox can find 3, so
yeah,
you wouldn't feel good about those chances no matter who you find yourself as.
Yeah, I mean, it's a deficit nobody really wants to find themselves in. Here comes the break. Finally, it will come through. VOX will be able to put away the first map there. And, again, it comes down to a certain point in time. We obviously hopped in there incredibly late towards the end of that hard point. But, still, over VOX, the one thing that we can definitely say is that they were absolutely slaying out. From the little numbers that we ended up seeing, this team of VOX, they want to be able to prove themselves that they can be the top team coming out from Japan. Again, as stated earlier, losing to a team like Reject, not only once, but twice on over inside the qualifier tournament. Not exactly something you want to be holding over somebody's head going into a match like this. Lizard, on the other hand, a little bit of a redemption match, you would think. VOX was that team that did not come down to the lower bracket in that upper match that they did face in that qualifier, but still, regardless, VOX just looked like the better team on the board as a whole.
Another look into some of the other matches that happen to be finding themselves here, although this is actually the Vox matchup, so again, pardon the upper overlay. I know for a minute there it said Lizard versus Lizard, but I think the way that we could categorize it is one of those Lizards are looking like Godzilla, while the other looked like the Geico Gecko. So not looking great overall for Lizard in this opening hardpoint, but I will say this much, when it comes to punishing hardpoint maps, Takeoff is definitely one that you find yourself down. It's kind of like Hackney Yard. Your chances of coming back into the game are very slim, just due to the fact of how the third and fourth hills kind of find themselves on the same side of the map. You lose one of those rotations, how are you going to get through score streaks and specialists when all they have to do is just go from one high ground to the next? So
yeah,
tough scenes overall, but for Vox, very comfortable. And that's the kind of scoreline that I think we were expecting looking at that Reject team in their opening matchup. That's not been the case. Yes, Reject still our primary matchup. They are up 2-0 versus the Black Knights, but neither of those two maps were nearly as comfortable as either of us expected, which has kind of been the big key that we've talked about. And now we jump on into the domination. And it actually looks like Black Knights are the team from the unfavored side, spawning over by C. Their first initial attempt to hit the OE over through office, unsuccessful, and that leads to to a 2 flag cap early for Reject.
Almost feels like a long lost home, now doesn't it, Alan? Just so much time, and just so much
You
love
could
and
call it
pleasures.
that.
Yeah, this was Alan's favorite map in the COD 2019 Modern Warfare year for anybody. Put that on his COD Wikipedia page.
my
It's
resume.
trivia.
Yeah.
It's so true. But yeah, as it's all set, basically you're just trying to go for immediate warehouse control if you are just in possession of that C flag. But much like you talked about on the opening rip, at least would present itself that OE hit overthrew office. If it doesn't go your way, things might just start spiraling ridiculously out of control. But still an opportunity to try to present yourself here if you are Black Knights against solo challenging out through these very narrow choke points through the C side of Warehouse. It's not going to help you out by any stretch of the imagination. So the players coming off the respawn trying to hit that OE one more time.
Yeah, it's just so difficult. You know, this is where we kind of found ourselves during the competitive year, talking a lot about this map. Making a play through that long OE through office. We've seen a couple of preset strats when you start on the C side. You kind of flood through, maybe kind of take your opponent off guard, try to get an early flip. But once that fails, you can't just keep doing it. You've got to clear space mid-map. You cannot allow Hamster just to sit up top in this window and pre-fire you with a Holger, because that's absolutely what he could do, even throwing some damage over to the players trying to contest B from the front. And so far, it's just been nothing but dominance into the mix for Reject thus far.
100 ammo clip, just ready to watch you solo chow out through a lot of these different choke points. And finally, Rage will put them down. Here comes the hit. It's going to be a slight little pinch on two different sides, but now the numbers are finally in for Black Knights, but they're in. Who's being swarmed on all different sides? This member's out from Rejects. Is not allowing this B flag to go down, certainly without a fight. But you have one more player over here for Black Knights. Will finally be able to fully capture that B flag in towards the name of Black Knights. Now you're looking at middle of the map. You're looking at numbers towards Warehouse as well. Needed to go big towards the middle of the map. Simply could not. You saw numbers inside the Warehouse just about establishing it because you still have 2 minutes and 28 seconds to play.
Clean stuff here. Honestly, for Black Knights, this is exactly what we were talking about. After that initial OE play fails, clear some space mid-map, and boy, have they. They've held on to this B flag for a pretty significant amount of time. Now, granted, Reject are going to be able to get the reinforcements here a bit sooner, but honestly speaking, the trades are fine for Black Knights. If you were just to take the macro overall of how this half is going, from the unfavored side, this has been more than okay for Black Knights. Just down 16 points, and they still have yet to give away really any progress at B. Of course, I say that, and immediately the gameplay will counteract my point. Reject will reinforce, and that should be enough to put the B flag back into their favor.
Yeah, it should be able to put themselves in a spot to be able to close out this opening half. At the very least, they should be able to reach 75 off this 2 flag cap. Not unless all of Black Knights just somehow spawn and swarm inside of this Warehouse side. Gonna end up finding a couple trades, but still, much like you said, I mean, not bad at all from the bad side. Once you just have the Charlie flag in your name throughout the entirety of a round, you're basically just looking at it. I mean, it might be chalked, but how do we play from this bad side? Do we try to get A in our favor? I mean, if you're looking at it from at least Reject side, and that's mostly what they were almost expecting to have happen, but they deal with it in spades. But it's very rare that a team like Black Knights, or anybody for that matter, can hold 2 flags from the Charlie side, especially on B here on Hackney Yard. Able to do it, but now they got to be able to capitalize being on the favorite side of the map. At Rejects, just relentless, coming off that Charlie flag capture and the start of this round, just end up mowing all Black Knights over.
Yeah, it's a really interesting conversation, isn't it? Because from the unfavored side with no specialist, no score streak, you look at yourself down about 13, 15 points, and you think, that's not bad at all. But the thing is, now Reject have specialists and score streaks from the unfavored side. So will that be enough for the flip? We get our answer. It is a very convincing yes. The B flag has stayed neutral throughout the entirety so far of this half, but the big key, Reject flipped the map, and now they find themselves on the A side.
All right, you just gotta do it again. Black Knights just hit it from the C side. You just gotta get the B flag in your favor. You know, the timing is definitely gonna be one thing. They got 2 players actually pushed up pretty darn far. Actually over by Trailer, over by the forklift as well, but trades are coming through. Rejects are starting to recognize this. Middle map coverage through the cargo containers are all there. Carly has themselves a death machine up top as well. Finally end up being traded out, but heavens oh my. You have so much time left to play. Black Knights are the ones that gotta make the play happen, but we're talking flag capture to hold ratio as far as the opening round is concerned. When this exact look was on our screen for the minimap, Alan, I mean, Black Knights just barely touched the B flag. They only flipped it once.
This isn't bad, though. Rachel's able to find 3, including the Goliath. Okay, so hold on a second. This map absolutely not done yet. The big problem here is even though there were a couple of kills and you neutralized the Goliath, that was essentially a solo play from Rachel, and you've got sentry turrets galore watching over the top of this B flag. Now, granted, those have been cleared out pretty darn quickly. The biggest thing about it is what else do you have left here if you are looking at this from the perspective of the Black Knights, trying to make this flip of the B flag happen, if not the spawns in full. The answer doesn't seem to be like there's too much, as Carlyet will make his way over towards the top side L window. Death Machine from this position is going to be formidable to say the least. Ends up running out of ammunition, so has to go back to the MX-9. The assist and trade will be there, and well, with a little bit of help from Hamster up top, there does not seem to be enough here for the Black Knights to flip this B flag around.
Yeah, I mean, and again, rejects are just doing a tremendous job. Every single time Black Knights find themselves some shred, start finding themselves some footing to be able to work themselves middle of the map. Maybe the B flag, rejects just continues to cycle players out through top L, inside the warehouse, the middle of the map, and just continues to deal with these lurking and flanking members for Black Knights continuously. Again, here come Black Knights, 3 players strong, coming on the backside of Office, dealt with kindly. Hamster calls in the Predator missile, has ended up finding themselves a 2-piece, and all of the information to boot. Again, lurking players inside the warehouse, it will take that every single day and twice on Sunday. Just a handful of more points needed for rejects to take this into 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, it's looking like that will indeed be the case, but I still will have to reflect back onto this match overall, this full 3-map series. Yeah, sure, reject 3-0. I think if you look at that on COD Gamepedia later tonight, you'll say that was expected. But what you don't get is how darn close these maps were.
Exactly.
I mean, the 150 to 78, it doesn't sound like much, but coming off of the VOX matchup where they won 150 to 12, that was the scoreline that we were expecting pretty much throughout all 3 of these maps. So it's unfortunate for Black Knights. I think you come out stronger than what you were able to showcase during the qualifier. And now you have to find yourself playing up against by far the #1 team in the region. But I won't lie, you held your ground versus this very strong reject team through and through.
Speaking of that #2 team, we'll move over towards their search and destroy here, Alan, as they are ready to take on Lizard here, our Vox. And our production set it in our ear, and I'll go ahead and just relay it. This is a stomp. We're going to round number 5, and Vox are up 4-0. Offensive round is upon us here for Lizard. Starting to look like a middle of the map, a quick committal, actually. There's a lot of narrow choke points here, but Tiffany still is able to convert that into first blood. Numbers advantage early here for Lizard. Quickly gets answered.
Yeah, you do expect that from the defensive side there to be a lot more favor here for Vox overall. But again, like I hate that I keep bringing it up here, friends, but this is what we expected from Reject. I mean, that was the 1 versus the 8. This is the 2 versus the 7, so sure, you know, marginalize the difference in the seeds. But, I mean, we come into this one, and what, 1 player falls for Vox, and it seems like just based off the speed of how this map has come and gone so far, that has been the majority of rounds. So we swap the sides around. It's Vox onto the attack, up 5-0, and perfection once again required from Lizard with their backs up against the wall here in the second map.
Look, if we're being honest here, I mean, both Lizard and Black Knights, it's 7th and 8th, the way that it works through a double elimination bracket, so, you know, I guess we're really just looking at how respective Vox are from the second seed, just coming here and taking care of business. But how about that little bit of a flanking play coming through, at least from Can? It's going to be able to at least find themselves a lot of kills, evening things up here, 3 apiece. It's going to be a little bit of an A committal, you would think, a little bit of a dance of a devil here for Vox, just trying to find themselves some rotating players from Lizard, and they pounce just utmost of the perfect time. Just going to leave poor old Cass up in a 1v3.
Not going to be able to get that off the ground. I don't know if this is a live picture of Coin, but at least he looks like he's having fun.
And that's what matters.
Games
are supposed to be fun.
You have fun playing with my toy, all right? Yeah, it'll be really interesting, I think, to see what both these teams will have to offer when they eventually, I think, get down to the lower bracket. That looks like what's going to have to happen here. Sure. For Lizard. I mean, depending, of course, you know, they're not going to rule them out yet, but just based on what we saw from the hard point in the 5-0 start, you would think that Vox should be able to get through this matchup pretty comfortably. I think expectations for regional analysts and experts alike would essentially say the same thing, but Vox a little bit of trouble here. First blood once again confirmed from the opposite side of Lizard, but the double from Cass, nicely done. Spams through the Holger, takes care of any defensive players in and around the A site. Defensively trying to rotate over through the 10 side is Lizard, but this is a very difficult 3v4 with very little real estate to work with here today.
I mean, that's just nasty. Finds himself a 2-piece, and look how much space on the mini map that Lizard just have to give to Vox. They have to do this in a retake fashion. Off screen, might have themselves a little bit of a 1v1, but you got some throwing of the shots, if you will, at least coming through from Yellow over towards this 8 bomb. You got 33 seconds left to play. Now you're just hoping for player number 4 on the mini-map here, Shift. If Tiffany can make a play and find themselves 1 kill and really upset things, it would be a great timing for Yellow as they find 1 on the pinch.
Could be good here, trying to work their way back through. Yellow in a really tough position, though, needs to find this kill quickly if he was going to turn anything around. That will not happen. So 6-1 the score after, what, the 150 to 12, I believe is what the final score was from the takeoff hard point.
It was in the teams, yeah.
Yeah, Brilliant Owl X, comfortable so far versus Lizard. Again, we keep mentioning it, but that's the biggest thing is our expectations should allow us to be, well, nearly perfect in predictions here in Winners Round 1. That would be the general assumption, but we're not standing on stable ground, at least not from Black Knights, who come through and shake things up just a touch on those first 3 maps. The big thing here is, just unfortunate for Black Knights because now they have to make a very lengthy lower bracket run, rather, I should say. And the big key is, yeah, you might be able to find yourself into the top 3, top 4, but honestly speaking, you got to finish up on top if you want to make it to the World Champs.
Well, when it comes down to it, at least you got the hardest matchup out of the way, right?
I guess that's one way of looking at it, yeah.
I'm a glass half full kind of fella, Alan, all right? Like, at least you're getting the hardest matchup out of the way. But you're messing with, say, the top 8 teams now in Japanese COD Mobile. You're playing through a double elimination bracket. That's your tournament. That's your second life. It's gone. No more Mario Mushrooms for you as we take a look at the map series here. Moving over towards a Hackney Yard domination where it seems that Vox are on a mission statement to come out as convincing as possible. More convincing, some would say, if somehow they're just getting pictures to their brain sent from rejects. It's like, oh, we got to look better than these guys. They were the ones that took the number 1 seed from us. They look to do that as a standoff hardpoint in a raid search and destroy if we see some brilliant heroics coming out from the 7th to 8th seed out of Lizard.
And, this is the interesting thing, and I know for those of you that are out there that have been watching things like Mobile Mayhem and stuff like that in the North American, European regions, I think generally you go into any tournament format and you come away thinking, okay, these are my favorites coming through. This is what they were able to do last time. But for all those conversations, the statement of last time is usually more than a month ago. So, looking at the results from the qualifier here in Japan, we would thought that for sure Reject would just walk through this winner's bracket, maybe get to the winner's finals against this Vox team, and that would be a rematch of what we saw not just once, but twice overall in the qualifier. But honestly speaking, it looks like just based off first impressions, Vox has actually come through and cleaned up a lot because they're looking way more polished, at least at the moment, than Reject are.
Yep, they're looking polished, they're looking clean, they look decisive as far as what we were able to take away in a lot of those rounds for firing range, search and destroy. And from what little we were able to see from the replays and even the takeoff hardpoint, I mean, the way they were playing the numbers, the way that they're, completely finding themselves a lot of that, those team shots that we know are absolutely needed. That's absolutely what you love to see is you have a couple of replays playing on through from that Black Knight squad versus Rejects. Again, a very interesting take on both sides. I mean, maybe Rejects are playing with their feet up. Maybe they were kind of not taking Black Knights as serious, but still a good look regardless for Black Knights. As now we get into map number 3 here of the opposite side of Winners Quarterfinals. Number 2 seed of Vox going up against Lizard, 7th to 8th seed here on Hackney Yard domination. Gotta make something happen here if you are Lizard starting off on the unfavored side. Not a bad start for them, keeping Vox out from the front door.
Yeah, but realistically speaking, there are still numbers that will be here, so more kills required, and Yellow actually provides, at least for one, gives his team a chance to continue to contest and hopefully keep this B flag in their favor. Vox trying to work the middle of the map and towards the upper staircase to L, and these even trades, again, not bad at all for Lizard. They continue to have some pressure through the mid-map containers, and now it's just down to you, how do you funnel back through to make sure this B flag does not flip, and Yellow gives us her answer off screen. He mantles over the window, finds the 2 final players in the B flag, but the problem was Vox stacked, and we're able to still flip the B flag around.
Yellow's still over there inside a warehouse is still finding a lot of value, but it's legitimately just Yellow. You saw some players up through top L just waiting for their call to drop all the way down. There we go. Yellow finally falls off screen to Cass. And now we get ourselves a little bit of breath of fresh air. That 50-yard line has been redrawn. Lizard are trying to push their way past. It's going to be Coin that's trying to do so, but they're going to be spotted out almost immediately. Some streaks being called in. Sentry turrets, Predator missiles. Oh my. The setup over 4B in the warehouse for Vox starting to look like a strong one.
Yeah, sure is. But still, the fact of the matter is you were able to keep the game pretty level through the first opening exchange. The big question mark is we start to get some score streaks earned. Can you find a way to open things up again? Because there's already a sentry turret laid defensively over the B flag for the side of Vox. And yeah, this position from top window, you just don't want to be fighting down this alleyway. Unfortunately, Cecile will open up some space here for Lizard and Red to start working with. This comes down to, can you actually capitalize? Because even still, there are plenty of members from Vox starting to funnel in, and you still had number 5 in blue watching the cross. Kills will be there, and Vox maintain pressure over the warehouse.
They maintain pressure over the warehouse, but most importantly, I mean, they were always keeping a player lurking through the middle of the map. Now that player's been dealt with, Coin can find themselves an opportunity, coupled along with Yellow, who was pushing over towards the middle of the map. No, they got dealt with, and with that one player being left alive, it's going to be cast in the middle of the map. They're able to deal with that flank coming through in kind. The only player that was able to make it through all the way to the back, useless, is going to be Coin. A little tough engagement through the railway, though, is they have no difficulty with that. Is player number 5, and again, we go back towards this breath of fresh air. 2 minutes left to play. Only a handful of more points needed here for Vox to close out this very, very good opening first half here on Hacking Yard domination. Again, Lizard, they were able to at least come out of the gates absolutely swinging, but still, not out of the gates quite yet. They can still make something happen here, Ship.
Yeah, but the problem is it is just one more member left alive here for Lizard. And sure, there were a couple of kills, even the bow being brought out for Vox, just making sure that they can finish off this first half with as much of a convincing stat line as they can. I think we can leave the question in the air, though, if that bow was efficient enough to really be merited for the pullout. But 75-49, the current tally. And now here's the problem. Vox did that from the unfavored side. So now they actually will spawn on the A flag, and for Lizard not being able to reflip the map back around, a tall ask in front, and all 5 members are actually going to stack immediately over towards B. This will give them a quick capture, but naturally, they don't have a home flag because of this play.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting, right? Because now you gave the opportunity for Vox just to swarm in and around this warehouse site. Just going to keep you trapped in here like rats. They're just going to clean you all the way up. Here comes the Predator missile, and it will find 3. So, yeah, I mean, I respect the play. I respect the gusto. Without having that opening home flag capture progress at all, the stack over towards B gets quickly dealt with, not unless Yellow comes absolutely to life with the combat bow. Finds some stuff, at least a little bit of a turnaround, but it's just a little bit heroics like that. Lizard have been finding continuously, specifically through these respawns, but Vox just cleaned it up again with some of that teamwork that we were talking about coming through here in the regional finals.
Can someone capture C? Thank you. I was about to say, like, Lizard,
they don't need it.
We're a good minute and a half or so into this half, and we still haven't seen them get a home flag yet. It's just, we've seen that strategy before. I remember some of the CDL tried to do that, where it was like, all right, let's all 5-man hit towards B, get the kills, push through, and flip the map without ever taking our home flag. But you have to hit win condition 1, 2, and 3 for that to happen, and just win condition 1 was established for Lizard when it comes to getting the B flag. So now they're down a very steep deficit, 105-58 to tally, and Vox has as much map control as you could ever want.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's that high risk potential for any little bit of reward comes up absolutely flat in their face, and now we're just back to where we were towards the tail end of that first half. Just with Vox with a definite control through the middle of the map, just reading every single hit that Lizard are throwing at them. Even in situations where it's off screen, where you're just like, oh, look, that one player's being overwhelmed. They're just so good at playing their life. That's going to be player number 1, just dealing with 3 players over his side of office, while the rest of the players are just being dealt with through the middle of the map themselves. Lizard just absolutely struggling to keep their heads above water. Predator missiles, everything else in the back pocket. A few members might be able to slip the net, might be able to put themselves over by forklift. But it's literally just that. They're just getting slippery. There's just no way that they are finding any footing back into this map.
Even with the cluster being dropped over towards C, it just allows too many players for Vox just to move forward and essentially spawn trap. That's essentially what we're getting right here. So it's going to be 150. It just comes down to what Lizard is able to find to kind of throw some consideration to the scoreboard as they continue to try to work their way around office and maybe even over towards the warehouse. But you still have 3 members in blue that are still stretched across the map trying to spawn trap you, and this has been very abusive. So it's going to be 150, maybe to about 82, 83, something around that lines. But for Vox, this should be a 3-0. They will move on into the bracket. And again, I think just our general reaction, in case you're joining us here late, a lot of assumptions were that Reject were going to be the top team in Japan after their win condition they set up through the qualifier, beating this Vox team twice, both in the winners finals and the grand finals. But much more convincing stat line overall from Vox and their 3-0 in their opening round.
There's also the potential narrative on the opposite side, Lizard, facing up and losing to BBB Tokyo, and then losing to Vox again twice on over through about a month and a half span. They lost to VOX back in the winners side on the regional quals, and they're losing to them here in winners quarterfinals as well. It could end up saying a lot for the other teams that we still have yet to see to be able to fully decipher where the rest of these teams stand at, such as BVV Tokyo, and on the opposite side for the Black Knights, it could be who ended up fully eliminating the Black Knights. But yeah, I mean, that was convincing to say the least. Again, we didn't get the entire pleasure to be able to watch that spanking that was that takeoff hardpoint for Vox versus Blizzard on map number 1, but they were more than decisive on the firing range. And starting off on the unfavored side there on the Hackney Iron domination by no easy feat, again, to be able to flip that map as convincingly as they did. They did it within the first 5 seconds, and then from there on out, they only dropped maybe about the B flag twice throughout the entirety of that map.
Yeah,
that's a good stat line.
Yep, it is the case. So that's our opening matches here in our winners quarterfinals. It's Reject 3 over Black Knights, although it was not nearly as comparable as we expected. We did get a couple of look-ins to what Vox was able to put together versus Blizzard. That one much more dominating in nature. Coming up next, we'll be sending things over to a break, and we'll be back with our second set of winners quarterfinal matchups. Look forward to watching Z Nation playing up against ITZ and Scars going up against BVV Tokyo. All of that coming up when we come back after this. Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even score.
Oh, and able to get both!
Every day, all day, all I do is win. I'm the best in the world, now let the games begin.
The one, gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang. How you like
Another one! Now 1 versus 1, what is this?
game over? Ready? How you like me now? Game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? Game over. Are you ready for the show?
Oh my goodness!
COD Mobile World Championship, the highest stakes of any stage so far.
Bet I beat you to the finish line, 'cause we out to get it feeling fine.
Let's go!
It's the show!
Running up the mountain steep and rough.
That's absolutely the Karma Show 21-2!
You have no idea how hard we worked for this.
Regional final, regional playoff.
Finais regionais.
I promise you that we are going to create that favorite moment in the 2021 champs.
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow.
Ótima jogada dele, todo mundo agrupado!
Are you ready for the show?
He's running out of time. He hits it!
Amazing, gets another one.
What just happened?
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow.
Oh, what a play!
Go.
Brace yourselves, more flashbacks incoming. Let them come.
World Championship, the highest stakes of any stage so far.
Let's go.
It's the show!
That's absolutely the Karma Show 21-2!
You have no idea how hard we worked for this.
Regional final, regional playoff.
Nice hit, nice.
I promise you that we are going to create that favorite moment in the 2021 champs.
Ótima jogada dele. Todo mundo agrupado! Todo mundo agrupado!
He's running out of time. He hits it!
Amazing. Gets another one.
What just happened?
Oh, what a play! Friends, family, COD Mobile fanatics, we're continuing on. More winners quarterfinal matches, though, here with the Japanese regional finals. My whole shift with me, I've got Proper, and we're going to be going into the, middle portion here of this bracket. We saw our number 1 seed, they 3-0'd. It was tight, though. We saw our number 2 seed, they 3-0'd. It was convincing. Now we've got our teams kind of falling between the number 3 and number 6. If you don't take it by where I'm going with this point, it should be a little bit tighter overall, Proper. But before we look at that bracket, again, major shout outs to what we have going on with our presenting sponsor, the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III. This thing is unbelievable, man. I'm not lying. I mean, I could use a new phone. I've been looking into upgrades, and I might just have to do this because Xperia is the official smartphone of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship tournament here in 2021. But there are some really cool features, including the fact, like, hey, if you had a hot play and you just weren't able to capture it in real time, there are these little rewind and rewatch record moments to kind of go back and capture epic gaming moments that you would have otherwise missed. So, hey, get back into it. It lasts 30 seconds. If you had some kind of a play that you want to throw onto the Twitter, throw on the Reddit, you could do that with the new ability here with the Xperia 1 Mark III. Incredible stuff. I could use a phone like that. I'm not going to lie. My phone's looking a little wonky, a little old. I could, I'm just, Sony, if you want to just sauce me one, that'll be fine. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, your phone is pretty old. I could also probably use one too.
It's not new.
I mean, at the same time, I don't really use my phone much besides like sending text messages because I don't really have a phone that can play many games. I mean, if this is what the pros are using on COD Mobile, maybe you might see me getting absolutely slaughtered in some of your pub lobbies.
Yeah, could happen. And likely, based on Proper's normal gameplay and other titles, it will happen. Let's take a look over at the winners bracket. Throwing you under the bus there, partner. But like we mentioned, is looking at the bracket overall, we saw the 3-0 happen with Rejects. We saw the 3-0 happen with Brilliant Owl X versus Lizard. Now we're going to have a really interesting set of matches because Z Nation and ITZ right there in the middle of your bracket, and then Scars and BBV Tokyo will be going on simultaneously. And Proper, we were looking at both these matchups. These are actually rematches from the qualifiers.
Yeah, these are both rematches coming out from the lower quarterfinals of the qualifiers, much like you were saying. So, maybe a certain amount of animosity coming through for ITZZ. They got eliminated by Z Nation, and BBV Tokyo, they got eliminated by Scars. Scars at the same point in time, that they want that fresh run back versus teams that really just cut them short, whether you're talking about your rejects or that ended up knocking down in the winners bracket of the qualifiers, where you're talking about just Z Nation as a whole, who they ended up beating, but most importantly, that Vox roster that just cut them short in that lower final match, just denied them that rerun versus that rejects roster. So again, it comes down to the same narrative, if you will, that we were talking about through the first the match of our day between Black Knights and Rejects. It's been a month at a time in between these rosters playing through those qualifiers and a month in between them just formulating. It is a big key. So that way we can end up seeing what they offer against each other and these very closely seeded matchups.
Yeah, it should be a fresh take, I think, for anyone who maybe was following the region from before, watching over the regional broadcast, or if you were paying attention to the results. I think our expectations have already been kind of foiled, at least in some form. I know a lot of people out there are still saying Reject number 1, but based on the early sample size here in this tournament versus Black Knights, I would be a little bit hesitant to put the house on that bet. Definitely hedge them a touch here because Vox are looking a little bit more clean, at least based on what we saw in their opening matchup. So moving on forward, our main focus will be this ITZ and Z Nation matchup that we have in front of us, of course, with look into the BBV Tokyo match and the Scars matchup. So that's definitely what to keep an eye on as far as things go. And just looking back and being completely transparent, I think just generally speaking, the results that we came to know should only beat us maybe a brief statistical base of history because they're not proving points. That much is for sure. I think largely we look at the results and say, they beat them before, they'll beat them again. I wouldn't be so quick to jump ship on that point, though.
Yeah, you can't have recency bias, right? I mean, because if there's one thing that we know about COD esports, and just esports in general, is that, it's time progression to be able to adapt as a full team, and even in the similar matchups, to be able to fully extend yourself, to be able to watch that VOD from the qualifier, to be able to fully understand what are this team's best maps, and maybe you scrim them a handful of times, and you have yourself all that information. As we take a look at that best of 5 map set here in between Z Nation versus ITZZ, going to be starting off with the Firing Range, Hardpoint, Summit, Search and Destroy, Hackney Yard, Domination for our guaranteed first 3 maps. If we need a 4 and 5, we'll go to that standoff Hardpoint and the Takeoff, Search and Destroy, Alan. But, much to my point previously, whether this is similar, maybe a couple different maps, slotted in different points throughout the best of 5 series, it gives yourself a lot of time to be able to understand what we could do differently to be able to take this team down in a macro standpoint, even in the pick bans and veto process, right down to being able to decide what search and hardpoint maps we want to play on this day.
And we know for a fact, obviously, in this first matchup that we were able to see in the opening winners quarterfinal matchups, a lot of MX9, but going to a Firing Range Hardpoint, expect to see those holders also come into play again. That thing will turn every single wall on that map into essentially paper mache. So that much we should at least expect. And I'll be really curious just to see what both these teams have to offer in this head-to-head rematch versus one another. And we won't have to wait long to get our response because we're dropping right in. And I'm not going to lie, that ITZ logo, I could get behind that. It's a very colorful little thing going on in the mix here. And we will jump on forward, and it will actually be Z Nation who are able to take this very pivotal position over to the trailer first, but it did spend every single member to do so. And, well, if you don't take my candor, you don't really love that because that means there's nobody there to play for the hard point itself.
Yeah, exactly. So now Z Nation are able to hunker themselves up right inside P1. Got their legs kicked up, if you will, but here comes the reach out off the respawn from ITZZ. and trying to work that favorite side that you were talking about. You got yourself a lot of good angles, but Z Nation, they've just been hunkered down in the same exact spots, fully reading where ITZZ are coming from. So now you just got to try to deal with this on the exit, just down to scrap time. Maybe you send one more player in through the backside, they will able to do so. RITZZ, but Z Nation walking away with a pretty good P1. Gonna start reinserting themselves with numbers, just trying to hit through one more time.
And the big thing here is you got to work your way around 10, get this America building from hopefully the trailer side. That's going to be the big key goal here. ITZ currently possessing that position, but cutting things off. RZ Nation able to put a little bit of influence onto this rotation over to New. Not going to be able to convincingly work their way in, so the stack over by the Jeep will be what comes next. And well, as this eliminations will start to come through, trade still favoring that of ITZ. So it stops at 39 for Z Nation. And as we get into the second hill, it is all blue arrows surrounding the inside and beyond that, really zoning off nicely around the outside windows.
Yeah, it's like you were saying. I mean, your best bet if you are Z Nation was just trying to work your way towards that America building, but they said screw that. Let's just break it through the front, and they're able to do so. And once you get control of that double stack, you start looking your way towards this very open middle lane here on firing range. It just comes down to some of those team shots, just being able to communicate which players are weak. Because much like you were saying earlier, when it comes down to certain weaponry that you can end up choosing here on COD Mobile, well, it turns a lot of these buildings into paper mache. So trades and a lot of kills can be found in a plentiful fashion as Z Nation are cleaning up the back end of the scrap time here on P2 as we start focusing our way for the rotation over towards New. That's why you're seeing a lot of numbers just jostling for mini-map positioning towards the middle of the map itself. But Z Nation, what a great break. What a convincing hard point through the first two hills.
Things were really good, I would say, in the first 10 to 15 seconds for ITZ. But the problem was, like you mentioned, Z Nation just continued to batter their way in from the front. So now we turn our attention over towards Wood. Again, early kills looking good for ITZ. But the big thing is, can they actually work through this smoke? Because that's going to be really where you want to set things up, is working away from the Wood side. But, well, not going to be able to quite get in as of yet is Z Nation. ITZ still all over the hard point for now. The big question is, now that score streaks have been earned, will there be enough kills to actually hold off this hit? Here comes the question, and maybe even the response beyond it, and it's going to be number 6, able to find themselves 3. One more from behind, and he gets the turn on. 4 kills, and ITZ able to hold to the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, went ahead and just called themselves in the missile as well. Just keep on going. Number 6 just will not stop. The help is in, and this is exactly what you need if you are ITZ, but the pinch from behind. Cope comes in, ends up finding themselves a pretty big 3-piece, and I say big at that because ITZZ were really starting to work their way up, not only for a couple specialists, streaks included, but we're really working their way back in towards this game. So a little bit of an unfortunate mishap comes through. But Z Nation, with just a handful of more seconds of contest time, will hold on to this 40-second lead as we focus our rotation again over towards this next and upcoming hill. It is a battle inside this hill as a whole, but you can see the kill feed just absolutely bleeding in red. This is only going to be favoring continuously for Z Nation. One more lurking player will end up being number 6. They went big on the last hill. Might need to do it one more time.
It's really difficult, I would say, just to kind of look at how things have formed over the first 3 hard points. ITZ, moments of brilliance, but when they start to actually turn that into major success, it's Z Nation who battle back. Right there, it's the fact that, yeah, it's 4 kills for number 6, but the Death Machine gets shut down, and now Z Nation win the rotation over to Wood. First 30 seconds looking very good for them overall, including a sentry gun that can hold on to things, but Ghoul has other things in mind as he moves forward with Death Machine of his own. Not quite able to do too much there, and even though there was a moment of contest, it is nothing but that, just a moment. 130 to 56 the current score. Need to try to break on through. Number 6 works through with the Death Machine of his teammate, but it's still not going to be enough to fully win the hill. 7 seconds remain here at Wood before we rotate over, and once again, Z Nation in a good position. They have a couple of members existing in towards trailer to watch over the top of this new hard point.
I mean, but here's where things might just flip back on its head. I mean, yeah, it's only about 18 seconds for Z Nation to be able to close out this hardpoint. Special effects, though, playing from the side of the map. Going in towards the second set, have themselves an opportunity, but here's the biggest offender. If you are ITZZ, it's the streaks that have been earned for Z Nation, but you still have a few up your sleeve as well. You see the sentry on the minimap at least walking through the middle of the map. The Death Machine is also pulled out of the pockets as well. Finds themselves a very juicy 3-piece in the middle of the map. Just keep things rather spacious. 30 seconds of this very open and very ordnance-heavy hill on, and Z Nation are just being held at the gates.
You just got to survive here if you're ITZ. That's the big thing. If you can find a way to keep this contested, great. Even better if you can find even a marginal amount of time here. Double kill comes through. Holger in hand as Ken is having a really tough time locking down his opponent. It's just inside the bottom level of 10. That turns into a double for number 6. He has been absolutely incredible for the squad. Looking for more at long range, finds the third, able to get a bit of a reprieve. Sees Jaime for a moment there, but just wants to wait and just kind of use this as a bit of a glitch, use his teammates for help. And ITZ, they do survive through the first hardpoint, and once more, all 5 members in blue waiting for America hardpoint to open up.
And look, they're still forcing the split spawns coming through from Z Nation. Like you were talking about, you're working your way over towards America. You still had players spawning effectively over towards that B bomb site. And all of ITZ's, they were dealing with it in kind, but the few lurking members for Z Nation are able to finally pounce. They're able to finally showcase their presence, and the pinch from all different sides is finally coming on in. Z Nation with a convincing kill feed. They are inside the hard point. 8 seconds to close out this map.
Yeah, they essentially just got a full 5-man down. The kills were, well, very sequential in nature, and that will be enough. So another break for Z Nation, even though for ITZ, they had the setup that you would largely think would be perfect. I mean, it was completely overwhelmed. They had members inside, but more importantly, you had players zoning out by trailer, tin, and backside Jeep. The problem is, you've got to be able to convert on the kills that should be pretty free for you. Have at least some crossfire set up in some nature, but Z Nation, for 2 straight hills on the second hill, were able to just wash their way forward from the front with just full flooding nature. They just come right through container, get all 5 members out, they find a 5-man down feed, and that's enough for them to win the game.
Yeah, and that's how it all closed out. You go back into the first set of hills, even when you had ITZZ again, very strong look for as far as the hold was concerned for P2. We're like, okay, that first hill was definitely a strong one for Z Nation. ITZZ were having themselves a pretty strong setup as you have a little bit of a look back on part of this map. They were finally getting themselves a strong setup, but all Z Nation just bull rushed their way through the front. And this is where I thought ITZ were really going to bring themselves back. It was when you had the 3-piece come through, you had Specialists, you had Shrieks. Once you finally start pulling out the Death Machine in the back pocket, they just get flanked, and that 2-piece comes through, and then all of that work was just for naught on that trailer hardpoint. From there on out, Z Nation just were relentless, much like you were talking about. P2 in the first set of hills was the same way for the second set of hills at the same time. Just relentless, always just hitting it through the front, finding the weak members. Z Nation just, again, not always playing in numbers, but just making sure they were cycling it when it was necessary to be able to break these hills through the front, and that's why you saw that scoreline the way it went.
And just as a brief moment of recovery here, when we were talking about the qualifier to get to this stage, 43 total teams entered into the open qualifier. The top 8 now persist for the regional finals. These 2 teams did meet down in the lower semifinals, in which it was actually Z Nation who did take the win versus ITZ. So will history repeat itself? Yet to still be told, but the next chapter will take us over towards the Summit Search and Destroy. And, you know, we haven't really had a chance to see too much when it comes down to this map in particular, at least as of yet. A lot of firing and Search and Destroy in those opening matches. So we'll have some things to kind of learn about both of these squads as we eventually get there. But we move on over to our second matchup in our winners qualifier. It's going to be BBV Tokyo playing up against Scars. Again, another rematch from that qualifier bracket. And we find ourselves on to Crossfire for the Search and Destroy.
And you can see the Scars were able to at least give themselves that first map win over BBV Tokyo. Again, like we were talking about. The opposite side for ITZZ versus Z Nation. A little bit of a rerun here for BBV Tokyo. But as far as a Crossfire Search and Destroy is concerned, just so tough to work your way through the middle of the map, given with all of the sight lines that you're given from the defensive sight lines. But numbers advantage in all. Scars, an uphill battle here, 2v4. Still trying to work your way towards this A bomb with 40 seconds remaining.
Just as a moment to kind of tally what had happened in the hard point between both of these squads, you can see it, Scars up 1-0, but it was a 150-61 score line favoring Scars. So now from the offensive side, Tien looking for something over towards the double stack here just outside of A. A little bit of help coming through as Ryu's able to get at least a shot into a member up top, but the flank on the way. No, it's actually Ryu's able to fill second. So 2v4 now with 2v2, and the plant all but secured here for Scars.
That's so big. Again, just to be able to continuously find yourself a lot of value from the pinch, and a numbers advantage finally pops up. At least the nade cleans out 10. But Ryu still here finding a lot of value, will finally be traded out over on that little bit of a half wall. And that got hairy. If you are BBV Tokyo, you had a 4v2. Ryu comes in with the flank, finds himself 2, finds himself 3. Almost brings it fully back. That if that flash doesn't come through and it stops the player on the bomb, and if Tien can somehow just try to rotate out and get themselves in a better position to at least take an isolated gunfight, that round could have get flipped on its head. But the first round, regardless, going to BBV Tokyo.
Got an Xperia dial-in going on right now, but we'll let our commentary try to persist as I don't speak Japanese.
I don't either.
Hey, you know what? Let's let it play out. Maybe there's some viewers out there that do listen. So here we go. Dial in from Xperia on board with BBV Tokyo.
いやー惜しいどんまいナイスいやどんまいオッケーオッケーオッケーとりあえず3本目標にしよう下がいとも止まんないでこれ止まんないでいく右からいけるでしょ右からよし任せるよ内緒任せるよL 字から行けばいいんでしょうんちょも行くよいいよ待っておい階段それ中いるよし中いるバス裏いるかねバス裏いるからバスが2枚バスが2枚 A まで引いてるあっち近くにテキレス引いてるわ多分それテキレス出たら待ってるわあれガンマッチしてる階段抜けはないつながった B 中1やった1枚ナイスあと2枚頑張って耐えてグリ置こうか階段あ建物入った入れたて1枚地下潰しに来るかこれ引くわ行くよあと人数作れてるか一回2回回る抜けるだけ見とくわ誰だあと残り両と点か強いよ2人ともいや甘えないで絶対地下怖いはずだからこいつが地下すなオッケー地下じゃないごめん肉肉なの肉すな設置してる肉すないるんやろ地下から取りたいな2枚とも引いたかも地下取り行くよじゃあいいよこっち側先動いてほしいオッケー上がるよ肉は取れてるよキリスト最悪は見えないオッケー地下2回もいない確かに地下2回か車線通してどっかに20秒奥最悪あと最悪ごめん抜かれてすんなだもんちょも寄ってそっち2枚出す中2枚ナイスいや惜しい
Well, a little quick scope finish there from Scars to take the third round. And I won't lie here, Proper. The opening start for BBV Tokyo looked like it was going to be nothing but a defensive juggernaut. I mean, it was a 5-on-3 situation, but Scars still finagle their way onto the B site. And now we move very quickly into round number 4, of which Scars find first blood, but it does get traded as BBV Tokyo look to get aggressive here in the defense.
Yeah, a little bit of a rave happening in the middle of the map. Shotguns, no strobe lights at all, but a lot of smokes, but a lot of trades as well. Now you find yourself into 3v2. You are Scars. This is going to be a tough take of things, but you end up evening the odds. Sniper towards the middle of the map finds themselves that pick. Now you know where the rest of the members from BBV Tokyo might be located at.
Oh, or do they? BBV Tokyo, they're kind of stacked up right here. And an opportunity maybe to kind of take Scars a bit off guard. Rayo's going to toss a nade over the top, try to clear up a bit of space. And with that, we'll be able to plant here over towards B. Retake now required. And for BBV Tokyo, looks like they do want to try to do this from the west side of the map. Now, the problem here is the fact that Ryu's watching this. And, well, Fanta apparently also has an angle as he gets the scope online for the next kill, leaving one more member for BBV Tokyo in a 1v2. And for Scars, it's just about kind of throwing shoulders, play the time, use the bomb as your biggest ally. And, oh, going to try for maybe a bit of a noise cue onto the diffuse. Here comes the challenge, but Ryu again, too good for it. And Scars, that one a little bit more convincing, but they go up 3-1 from the offensive side.
Yeah, and that one mostly just comes down to Fanta. Again, it is always going to be that long liner side of player with the boomstick in hand, just waiting for the chows to come down, especially in a post-plan situation. And that's especially when you want your sniper player to be left alive. You have that very long angle through the middle of the map just being exploited with the sniper in hand. And that's the win condition continuously for Scars. You get in, you find the kills, you find the trades, get that bomb down, and you just set up Fanta for success, as it looks like to be another B committal. some off-screen presence being thrown down towards the southwest side of the map, though, Alan. It does come in the way of a trade, though. So 4v4 we go with the bomb still in play. A minute 30 on the clock.
Again, just watching the side stairs. Defensively for BBV. A couple of members are nearby, but they are trying to watch this cross from the upper side of the second floor across the way. TN still very cautious about a player who could be nearby. It doesn't look like they're going to bother challenging for now. BBV still kind of holding position in front of the A side as you would normally expect. Opens up at least some sort of a pixel angle here for the scope to really get online, and they will deny the trophy. That's actually a really massive implicating pick just to be able to have a chance to use these late nades and stuns to retake if required.
So it's just kind of like a bait at this point, right? BBV Tokyo is like, yo, we got our sniper left alive. Dare you to try to come plant on this B bomb site at this point in time. He also got players just really pushed up as well. If you are BBV Tokyo, you're hoping that player number 2 on the mini map can somehow at least find yourself a jiggle peak, but the bomb will go down there at B. So now you got to retake again. 3v4 situation, numbers advantage heavily in the favor for the offensive team, but they don't have to make a play happen. And you got your player of Fanta just looking through the middle of the map.
Well, here comes the first attempt. Scars over the middle map with their scope, able to see one inside a diner, not able to find the shot to connect, though. Here comes the push over from the close side. Scars will come through on our listening, but we'll just kind of finish off this round, at least initially. TN's able to find one. This would be good for a second, and then Lafayette's able to find the third and final. So BBV Tokyo, it's just one of those things that you're set up really nicely defensively, they just can't convert.
Yeah, it's legitimately just that, right? You know, even finding the first blood, finding the trades as a defensive team, you think that they have the lineups and the angles, but Scars are just relentless. I mean, they slowly inch their way towards the bomb site. They're not getting punished. Might as well go for the plant. Quick little peek through the middle of the map for Fantasies. 2 players cross, actually. So what was going to be a standard setup now for Scars is about to be turning in towards a defensive rush over towards B out of Diner.
Well, we'll jump on in. Scars on the Xperia dial-in now for round number 6. See if they can find a way to get themselves on 5.
Enemy contact. Need backup. Sniper eliminated.
あと階段。惜しい。ダメか。いや一本取ろう。一本取ろう。オッケーオッケー。あ、削られなきゃ。
Well, Scars not quite able to get the 5th on the board there, but impressive quick scopes nonetheless. We've seen a couple of different times from Ryo. I think it's appropriate that we kind of run out of spawn with him, as defensively he will watch the cross, and oh my goodness, that's got to feel so bad. You watch 4 players cross, and you only get a chance to put 1 shot in, and it goes a bit errant in between a couple of different players. But lots of information here for Scars to set up their defense.
Yeah, but I mean, you only get 1 shot, but you get all the information in the world that you see all these players for BBV just rotating their way over towards that B bomb site. But we're swapping games. We're taking a look at the picture-in-picture as you see Z Nation and ITZ currently playing through Summit, Search and Destroy as a very head-scratcher of a map. Again, a lot of presence through the middle of the map is where a lot of these opening breakoffs will be coming through. Those Z Nation numbers advantage will not be in their favor through round number 6, and it will be going in the favor for ITZ, who have a 1-round lead going in towards this next round.
Yeah, back and forth affair. I mean, that was the big key. Just if you missed the hard point, played it on firing range, and for Z Nation, 150 to 96 the final. But for ITZ, a couple of great moments that they were just a little bit short on. Could not fully capitalize on a couple of nice opening kills, especially around that second hard point that we continue to mention, as we saw that not once but twice. But for Z Nation on the offense in round number 8. Oh, and this is so cheeky from ITZ. Prone player underneath the kind of close box. Number 6 finds first blood, but that trade will be allowed to come through. It looks like there will still be more engagement here in this outer platform, and it's actually going to be ITZ who walk away with a couple. The double stack there defensively good, and now it's down to a 4v2 situation favoring ITZ's defense.
And you got the bomb dropped on that B bomb site too, so I mean, now you're just hoping to be able to make a play happen. I mean, MC, good luck. This is a very tough position to try to make something happen from. You can see just in the X-ray alone, there's a lot of players around here. But it becomes a top-down battle. Is able to snap onto the second as well. They do find two. The trade from Gia does come through out from the nade itself. Got 56 seconds left to play if you are Ken. And I don't think that they give away their information either. So if you are ITZ, I mean, you just got to hold here at this point. Wait for the mutual information, but there's a lot of middle ground to be able to cover if you are Ken. It looks like the rotation might be in through A. They can find some timing here to be able to find one. There it is, the shots, and the kill comes through 1v1.
Turns it into the 1v1. Completely isolated. Bomb still in hand. 35 seconds on the clock. And it does look like Ken is going to go for the plant here at A. That is indeed the case. So now it's on to Ghoul. This was a 4v2 situation for ITZ.
Yeah.
Now an advantage turning into Ken's 1v1 with the bomb to play off of. Ghoul trying to pick through the windows, but does not expect Ken to challenge. Oh my goodness, that just cannot happen. And it all starts with a little Fennec 1v2 outside the second floor stairs.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, especially in that final moment, you know, if you are Ghoul, you're almost expecting, you saw them just hard ADS towards that tall rock. It's just maybe they were lurking around that back, that back little walkway. Not the case at all. Getting aggressive in your face. Nice little round coming through, and a 2v4, remember that, to even up the odds here, going to round number 9 for a piece. A lot of middle of the map coverage for Z Nation, but it's Summon Search and Destroy, baby. It's not like it's not going to be an easy access for some cheeky angles out from ITZ on the defense.
Ghoul's kind of trying to watch underneath, now moving back over towards a more safer confine around A. Look at the defensive stack up. I mean, for ITZ, they are all over the top side of B. The problem is the kills have not really been all that favorable. We go into a 4v4. Ghoul looking to get involved now through the connector in towards PC, able to see at least part of Nissi, but not enough to confirm any damage nor an elimination. And all of a sudden, for Z Nation, they've made their way not just on, but through. Ghoul needs to find a couple of responses. Finds the first, sees Nissi down low, cancels the reload, goes for the double. Not quite able to get there, but Luna rotating over, able to help out, and a big numbers advantage now. Another 4v2 for ITZ.
And a lot of coverage to be able to cover here in this post-point situation. A lot of A Street concern has to be here if you are these players that are left alive in a post-point situation, right? I mean, you saw Cobb just immediately looking towards this A lane. Not going to get some help here from Nissi, but the flank play is coming through from at least 3 players out from side of ITZ. They're going to end up finding themselves as a handful of kills, and that's the only thing that they needed was just those 2 kills. But the defuse will surely come all the way through. Wonderfully executed out from ITZ. Again, they had the numbers advantage. They knew exactly where Z Nation and at least one player were located at. They had to plant the bomb. And once they ended up recognizing that in a post-plant situation, we got to pinch this from all sides. You sent one player from your side of the map looking towards that A bomb site itself. You sent the other 3 players towards that flank play. Wonderfully executed out from ITZ, putting themselves up a map point to tie the series up.
And if they were to have found another 2v4, you feel like Z Nation would just completely take the wind out of the sails of ITZ, but they will be the ones now required to win 2 rounds in a row. Luna kind of checking to see what's going on upstairs, but doesn't like the look of it, at least not individually, so a nade will take his place. Moving forward, it's Z Nation continuing to kind of dominate the middle of the map, but this seems to be perfectly fine. It's all pretty methodical from ITZ. They're ready to just allow them a chance to get to the middle of the map. It all really stems down to, what are you going to do to execute if you're Z Nation?
I mean, Z Nation, we're almost expecting for a full A committal to come out from ITZ, and exactly what they're going to be getting. Just, I guess, not in that slow, lucrative kind of way that you were chiming up, but now some shots coming through, which means that trades are surely about to follow. Numbers advantage again by 1 for ITZ. A little bit of space comes through. The bomb will be retrieved.
Oh, what an angle.
Quickly trade out. Yeah, that's a nerdy one.
Yeah, but it's unfortunate because Ken will lose his teammate of Nissi, so now a 1v3 required to see around 11. Lots of time to play with, but no bomb in hand this time. But has Ken's little sneaky play maybe allowed him a chance to maybe catch a couple of ITZ members off guard? That's the real question here. Double stack just outside the connector. And maybe, Ken just barely misses the timing of the player sliding through. So he's got 1 behind him. This is Ghoul on the corner. Able to see the hazy kill. No problem there. 23 seconds. Still need the bomb. 1v2 though, and there's enough space to collect the bomb and make a play forward. Just comes down to where he commits, wants to go over towards B, sees 1 defender, backs away, resets, makes his way down into mid PC and says, all right, that's enough information for me. Let me try to flip this around. But do you play the kills or do you play the plant? Tries to play for the kills and it's not going to come through. Ken falls, and ITZ have leveled our series at 1 map apiece.
Scars on the opposite side, just as a quick little update, we're able to take their Crossfire Search and Destroy over BBV Tokyo. So 1-1, we go here in our primary look-in, and then a quick 2-0 lead as far as the other one is concerned. But yeah, ITZZ, I mean, for there were a lot of those different rounds that we were able to at least watch versus Z Nation, they were feeling quite comfortable. You just, again, playing through the middle of the map, and then once they had just any sort of information, just playing that clock. You know, how many times we're going to talk about search and destroy, especially here in COD Mobile.
Yeah.
You have ample time, and I mean that very, very comfortably. You have a lot of time to be able to make a lot of these small maps seem very, very big, and especially on Summit when you are ITZZ, you were just waiting for the very unexpected errors to come through from Z Nation, where they were absolutely gunning them on the hard point. Were not the circumstances that were presenting themselves on that Summit search and destroy. Just could not make a lot of those plays happen. Although they made a lot of cheeky comebacks in 2v4 fashions through all of those late rounds, it was the quick adaptation for ITZZ in those later rounds, just playing their numbers, playing those angles, just making sure they found those first bloods, and just continue to hold the space. Not take more, just hold the space, which is why we go into that Hackney Yard domination tied up.
Arguably, though, between both the search and destroy as we were watching, there were a few too many 4v2s that we saw come through as we take kind of a replay back to watch over what has happened here with Z Nation and ITZ. Again, we kind of joined them right here when they were in play. So with this 1v1 situation where Ghoul was looking for information, Ken says none will be given. And that was the first 2v4 that we saw here in this one. The immediately next round was almost the exact same thing. But here in the final, round number 10, Ken could not quite find a way to work through the 1v3, even though he found the first kill cleanly. Time was not his biggest ally. I think you give an extra 10, 15 seconds, maybe there's a chance there. But we recap over what exactly the series has looked like so far. Z Nation 150-96 with a couple of really nice convincing breaks on the second hard point when it comes to firing range. But the immediate response here for ITZ, still very back and forth in nature, but a 6-4 brings us now to this Hackney Yard domination from map number 3.
Starting off on the unfavored side. Not exactly a place you want to be in if you are ITZZ, but now you're just hoping to run away with this momentum from that search and destroy. I mean, you can see a few players already from Z Nation. They're getting overwhelmed through the middle of the map. They're just holding line actually inside a warehouse, so they actually dedicate one player all the way over towards that Charlie flag. What a nuisance play. That means that the rest of your teammates inside of the B warehouse surely should be overwhelmed, you would think, but at least for ITZZ's concerned, they still stand tall.
Yeah, split spawn situation right now for the team in red with ITZ. Z Nation trying to work their way through. Actually, I believe our names are a bit backwards on our overlay. It's ITZ in the blue, Z Nation in the red. And yeah, a very interesting setup overall. A lot of battle over what happens here at B, but for Z Nation, the play to try to throw one player through to capture the C flag has actually worked against them as they get the unfortunate spawn flip. The bit of good news here is the fact that it's 18-2, and you currently hold on to 2 flags.
What it always comes down to in domination, right? One of your immediate win conditions, just hold on to the 2 flag capture here on Hackney Yard. Your biggest win condition, of course, the favorite side being the A flag. Continuously try to work your way in towards the B flag. We have seen teams, even when it was being played professionally up at the CDL, throughout the Modern Warfare year when this map was released, the team started getting oddly comfortable towards that C side. It's all through top L control. That's exactly what is happening currently for Nissi and the squad for Z Nation. Slowly just working their way through the warehouse, trying to keep ITZZ trapped through the middle of the map, just always cycling numbers out through the top side, continuously holding this 25-point lead.
MG saves the day right there. Capture on the B flag almost looked imminent for a moment, but deals with the one player trying to capture and allows a chance for the teammates to come through and reinforce. But again, with these favorable spawns over towards the A flag, it's going to be the side of ITZ who's able to get here, you would think, with numbers first, but MG again, good for 2. So Z Nation through the middle of the map looking to essentially quell off any reinforcements, at least as many as possible. Play up top coming through for ITZ as they try to get some space to work with for a full-on take of this B flag, but it comes after a very convincing tool capture for Z Nation. That's 55-21, and not done yet. Jaime able to find one. Second player over towards Garage is tagged up. The hole here just continues to get spammed. Unfortunately, does not expect where Ghoul had gone off to, and Ghoul good for 1. Can he get the second? Not quite. B flag eventually does get fully stacked, and with that, finally, ITZ have 2 flags.
And this is certain shades, you know, of that firing range hardpoint between these two teams. Once Z Nation start getting the ball rolling, you start seeing all these players start to piece. They're just finding themselves isolated 1v1s, 1v2s, hell, sometimes 1v3s. They're coming out on top of it. 30-point lead. But ITZ trying to scratch their way back, at least for the favorite side of the map. That's at least what you want, especially from this this half. At the very least, is try to scratch your way back with a minute 50 left to play. 40 seconds remaining, and now you have top L control if you are ITZ to start finding these kills. Do not allow Z Nation to get comfortable in the middle of the map. Tough engagement there for Ghoul. Knows that Nissi is weak, but Nissi just continues to press on forward. And this is disastrous if you are ITZ coming away from that very clean breakoff over by B.
I'll say this much, though. It's one of those things that 75 to 46 is not bad. I mean, honestly speaking, you were able to kind of put things together. It was a bit sloppy, don't get me wrong, but the fact that you had that double capture from the CB hold for the majority of that first half is not bad at all. The problem is now you have to fight up against ITZ from the favored side again, but this time from the get-go. You don't have the opportunity to kind of finesse the flags as you did in the opening half. So an opportunity here where you would think for ITZ, there is a realistic chance that you could dig into this deficit pretty darn quickly, pending you can get this B flag quick.
Yeah, it just comes down to getting that B flag pretty darn quickly, like you were talking about. But Z Nation, what was their biggest friend when they were holding the ZB flag, giving off that opening breakoff between these two teams in that first half, was just holding players top L and just always trying to keep players just lurking over towards that little cutout over on the favorite side of the map. But it ended up coming around for ITZ is that you ended up having Ghoul just slipping the net. They ended up working their way through the middle, up through top L, and found a lot of clean shots in the backs of Z Nation. Now Z Nation, they're feeling the desperation to try to get this B flag, get some map presence. They're calling in a couple of streaks, but not necessarily coming up with much of anything. But here comes the Death Machine from Jaime from behind.
That will do enough to clear some space out from the front. The B flag has stayed neutral the entirety of this half, so our score deficit stays the same. ITZ looking to get onto the B flag, but again, the Death Machine from Jaime is just too good. 1v multiple situation, able to deal with the first couple, but eventually the numbers will win the day. So ITZ now in a double flag situation. 3 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time for this deficit to get dug into, so our attention turns back over to Z Nation. You need to be the ones to clear and retake the B flag, or beyond that, find a way to flip the spawns around and get over towards A. The focus seems to be over towards the warehouse for now, but the kills are not nearly as convincing as they need to be, simply because Luna's able to get the Death Machine into play and go trade for trade, kill for kill. The status remains the same.
Yeah, I mean, you can try to work through the middle of the map. You can try to work some of these spawns. You can see two players now for Z Nation on the mini map on the southwest side of the map alone is trying to work their way on the flank side. They're actually going to completely slip the net. No players for ITZ are going to read these players working their way inside a tire shop, but you're okay with this if you are ITZ. You have middle map coverage, but now the mutual information is coming through for players 3 and 4. It's going to be Ghoul along with Sia just trying to work their way inside of the tire shop. Don't allow the spawn flip to come through, and it surely will not. Z Nation are dealt with. And again, even though they were held on to that 2 flag capture just for a small amount of time, it's just that, a small amount of time. And ITZZ on the second half, they're working their way through, but Z Nation capitalized and worked their way inside warehouse.
You've got the sentry turret down. That's the big thing. So yeah, you get around the back and the status remains essentially the spawns are the same, but a bit of a split spawn situation. But the B flag does not fully get captured. It is a sliver away, a mad dash to see if anyone can cap, but not going to be able to be there. It's Sia able to find 2. That will be enough to deplete the progress on B. And with that, ITZ, a chance to go up into this map for the first time as they still hold on to A and B.
A nice little research that's coming through. Again, so many opportunities that Z Nation give themselves to be able to get this warehouse in control in the second half of Hackney or Dom, but it's just one player that's always left alive, and now you got Liz pulling out the Death Machine. Gia is just going to bring it to home into their face. Ends up finding one just trapped up inside the corner, and this is not what you want for Z Nation. Again, held themselves 2 flags a lot of the time off of a very cheeky 2 flag capture off the get-go. Now another great look might just being made, but TMG will go down. Numbers are still here in bottom L for Z Nation. They got to get this B flag.
Long flank coming through for Luna around the bottom side of L, trying to make sure this flank does not get turned. Kills are also still looking good. 124 to 127, and it's all blue in the kill feed. Koba trying to change that, moves his way down low, and you do have a little bit of help coming through. Death Machine will try to stop this play, although it doesn't look like they've been able to fully find it, and Koba's allowed to get another. You're using this Death Machine to spawn trap, but numbers are actually okay here for Z Nation. 134 to 132, trying to flip this B flag. Z Nation and the kills, they aren't quite convincing enough to do it. It gets to about halfway, but again, ITZ able to restabilize and deplete the progress.
We'll deplete that progress. Again, another flank play comes in, though, for Jaime, and ends up finding themselves 1, but ends up immediately getting traded out. You gotta look inside. P1, boys, underneath. Ooh. Will end up being at least a couple of trades. Predator missiles now being called in. The battle over by the B flag will be at least dispersed and won by TZZ. Finding themselves a couple of easy solo chows coming out. You gotta get on the flag. You gotta contest the kills. Not coming through in time. And ITZ with a 10-point win here over their adversaries of Z Nation will end up winning
Man.
that swing map. That was big for them going into that map number 4.
So close. A couple of different moments where you are just a fraction, not even a sliver away from being able to grab that B flag, and maybe that could have been the difference maker, but ITZ, they hold on, and they go up now 2-1 in the series. But as we go back over towards our other focused game here in this winners quarterfinal, Scars find themselves up 2-0, winning the Crossfire Search and Destroy. BBV Tokyo now needing the reverse sweep, and it has to start here on the Summit domination. The problem being Scars already have 2 flags in their favor.
Yep, and it just starts and stops at that. You get that CB hold, and now you can essentially just trap them over by the ski lift. You can trap them over by when they are trying to work their way through the main foyer of that B flag as well. Pushed up rather far there was Ryu, will be traded out by some BBV members, but again, it's all just information trade going forward. You have a lot of time left inside of this first half. BBV are not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. They got numbers going over by that B flag, and well, they're letting Scars know that a quick little flag swap will come through over by B, spawn flip as well. We can see what BBV Tokyo can possibly do over by the Charlie flag, unless you got Ryu have anything less to say about it. They are still alive over inside the spawn for BBV.
The problem with the play from BBV is, yeah, you get the B flag, but because of how you try to push across the map, you split spawn yourself a little bit. So even though they did get over to the C side for a time, they do find themselves behind A. They do capture a home flag. It will be the aforementioned A flag. But Scars up now about 20 points, 2 flags in their favor. Next battle unfolding just over the top of the PC, over by the platform, and it's all turning up in favor of Scars. Mikatian able to find a couple. That will be good now for all the members in red to start overwhelming any potential push that BBV Tokyo are trying to set up. You've got to try to work your way back to this high ground. You cannot just allow Scars to sit up here for free.
Yeah, and it's exactly that, right? There comes a big first kill, but you got to follow up on that. But as soon as you start talking about the follow-up from that, the pinch from the opposite side comes through. You just got to be able to deal with it on 2 different fronts, over by that A street and through the staircase as well. There's a lot of high ground that this main building has to offer, Shift. And well, BBV Tokyo, apart from that one good look, this is probably going to be their second best opportunity. Now they finally get a kill and a handful more over towards that south street. But when the trades start coming through, TN Mike starts coming into the kill feed as well. Just a convincing end towards that first half if you are Scars, with a 33-point lead going in towards the next half.
Yeah, tall ask here for BBV Tokyo, but you know, they will be starting on the C side. A little bit more favor to get that high ground, maybe a touch easier from the A side of the map. So at least they've got that to work with. But so far, this has been just an absolute display from Scars, looking very convincing throughout a lot of these different moments through the hard point and the search, and continues to be persistent here in the Dom. Although BBV find the first blood over towards that high ground, but Scars respond. You can see their focus. I mean, it's just so quick. They get 2 members up top. They don't even worry about the B flag. It's just all about controlling the high ground. And with Scars already controlling that space in front of C, it's looking pretty dire for BBV. They need to find a way to get these players out of the top side of the building.
I mean, you can see that it's just player number 5 for BBV Tokyo. I mean, they're just over here at this point in time. They're just like, all right, guys, just find a couple kills. I'll push forward. I'll find myself a couple spawn kills. Well, those kills over inside of the spawn for BBV Tokyo by the Charlie flag, those don't come through because Scars are over here, and they are just letting them know. Here comes Laphius with the death machine just to find themselves a plethora amount of damage. Won't be able to find themselves a handful of kills, and now BBV Tokyo, again, another look to potentially work their way through the middle of the map here, Shift. Try to get themselves to this B map, and they could use it now more than ever.
Yeah, here's the good news here for BBV Tokyo. They do repossess their home flag, and they've been able to keep this B flag neutral the entire time they've been fighting out of their spawn. Now an opportunity even beyond that to get into a position where 2 members can stack, maybe even turn this, but Scars, they've got a death machine from the side door. Ryo's able to clear things out, and now all of a sudden it's Scars who have the numbers on top of the B flag with kills to boot, and that should be enough for them to get a large majority of the progress done here on B. The only player that could potentially contest that would be from BBV Tokyo on behind, and we'll see if Scars can find a way to put this behind them as we will go to the Xperia Island.
Okay, okay. Okay, okay. 近った近った近った。
ごめん、左雪道来る、雪道1枚。
オッケーオッケー。はい。右の右の右。
2枚やった。デスマ2枚落ちた。プレデター。相手リスばっか。5枚全部。
2回。
2回。
これ3枚いるわ。
全てくるやつろ。
制御機は気をつけて、それ。2階2枚、2階2枚、2階2枚。2階後1、2階後1ね。
コンピューター、B 横。
いやー、マジかも。
いやー、ごめん、1枚ね。
2階で、どれか1ね。
2階、1枚。
センター通路、B 中1枚入ってるわ。1枚だけね。正面コンカ投げてるから大丈夫。いや
いや、右奥だわ、右奥。ごめん、両右奥。
ナイス量。オッケーオッケー。1枚ゲート。あと1枚。あー、ごめん、激力回復された。2階1枚。
やった。
Yeah, it's just been too much to handle, it feels like, for BBV Tokyo. The high ground just continues to be in possession of Scars in red, and with that, they will walk their way to a 3-0. And I guess the big question, just kind of comparing and contrasting in this 3-0 compared to the other two that we've seen, I mean, pretty clean all the way throughout here for Scars. I mean, they really weren't tested too much, and this is a matchup that I think we expected to be a little bit tighter, not only because these two teams are more evenly matched based off the seedings, but of course they recently had played each other on the lower side of the bracket in the qualifier as well, Proper.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess as far as the comparison between the two 3-0s, you know, the higher seed beat the lower seed. There's my John Mante as far as we're concerned. But not a lot of pushback, no, from Scars. Definitely not playing any games besides COD Mobile this weekend. Nice to be able to see them, though, on the opposite side. We've got a pretty heated matchup in between ITZ versus Z Nation. Very tight Hackney R domination between these two teams. Just 10 points for ITZ to be able to take that swing map mode combo just more than halfway through the standoff hardpoint here on. It would definitely suggest that it's pretty close. Just about a half a hard point between these two teams, working our way through this final moment itself.
And to maybe even foil our narrative of top seed beating low seeds, ITZ comes through as the lower seed here. So they're up 2-1 overall, but things in this standoff hard point have built up a marginal lead here for Z Nation. We will rotate back over towards Courtyard. This is where things could get really dicey, and for Z Nation, maybe Koba had a chance but does get stunned out. So now the Death Machine for Z trying to make their way through to try to lock down the front door here for Z Nation. MG trying to keep things safe from the backside, but isn't quite able to do that. So ITZ, actually, pardon me, they are the ones in red here. Again, their name's a little bit backwards. So, yeah, ITZ in the lead at the moment, but it's ZN who was able to work their way through for a bit of contest early on to this first hard point.
And Z Nation, they desperately need this hard point win, and the lead just keeps on growing and growing for ITZ.
Lost Proper there for a moment, so we'll just kind of keep going through. And for ITZ, an opportunity to keep working from the top side of the map. The problem about this is the Z Nation is already ready to go here, no problem. So they will kind of clean things up. The scrap time looking confirmed, and beyond that, they've actually got a chance maybe to win the rotation on over, but naturally I say that, ITZ, they actually will spawn right back up in front of the warehouse, and a chance for them to lock things down and maybe even lock up the map beyond that, and we'll see if Proper is back to us.
Yeah, I mean, ITZ, they desperately needed that P1 hill to be good for them, and they were able to come out on top of it with firm numbers, but they couldn't hold and push past Brown for the rotation over towards P2. But they're going to find a couple of lurking players for ITZ just inside of the specific area, which are going to be able to clean up. Now it comes down to the setup, immediately trying to focus on the numbers for ITZ, working their way back inside of this hill. And it's just from a lot of different angles. You just got to try to deal with Goal, who has the high ground positioning, who gives the opening for ITZ to work their way back in. Just 4 seconds are all that they need, and Z Nation are just putting through the damn blender. Can't even get through the door. 150 to 117. And although we didn't get to see the opening of that hard point, the lead, just a little bit too much to bear if you are Z Nation going in towards that second set of hills.
Wow, 3-1 here. ITZ, after the opening hard point, they were able to keep things pretty contested, but a couple of slip-ups in firing range. The Summit Search and Destroy back and forth affair. ITZ able to get themselves the narrow advantage. And then, like we mentioned, you said it, 10-point win for them on the Hackney Yard domination, doing just barely enough from that unfavored side the first time around to give them the lead that would actually be win condition for them. And then here, just a couple of bits and pieces of what we saw on the standoff hardpoint. Things looking a little bit more convincing. I mean, a little bit difficult to say because we jumped in so late, but as we got to our new rotation of hills, able to win the rotation from 1 to 2. A very keen one overall if you want to try to find a way to get early advantages in that standoff hard point. So the focus for ITZ definitely there. It's definitely tippable to say the least. And beyond that, this time able to convert on those rotations. That's the big takeaway, at least based on the one sample size we saw there between the first and second hills.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're ITZ, you're able to slay your past demons for those qualifiers. You're able to take down Z Nation, that team. They were able to knock you out in that lower quarterfinal matchup. So, you know, big props over towards you, but You know, as we take a look at a couple of these replays, I think a lot. All right. Well, you know what? Whatever it may be, my point will still stand as far as standpoint hardpoint is concerned. That if your brakes are not on point, you will see it spiral out of control very quickly. And the way that we hopped in with that 30-second lead would suggest as many different hardpoints would go, especially here on COD Mobile 4 standoff, that once you start chaining together 1 and 2, you get that back brown control and you secure that rotation over towards new. If you can hold that 20-second lead through the first set of hills, well, it's a very hard hardpoint map to be able to pull your way back from.
Yeah, indeed the case. So that would be, technically speaking, our first upset, if you want to call it that. ITZ coming as the lower seed and getting revenge versus Z Nation, the team that had eliminated them from the qualifiers to get to this regional final in the first place. That gets us through our opening matches in our winners quarterfinals. Schedule-wise, what's to come up next? We'll be watching both of the winners semis. Again, the big heavy favorites here in the number 1 seed of Reject and the number 2 seed of the Brilliant Owl X squad will have a chance to play up against both ITZ and, of course, Scars, who were just able to find their own 3-0 in the other side of the bracket. But for now, we'll take some time, make sure those lobbies get all set up. We'll throw things over to a brief break. We come back, more Japanese regional finals coming through for the COD Mobile World Championships right after this.
COD Mobile World Championship, the highest stakes of any stage so far.
Let's go!
It's the show!
That's absolutely the Karma Show 21 and 2!
You have no idea how hard we worked for this.
Regional final, regional playoff.
I promise you that we are going to create that favorite moment in the 2021 champs.
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow.
Ótima jogada dele. Todo mundo agrupado. Todo mundo agrupado.
Are you ready for the show?
He's running out of time. He hits it.
Amazing! Get another one!
What just happened?
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow.
Oh, what a play!
Go.
No me hagas demostrar, a la buena el mejor, a la mala normal. Yo no sé de rapear, Capi pone en la pista y yo empiezo a tirar. Yo no vine a inventar, pegado en la UCI, pegado en la TAN. Mala mía, manito, es que como yo no hay otro igual. ¿Qué tal? El tiempo te lo estoy cambiando, 50 formas de seguir facturando. El género cambia, balato y lo parto. Tranquilo que este flow yo te lo reparto. Que sepa. Alto, tranquilo que te plata pilla basto. Pero que no celebrando que estamos ganando. La vida es un si no me entiendes, googlea lo que estoy tirando. Para que tú no me sigas envidiando. Alto.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming. Let them come.
COD Mobile World Championship, the highest stakes of any stage so far.
Let's Let's go.
It's the show.
That's absolutely the Karma Show. 21-2.
You have no idea how hard we worked for this.
Regional final. Regional playoff.
Nice hit,
I promise you that we are going to create that favorite moment in the 2021 champs.
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow.
Ótima jogada dele. Todo mundo agrupado. Todo mundo agrupado.
Are you ready for the show?
He's running out of time. He hits it.
Amazing. Gets another one.
What just happened?
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow.
Oh, what a play!
Go.
We are through the opening winners round quarterfinal matches here with the Japanese regional finals, as of course just a stepping stone to the larger picture for this Call of Duty Mobile World Championships here in 2021. My whole ship with me proper, and of course with the termination of winners round one, move on into the winners semifinals. You probably saw it there in the Be Right Back screen. It's gonna be Reject again on our screens playing up against ITZ. And my biggest thing, just kind of before we jump on into this, is the fact that Reject needs to come out a bit cleaner, which of course you can help polish up your own gameplay by giving yourself the correct device to get yourself going on potentially your competitive career. The Xperia 1 Mark III is the official smartphone of the COD Mobile World Championships, with a cleaner display and some really cool features in the recording process. Being able to go back and rewind time to capture the last 30 seconds of your gameplay of any highlight clips you may have had. Well, it's definitely the go-to phone if you want to get yourself a competitive edge as you play through COD Mobile. So make sure you check that all out with Sony, the official smartphone, like we mentioned, of the COD Mobile World Championships. But as I framed up, it was not clean at all for Reject playing up against the Black Knights in their first matchup. Yes, it was a 3-0, but proper all three maps really tightly contested, realistically speaking.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly did get tested, right? I mean, it was a Summit Hardpoint, 150-78, only won by 3 rounds on the Fire Range Search and Destroy. And I say only won by 3 rounds because a certain amount of heroics had to happen for Reject. Hacking our domination on the other side of things. Reject did truly start to struggle to be able to get that map, middle of the map presence. And, although the score lines do certainly suggest, well, yeah, proper shift. I mean, they definitely did win in 3-round search, double the amount of points on marginally in between both the respawns. That's a good spot to be in, but not as convincing as you would hope for that #1 seed comparatively to what we saw out from Vox as you take a look at the winners bracket side, as Vox will be going up against Scars in our other winners semifinal match. That'll be happening later on in this evening, but still, for ITZ on the other side of things, the number 6 seed, the same narrative does start to present itself continuously for a lot of these teams. What do they look like in between that qualifier? Because they took down Z Nation. That was the team that fully eliminated them from that qualifier double elimination bracket. And I gotta say, Ghoul, Gia, and Luna all look just really good at rallying the squad, especially in that 10-point win on that Hackney R domination. They might just be able to bring it to the #1 seed here in Rejects.
I would not put it past them. I mean, I don't want to take away too much as far as like selling the farm off of one sample size with Reject finding a tight 3-0 versus Black Knights, but for ITZ, all 4 maps that we saw were really darn good. I mean, realistically speaking, the firing range map #1, a couple of miscues for ITZ, but you cleaned some of those moments up. That could have been a 3-0 for ITZ. And like we had mentioned, just going off the history of Z Nation and ITZ, in which Z Nation was able to eliminate ITZ from the lower bracket in the qualifier, we kind of thought that the top seeds going into this opening matchup would have favor across every single match. That was not the case. The big question here is, I mean, this would be mammoth. If ITZ could come out and upset Reject, which is the perennial favorite in this region, that would throw everything upside down as far as who takes away that single qualifying spot to get to the World Championships from this region.
It really would add a very interesting loop to this entire weekend, wouldn't it? The number 6 seed is the team to watch out for. I mean, from a narrative standpoint alone, I'm all here for it, right? I mean, at the end of the day, I'm here just to enjoy some good COD with my good friend Alan on Hold Shift, and I honestly, I would love to be able to see it. Rejects coming to #1 seed. Maybe there's a certain amount of ego that has to be fully in check. Again, I brought up this narrative. Maybe they just took their the Black Knights roster for granted. I mean, the 7 to 8 seed, you can't necessarily have that same lack of respect, I guess you could call it, versus this ITZ roster. Again, if they were watching any of that VOD or just as the live match was actually being played out versus Z Nation, they're going to recognize, hey, they were able to show a mid-series adaptation. You brought up some of their shaky moments in firing range, really came down to their breaks and their overall holds once they actually got themselves inside the hill. You go back to that standoff hardpoint, it's night and day. I mean, whether it's comfort map from one map to the other, but as far as their breaks, especially coming down to those final moments, absolutely massive. Their setups were absolutely sublime. They were always looking at the right angles, always reading the spawns, and that's a team that can become very, very freaky when you're going up against a team, #1 seed and all, maybe some of the greatest mechanical skill we have here in Japanese COD Mobile, but regardless of the day, if ITZ is just playing good COD on the day, they're playing great COD. The upside
it's on the day. It's on the day stuff. That's the big thing overall. And, there might be something to be said as far as Rejects looking at their bracket and saying, all right, let's prepare for Z Nation because that would be the expected team to get through. Now you might be a little bit caught off guard. But I don't want to put too much weight into that. The other matchup that'll be happening, that'll actually be happening next, is that Vox matchup that we have. That's going to be another interesting one, because I would say for Vox, they did look very convincing in their opening match, but the same could be said about Scars. That's going to be their opponent for that. Again, we'll kind of save that conversation at large to when we eventually get there. So that's something to kind of keep in the back of your mind as far as how the schedule for the evening will work. But now as we take a look, not just into this upper bracket semifinal, we also have to consider the lower bracket matches as well, because this is a double elimination style bracket overall, but these are elimination matches from here on out. And the big key is the fact that not only do you want to play for a heftier prize pool, you have to make a huge lower bracket run if you want to see yourself in to represent Japan for the World Championships coming up later this year.
Yeah, and there's already a lot on that narrative alone, right? I mean, for Z Nation, they were knocked down in the winter semis back in the qualifiers to Vox, and they were more or less favored to be ITZ. That they thought that they were probably going to be having one less match to potentially play to be in that covenant spot to represent their country when it comes down to global finals, but they're going up against a very tight-knit Black Knight squad is what we saw for them, and I think it's going to be a big test in between those two teams. I mean, yeah, we got Lizard and BBV Tokyo down there, really just going to be scrapping it out going in towards lower round number 2. But I really got my eye just peeled for this Black Knights versus Z Nation roster. I think it's going to be a great test for these two rosters.
Should be, yeah.
To be able to truly see what they're going to look like for the rest of the weekend, if not the rest of the evening.
Yeah, that's a really tough matchup for Black Knights, not just in their winners match versus Reject, but all of a sudden you have to play up against Z Nation in your first lower bracket matchup.
Yeah.
That's not great news. I mean, again, I cannot say enough. For Black Knights, they looked really good versus the caliber of opponent like Rejects. The biggest thing about it is the fact that you now have to beat so many talented teams through that lower bracket run. It's such an unfavorable position if you want to come out of a lower bracket and take the only coveted spot from Japan. To do it from lower bracket round 1, it would have to be something of a miracle. So both of those two teams, like you mentioned, I think I agree with you, that would actually be a very big highlight matchup. On the other side, Lizard did get smacked around a little bit. Do you see them competing at all? Because I'm not going to lie, my hopes are not too high, because that BBV Tokyo squad, even though they also lost 3-0 to Scars, they did at least have a couple of different moments they were able to battle up against that Scars team. I'm looking specifically at some of the follies they had in Crossfire Search. That's a map that I think you could look back on and say, we should have won that one versus Scars.
Yeah, I'll start off with just talking about Lizard as a whole real quick. I mean, yeah, you went up against Vox in your opening winners round 1 match in winners quarters, and yeah, you got absolutely smacked 150-14 as your opening hard point here in regional finals. Not exactly the first opening impression one would like to leave on the day, but you went up against a team that had something to absolutely prove. And again, they lost to Rejects twice on over through that regional qualifier, so you know that they wanted to come out absolutely swinging. But who's to say that Lizard on the day alone can't showcase a lot of the opportunities that they did present themselves? There were some bright spots to be able to take away from them, specifically on the Hack BR domination, where they're setting up a lot of key pinches to be able to get that B flag back in their favor. And sometimes it was working. Most of the time it wasn't. It was mostly, unfortunately, just because of how good Vox was from the unfavored side. But it's still, take away from you will, is that the teamwork is there for Lizard. So I think that they might be able to give a run for their opponent's money, especially when it comes down to BBV Tokyo. Again, not exactly feeling high on the day by any stretch of the imagination. They didn't lose as hard comparatively to their opponent as BBV did to Scars, you know, but at the same time, I think that that's going to be a big match to be able to see what the resilience looks like for two of the bottom seeded teams in our bracket.
So with that in mind, again, we are just waiting on the picks and bans. I believe they have just been submitted, so as soon as our graphics are ready, we'll have that ready to go for you guys. But while that's all occurring, again, just to kind of hit on the prize pool, maybe we have a chance to pull up what the money dispersion looks like between the top and the bottom. We've already hit it a number of times, and the biggest key of this whole tournament is you want to be the #1 squad. You finish up top, you give yourselves that coveted spot at the World Championships later this year. But you don't find your way there. There is still $50,000 that's being dispersed between all of our top 8 teams. So the teams that unfortunately find themselves in lower round 1, if you do get DFR'd, there is still $2,500 that will be split between you and your teammates. But $15,000 for first and a place at World Championships. That's, of course, what everyone is battling for. And on the way, $10,000 for second, $8,000 for third, $5,000 for fourth, fifth and sixth at $3.5, and like I just mentioned, for seventh and eighth, $2,500. So not a bad prize pool, but when you look at the overall $2 million that's waiting for you at World Championships, that's where, of course, you really start to feel like you've become an established professional Call of Duty mobile player.
Yeah, again, it's big money, right? You know, $15,000, that's big. The $2 million, that's even massive too. But think about the pride alone. We talk a lot about this with esports when they are doing like their World Cups, for example. We have seen that across a multitude of esports titles. Now you have your opportunity here in COD Mobile to represent your country. That's massive within its own self. You only have one spot to do it here in Japan. You better hope that you're Black Knights today and you're playing some of the best Call of Duty that we have ever seen from you, because you got to be able to really showcase what you got if you want to stand tall on that pedestal and try to give yourself a chance, not only representing your country, but to play for such a big satchel of cash at the end of the road.
Indeed the case. And just to remind you of our overall schedule, yes, this is day one of what will be 2 full days of broadcast coverage over the Japanese regional finals. Today will conclude in the upper bracket after the winner semifinals have come and gone. That'll be what's coming up not just next, but also the match to follow. To finish off the evening, though, we will also be watching over some lower round 2 matches. So by the end of the day, not mistaken, there'll be the top 4 teams that will be left for us, or top 6 teams. And then, of course, going into tomorrow, we'll have the winners bracket final, lower bracket final, and the grand finals all to get through. But let's take a look at our maps here as we're, again, hopefully pretty close to getting on in. This will be ITZ and Reject, our winner semifinal matchup. We will have a couple of look-ins down to the lower round 1 matches, but this is, of course, our primary focus. Summit for the hard point to start things off. Takeoff for the search and destroy. Hackney Yard still map 3. We've seen that nothing but Hackney Yard domination so far today. True. Standoff for the map 4 hard point, and if required, firing range will be there for our 5th and final search.
Yeah, and I actually like this this opening hard point if you are ITZ, right? You know, we saw that opening map number 1 for Rejects versus Black Knights. And when that opening hardpoint did happen, Black Knights just came out like a bat out of hell. Whether it was on the unfavored side or the favored side, they were just winning gunfights. They didn't really care, but they held those P2 spawns. And what's something that you and I talk about at the top of the broadcast before we hopped inside that map number 1 of Summit Hardpoint is that when you can get ahead from P1 to P2, you can really start getting ahead, especially when specialists score streaks, especially when you're thinking of the rotation. If you force out the spawn for P2 over towards P3, that can happen, but Rejects were able to search themselves. It could be a little bit of a run back. Maybe they weren't happy about how that opening breakoff went versus Rejects, but regardless, I think that this is going to be a really good map set for ITZ to really show what they have versus the number 1 seed of Rejects.
I mean, you have to feel like it does have to start on the first 2 hills for sure. Like, again, I think our talking points for this matchup are going to be very similar to what they were for Black Knights versus Reject. But the big key is what can ITZ do to try to foil what Rejects are putting together on that 4th hard point? Because they rotated early to win the 4th hill setup, and they barely gave away any time. But like we mentioned, the 150 to 78 was the final score, but 100 of the points that Reject found were largely generated between the 4th hard point and the 2nd time around into the 1st. So for my money, it's not just the fact that ITZ need to stay competitive in the first 2 hills. They cannot allow Reject to run away with this game as they get to the 4th hill as well.
Yeah, and I think that's what's so freaky about Rejects is that going in towards that 2nd set of hills, that's when we saw a strong P1 out of them. That's when we saw a very strong hold out of them. And I'm almost terrified to be able to see what this Reject squad looks like on this day, this weekend alone. Sure. On P2, a big money hill that you and I constantly talk about from the opening breakoff here on this map mode combo alone. If they look that strong between 3 and 4 and being able to sequence 3-4 in towards the 2nd set back onto 1, God only knows what they would look like with momentum, with the specialists, the streaks, and everything else to boot. So again, show us what you got if you're ITZ, because this is an uphill battle, at least on paper, but they did look good in their win within the opening winners round 1 match. It's Summit Hardpoint here in winners semifinals.
Here we go. We've got ourselves the winners semifinal, first one of 2. Reject going up against ITZ. Big key, ITZ has already upset Z Nation. The lower seed in that matchup, definitely still the case here. Reject, the number 1 team in Japan after the qualifier, and I would say for a lot of people's money, the best team in Japan for a long while. Can they find a way to start off a bit hotter, though? That's the big question. Reject already taking some convincing control up top, and oh my goodness, so much better from Reject. They find the first 4 kills, but for Luna, a little bit of action onto the hard point, at least contest a couple of eliminations, but it will be Reject who will start off favorably here in the first hill.
Could be a little bit of a pinch, though. I mean, when you're looking at it from Reject's perspective, they will have the immediate high ground. So, I mean, for ITZ, they got to slowly work their way back in and deal with some of these very, very lucrative players coming out for Rejects. But contested time is still good time if you are Rejects, given that you're holding on towards the P2 side. We're just about to be down to scrap time, 20 seconds remaining inside the hard point. And that doesn't mean that flanks still can't come through. Let's start finding themselves a couple of kills, and Rejects starting to at least being nipped at the heels by ITZ towards the later stages.
big thing here as we start to rotate our attention over towards the second hill. You need to clear up space here if you're ITZ. Gould the first one to try to do that. The numbers are good, but you need to make sure you're getting Garcia out of the top side of the second floor, and Kuz able to find a double. Carl able to find the third in the mix, and it's really just down to Zia. Gould's still a part of this underneath, but the problem is, how are you going to find time just working from the underground areas? The answer is apparently you will not. Reject, they will win this rotation as they clean up the final couple of kills, and already it's 47-14, a much better start here for Reject.
Yeah, and again, that could have gotten really hairy towards that P2 side, but again, just holding it from the front is almost just better than fully breaking it from the front. So that way you can hold yourself towards the spawns of what you're seeing right now, especially for ITZ. Very tough gunfights ahead of them. Ghoul's able to take down at least a few with a lot of damage to be able to help out what they were hoping were going to be a pinch from their teammates, but they're being dealt with on the opposite side. This 60-point lead will just continue to grow unless ITZ can convincingly break inside one of these hard points.
Well, it's not just they need to break into this hard point here proper. They have to work their way over to the third, and there are already blue arrows waiting for this push through. Now, granted, there is a little bit of space to work with as an avenue has been paved, largely from Zia, but the problem is you still have score streaks you have to get through. So the Predator Missile gets called in. Kuz having a miraculous opening to this hard point, and that will be enough to find a couple eliminations and also see that, yes, ITZ is starting to flood on through. Spawns are favorable for Reject, but the kills are really not coming through as convincing as you would like. McQueen is going to force themselves into the Death Machine, and that will be enough for 3 in a row. The rotation with this Death Machine has now been won for Reject as they will eclipse the 100-point mark.
And you called it so wonderfully, is that the kills are just not convincing. Just as soon as the kills started coming through, all of Rejects were just spamming to start respawning with their teammates here in this hard point, and they're going to be able to do just that. Then you start dipping into your back pockets because you got some presents. And you're just mowing on everybody coming through from ITZ, trying to hit from the front. It is 120-14. You can soak up the rest of this. You won't close it out in the first set of hills if you're Rejects, but you might as well think that they could just do so with the amount of streaks that they're using.
And there's still the opportunity to win the game on the fourth hard point, so they could still win it on the first rotation. But they're going to have to work through 3 members of ITZ who have rotated. Predator Missile is going to see a lot of information. That's actually over towards the old hill. Doesn't really find any eliminations, but the Sentry turret will be called in to at least give a continual avenue over from the front, and the Death Machine from Luna was only good for 1. Still the Sentry turret persisting. McQueen inside the hill, not going to get the elimination, so there is an opportunity here for number 6 to hold on. Death Machine's going to get called. Need to be able to lock in every single second here. Spamming down the trigger, but is only good for 1. Reject still spawning a couple members in, have found a way to contest. Just comes down to will they actually be able to break, and the blue arrows will give us our answer. They are. They clean things up, and for ITZ, no chance to fight back through. So 150-22, and I think the resounding statement we can make there proper for Reject, that's more like it.
Honestly thought that ITZ, with all their specialists, with all that have been accrued throughout the entirety of that slappening through the opening first map, or the first set of rotations, was about to be coming through in that fourth hard point. But you just got run over by Rejects. It was almost like the opening break-off all over again going in towards that fourth hard point. The second it became active, well, maybe not the immediate second, the 5th second it became active, Alan, then all of Rejects just came flying through with their weapons, and so as we've got a couple of replays on board here for Rejects. And again, I will agree with you, Alan, that's more like it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, and now I think we've kind of learned our lesson as far as what is it going to take to beat Reject on the day. You have to contest them early, and beyond that, you have to keep that pressure up throughout, which sounds like such a John Madden comment, like, oh, you got to play them closer from start to finish. That's true, but the thing about it is, Reject, we've now seen 2 separate times on this map. Once they get an advantage, they will run away with it, and that was the case here early on this map, sure, but you think back to Reject versus the Black Knights, they didn't find that advantage until the fourth hard point, which, like we mentioned, they were able to string together the better part of about 100 straight seconds because of it. So really tough. I think once this Reject team finds an advantage, they will run away with the map. And for ITZ, looking at a takeoff search and destroy coming up next, man, I'm really curious to see what side they're going to start on, because you have to put the pedal to the metal if you're ITZ and you want to beat this Reject squad, looking much more confident and comfortable through that first map here in this winner's quarterfinals, or pardon me, semifinal matchup that we have.
Yeah, again, because it comes down to that cardinal statement that you just brought up. It's not just a pace difference, but it's the, I guess, consistency is that once you do reach that mountaintop of, okay, now you're meeting the same pace of Rejects. You know, you can't allow them, once you start finding yourself 3-4 kills in a kill feed, especially through a respawn, to give them so much space. The same could be said about a takeoff search and destroy. You find that first blood, maybe there could be a second. Continue to deny rejects space. Or you could just play the old testament of search and destroy prime and just wait for rejects to make unforced errors because you know they might be the aggressive team. We'll have to see what it all looks out. Map number 2 here in our winner semifinal match. A lot of nades just being thrown galore. You know you're not going to have any trophy systems out this early on. The offensive team just waiting to see if they can get themselves anything out from rejects. Commanding
this is such a difficult map from the offensive side to try to work through. You want the high ground, but as soon as you put yourself in windows, you should probably feel like snipers are going to be watching every step of you. So break attempts, you have to really kind of utilize utility very wisely, at least for my money. And we'll see what can happen here. As number 6 is able to find first blood for ITZ, so that's not bad. And honestly speaking for Reject, there's only one defensive player actually watching this crossover to B. Everybody else will have to rotate through. So if there were to be an advantage anywhere on the map for ITZ, it would be right here through Fountain over towards B.
Still have a minute left to play. A lot of time still to be able to find at least a second kill. Do have numbers advantage, but just like you said, I mean, this is your best opportunity to try to work your way towards B. Your biggest player to worry about is player number 3 on the mini-map. Doesn't fully check the corner, does Gia, but he's got to find a 2-piece here, and, well, they're going to be able to do just that. So big, influential 2-piece, even that first blood coming through. ITZ with 37 seconds remaining still have to make a bomb play happen towards one of these sites.
Nice counters pick, though, from Luna. Quick scope opens up a little bit of area to work with over towards A, but a lot more required. 2v2 situation as McQueen also gets traded out. Coup down low. Trying to play a bit of an early angle. Luna not going to get the quick scope off this time, and everything falls onto the shoulders of the final ITZ member. No bomb in hand to play with. 13 seconds on the clock. Very difficult situation to try to manipulate themselves through. Crossfire set up. Coup finds the first bit of damage and then punishes, capitalizes, and Reject defensively after losing the first blood. Still bounce back, and a lot of it is, again, the trust on the solo defender to play over towards B. The 1v2, for my money, won the round there for Reject.
Yeah, it's one thing to go 1 for 1, but to go 2 for 0, I mean, those are things you just love to see. You know, being able to not only play their life, but being able to find those 2 very crucial kills to give themselves that numbers advantage. Because ITZ, they had to make that play happen. What's going to be their immediate adaptation? Just bull rushing over towards A.
Wow.
Don't know if it's going to work out for you because Coup is over here. Just immediately shuts you all down. Just go ahead and just wipe the floor with them as well. What a decisive round. Observing team couldn't even pick up with it. It happened so fast.
I was just about to say the ops team is like, let's get a nice cinematic overview real quick.
It was
and
pretty.
Coup says, it was pretty, don't get me wrong, but maybe a bit sexier was Coup's 4-piece. I mean, it was that. It was a quad kill, without question. No time in between each of them, and why not? Feed the hot hand. It looks like Carliet is actually the first one to move forward, but again, Coup in this entry, able to find one, and yeah, okay. Reject paying a lot of respect to ITZ in the first round. None to be shown here in the second or the third. No kills to speak of either for ITZ. 2 straight flawless rounds for Reject that come through in the better part of about 30 cumulative seconds between the 2 rounds.
I think it's funny. You brought up the single point that I wanted to state as well. And both teams, they gave a certain amount of respect, right? I mean, Rejects were quick to the first opening middle of the map scuffle, but once they started recognizing that ITZ are more than okay with trying to play for the wait for the unforced error, they just push through and check their corners. They're so aggressive. They're so fast.
Man, look at Caliet. Oh, not going to quite get the kill from behind. Pinch was picked up. But look how much map has been cleared here from Coup. I mean, they should know here for Reject that ITZ are pretty much trapped just inside of control. Long-range shots from Coup, not going to quite connect. And with that, obviously, for ITZ, they will know that the flank is definitely vulnerable. But bunkering up and having to fight back, this is the big question. For ITZ, do you try to wait for kills, or do you try to full-on rush? Well, the answer will be given to them, as the bomb carrier did pull out, and Reject will find 2 straight kills, now giving them a 4-on-3 advantage.
I'm just swarmed. All of ITZ are just stuck inside this building. Here comes a quick little shoulder. Coup's going to know I can't fully take that challenge. He saw 2 players on the opposite side, so you got to communicate that immediately towards player number 3 and 5 if they can find some sort of cheeky angle. You still have to work your way for that bomb and for one of these bomb sites, but you know that there's more than 2 players in here. You clear out the entirety of the map. It just comes down to executing.
Yeah, I would say, I think, just looking at this retrospectively, for ITZ, after you find that first blood, you don't want to take the full flood chow because it's a difficult one to take, to be sure. But I think it's your only option. The last thing you want is to be completely trapped here in the control room, and you're seeing why. It's like everyone was trying to like find information once they eventually found themselves in a 5v4 trapped inside. It's like, I'll poke a shoulder, see what I can see here. Oh, wait, there we go. Reject already watching that doorway. I think you just got to hit nades and just hit it all together. Try to play the trade game from there. Now, I mean, you've already had the numbers advantage, so hopefully that just persists as you eventually engage, but that was not the case, and Reject go up 4-0.
And in doing so, throwing shoulders like that give you isolated 1v1s, which Rejects have been winning continuously through this series thus far. Round number 5 might not be any differently. Good, nice little bait and switch around the side there. Who's going to be able to find one? Another isolated kill down low. We'll find the second. Oh, number 6. You have to find 5. Can't even find 1. Well, that was a round.
And the thing about it is, Reject aren't doing anything different. It's the same MX9 hits in the same spots. And you can even see it for ITZ. You called it. The bait and switch that came through for Reject just foiled the defensive hold from the offensive team where they're just waiting for the push through. Not going to happen. So now all of a sudden it's Reject up 5-0 onto the offense. And Koo says, well, I will not be foiled by my own set plans. He watches the window, make sure nobody comes through to contest early through the A side of the map, but keep an eye on number 1 in blue. Carl, has already made his way through the middle, trying to find a couple of trades. McQueen there to go 1-for-1. Zia able to take care of Carl, so there will be an opportunity here for ITZ again to have the early numbers advantage 4-on-3.
Oh, the flank plays coming through. Can't lock down the shots entirely. We'll find some damage, though. But the information is being traded on out. 2v2. Trying to find the pinch on these players. Bomb still being carried by McQueen. Little bait, a little bit of switch. Do they know that the final player, number 3, is back here? Well, they'll surely know now. Some shots will come through. He's looking at a minute left to play. That's going to immediately call for the rotation. You see McQueen on the mini-map. Might just find themselves some timing here.
Risky play, though, overall from Reject, trying to split the map and maybe catch ITZ a bit off guard. But for Ghoul and Luna, they are trying to play this a bit together. McQueen up top. Has he slipped the net? Sure seems to have. Will find the trade onto his teammate. And it's just down to Luna, trying to watch the top side window. Catches him off guard, though! Luna gets completely bamboozled. I'm not sure if they saw a shoulder hit or not, but they thought there was going to be a rotation and none would unfold. Reject clean through the search, 6-0. And I say to you once again, that's more like it.
It's more like it indeed, my friend. Yeah, and again, it's just one of those things that teamwork is just absolutely insane. What they are showing more than anything is that they're willing to push it beyond teamwork. Again, in places where you would think, oh, they're going to go 1-for-1 in that corner. No, we'll go 1-for-2. We'll find 3 pieces. You're going to end up flooding down this hallway where players will end up at least finding themselves a 2-piece. You got Koo finding themselves 4. It's just one of those things that you cannot undermine. Some of that X factor. It's some of that. It's a little special juice that a lot of these players end up drinking in this COD scene. I don't fully get it, but all of Rejects at a flip of a dime, they can find themselves in play-like situations, and they come out on top of it just continuously. That was the Rejects that we know and love, especially from this Japanese season, or region rather, excuse me. Got a couple of the replays on board with here, and again, you're just going to see just utter domination. Just every single time ITZ found that first blood, they found the numbers advantage. It didn't matter. Right? Rejects were just so quick on the trade, just so quick, just trapping all of ITZ into a lot of tough situations.
And, you know, that's the thing with takeoff search. It can be difficult, I think, if you're coming in with a little bit of a lack of confidence, just simply due to the fact that from the offensive side, you really do have to make a commitment, and you have to make sure that everyone's a part of the play. But Code just individually shut down any opportunity for ITZ, and then McQueen right there. Again, I don't know if Luna saw a shoulder. You saw them hard scoping up top, thinking maybe the rotation was coming out. This gets caught with some pretty bad COD timing, but regardless of that particular instance, Reject was coming through with a lot more confidence than what we saw them play versus Black Knights. Yes, they played on a firing search and destroy, so a bit of a different situation, but to see the MX9 push-throughs defensively for Reject, we didn't see any of that on firing range. So I don't know if it was just a little kumbaya, let's have a talk, let's figure it out. Hey, this is not the type of COD mobile that we normally play. Let's play our game. I don't know what the conversation was, but they're looking much more like their usual self that we come to expect. And now we go over to a Hackney Yard domination. They won this map 150-96 versus Black Knights, and they are not going to hold off as they spawn from the unfavored side on C, already breaking through the B flag, and a spawn flip imminent and already successful for Reject.
Yeah, and you know, it's the opening of the hard point all over again. It's the same thing once we started to see them get the ball rolling on that second half versus their opening matchup versus the Black Knights. The team is nasty. Once they start feeling themselves, you just got to stop giving them isolated 1v1s. They will come out on top of them more often than not. They already got themselves the double flag capture. Now it's just about dealing with ITZ on the reprise.
Yeah, this is perfection from Reject. You will not see a better break than that one right there. In fact, we almost swapped in a little bit too late to fully see it. I was about to say. The kills are turning up all blue. I mean, all blue. And you have to slow down right here if you're ITZ. You absolutely need to get something set up together. The fact that we're seeing two members in red kind of playing on the bottom side of Office, you can't have it. Do not play this as a 3-lane map. Play it as a 2-lane map. Let that bottom southmost lane behind Office to stay open. You have to get some setup here. Otherwise, this will get out of hand really quickly.
Yeah, because again, you're going to be dealing with head glitches galore, and Hamster hits at least one timing from the side. Top L will end up finding another 2-piece. And again, it's just that factor now, isn't it? Because you just continuously give themselves situations, and they keep coming out on top of them. Every single time that ITZ start finding at least one kill in an array of kill feed for 3 for Rejects, they just can't find much of anything on it. How does domination really get flipped on its head? You need that numbers advantage. Player number 4 for ITZ is going to get caught out. Then that player pushed up first and foremost, but I'm going to agree with you, your friend. You got to get your numbers back in check. You just got to start overwhelming Rejects if you're going to break in.
Yeah, this is a bit better, though, overall. You have one player slipping through here for ITZ, trying to work their way around the back, able to find one elimination. Needs to get McQueenic well, but not able to do so. And then meanwhile, the big problem is Hamster is just... I mean, there's a joke in there about him just running the same wheel here, topside L, and he's able to continue to find so much success. You already saw the Pred missile was called in. He's got 13 kills, and the score is still just 54-27. He's taken over.
30-point lead, growing up. Rejects have not let go of this entire 2-flag capture here, seemingly since, again, much like you said, it almost feels like we loaded it late, but I mean, he's just not stopping, man. It's just continuously just mowing down everybody from ITZ, finding angles beyond belief, weak players. It doesn't really matter, because this kill streak is just going on an absolute tangent. And what's even terrifying, too, is that it's basically just like, okay, well, when do you want to call it in? Even McQueen's in there as well. He's got the Death Machine in tow, just finding so many kills. This is a convincing first round for Rejects. You got to think, especially with all the score streaks, the specialists that we didn't see, Alan, oh, it's going to get brutal.
Yep, and Reject starting from the favored side coming up.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's something that'll make your blood boil and shivers run up your spine if you're an ITZ fan. You almost have to think you've got to do the exact same thing that they did to you, and that's going to be the case. Yeah, 5-man rush over towards B. The thing about this is, will there be enough in the potential specialist to make this successful? Because that's what I was about to say. You know that Reject has a couple. Death Machine from Kuz able to find 2. The third one coming into play from Carl, and the entire play for ITZ stifled before it really even gets off the ground.
Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed.
I mean, really captured that B flag yet either. I mean, they don't really care for it, right? You're just continuously finding kills. This is turning into a glorified TDM. You are Rejects. Just lighting up so much of the kill feed. Again, just one kill after another. Just solo kills for ITZ, but never in numbers. That's what you need, again, to break inside the warehouse. You got players always trying to go on the flank missions, just trying to go heroic. But again, I bring your attention to the one stat line alone. I mean, I almost feel like as far as a solo chow, 1v1 isolated engagement, victory percentage, Rejects have been 96%. And I know that's a proper stat, but even still, for ITZ, they have not just been winning their solo chows. They just can't come out on top of anything.
And this is, again, we saw this from before. ITZ not finding success over towards B. They send 3 players on the OE, and they don't have the position to really allow them to do that. There's no mid-map pressure. There's no pressure frontside warehouse. So you essentially spawn trap yourself. I mean, you've got ITZ stuck behind yellow. Reject is just holding top L with MX-9s and shotguns. And, oh, man. After what we saw from ITZ versus Z Nation and what we saw from Black Knights versus Reject, I think we were both kind of hoping that this game was going to be close, but Reject have awoken, and, well, in response, they've put ITZ to bed almost here with how quick this series is going to look.
I almost wanted to sit here and say, it would say a lot about Z Nation. About how they look. I mean,
yeah,
ITZ,
same, yeah.
they won this map mode combo by a whopping 10 points.
Yeah.
Within that first best of 5. But I mean, this is what you come to expect. You're going up against the first seed Rejects, looking in top form, going in towards this weekend, trying to represent their country, trying to win themselves a pretty hefty bag. Again, a lot of score streaks, a lot more kills will be coming through. No need to push away for the triple flag capture when you could just pad your stats like this. But I gotta say, Rejects throughout the entirety of this series, Alan. Again, this is your coin phrase for them. This is about damn time.
About time. Indeed, indeed. I mean, because realistically, again, the sample size is low on the day so far, but Vox looked as we would have expected them to look.
Sure.
Reject were not that way in their opening matchup, but this is, I think, the more accurate sample of what we would come to know and what we saw through the qualifying run that Reject went on, getting all the way through the upper bracket, not even needing a second best of 5 in the grand finals. They took care of the second seed. They took care of the third seed on the way. Carl yet nearly able to find a 3-piece, not going to be needed nor required. It'll be a 150-74. The final score here in Reject. Speedrun their way through their winner semifinal. They will be done for the day. And they'll be, of course, tuning in very avidly to see what happens in the next winner semifinal, which will merit who plays up against them on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of looks for them across the entirety of their camp. They versus that Scars versus Vox matchup to be able to not only depict what could potentially be weak from their adversary that they took down twice over through that qualifier, by the way, one in winners finals and then once in grand finals as well, versus that Scars roster. See what you can end up pulling away from them, but at the same point in time, what the rest of the competition has to offer you, right? I mean, maybe, yeah, you're 30-pointing club, a lot of people. You're just decimating the kill feed to left, right, and center across a lot of different maps. You just 6-0'd on the takeoff, search, and destroy against ICZ, but there's still that question that could still come through because they were heavily tested at the beginning of the day. They can't allow things like that to happen if they are going to guarantee themselves to be that top dog out of this region.
Could say something about maybe the chances of the Black Knights to make their way through a couple of those lower round matches.
It's true.
But they will have to find a way to upset somebody. There's a conversation for another time as we look back over the domination that was Reject on this series. And again, it's just when you've got your SMGs firing like this, where Ku and McQueen are taking over on a search and destroy, you've got to be feeling really good about your recovery. The thing about it is, take from this what you will. It's kind of just a mildling statement, but you're not going to have a wake-up match tomorrow. You have to jump right into the winner's final, so you cannot afford to have a slow start going into tomorrow. You need to see Hamster, McQueen, and Coop playing like they did here versus ITZ.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's a wake-up scrim, whether you're shooting tons of bots, whether you're playing just pubs, it doesn't matter. It's championship Sunday. You got to show up for that, or you're just packing your own bags to go home and not represent your country digitally, I suppose. But whatever may happen, you got to make sure that you're in that top form throughout the entirety of the day. No warm-ups, no sleeping in. You got to take this as seriously as possible, and the same could be said for all of our bottom teams, all of our middle pack teams, even for Vox as well. They got one more match of the day versus Scars, our number 2 seed. There's a lot on the line still for this weekend now, and we've barely dipped our toes into this region so far.
So coming up next will be Brilliant Owl X playing up against Scars in our second winner semifinal. I'm not 100% sure if we have one of the lower round matches ready to go, if they're even playing at the moment. So while we're kind of waiting for a response on that and just to see what the main broadcast is doing over there in Japan, we will step away for now as we look to get set up for that winner semifinal. If we can come back sooner for that lower round 1 matchup, I believe versus BBV Tokyo would be the matchup that we'd be looking at here. They're playing up against Lizard. We will do so. But for now, we'll step aside. We'll come back with the anticipations of looking at our second winner semifinal. Don't go too far. More of the Japanese COD Mobile regional finals coming up right after this.
No me hagas mostrar a la buena el mejor, a la mala normal. Yo no sé de rapear. Capi pone la pista y yo empiezo a tirar. Yo no vine a inventar. Pegado en la UCI, pegado en la TAN. Mala mía, manito, es que como yo no hay otro igual. ¿Qué tal? El tiempo te lo estoy cambiando, 50 formas de seguir facturando. El género cambia para lado y lo parto. Tranquilo que este flow yo te lo reparto. Que sepa. Alto, capítulo de plata, pilla basto. Prendida para no celebrar que estamos ganando. La vida es un si no me entiendes, googlea lo que estoy tirando. Para que tú no me sigas envidiando. Alto.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming. Let them come.
World Championship, the highest stakes of any stage so far.
Let's go.
It's the show.
That's absolutely the Karma Show 21-2.
You have no idea how hard we worked for this.
Regional final, regional playoff.
Finais regionais de magno evento.
I promise you that we are going to create that favorite moment in the 2021 champs.
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow.
Ótima jogada dele. Todo mundo agrupado. Todo mundo agrupado.
Are you ready for the show?
He's running out of time. He hits it.
Amazing. Gets another one.
What just happened?
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow.
Oh, what a play!
Let go.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level. Gonna even that score.
Oh, and he's able to get both.
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin. Game over.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold show the cold show. You know there ain't no weather going out with a bang. How you like
Another
me
one.
now?
Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
Game over. You ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now?
Welcome back, everybody. We're, well, the sun isn't quite rising yet. It's still about an hour and a half or so away for us here on the East Coast, but we are wide awake with action as the first winter semifinal has come and gone. Reject a 3-0. And of course, as we continue forward, we're going to do our due diligence here. Give some love to our main presenting sponsor. The Sony Xperia Mark III is out and live, and I will tell you, as the main official smartphone here of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships, and its game-enhancing features, 120 hertz display, precision touchscreen accuracy, and the ability to help option and allow your chance to kind of at least see a little bit into the darker areas on the screen, it makes it easier to see your opponents. So definitely take a chance to take a look over to what Xperia 1 Mark III has to offer from Sony, as we will be continuing to watch the beautiful glamour shots here of that phone. I'm not gonna lie, I mean, it looks good. It looks hot. It looks sexy even to some.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'd take that phone out to dinner. 100%.
Wouldn't be a very eventful dinner maybe, but it would still be worth, I think, at least one date night in one way or the other, whether you're taking it to the local Olive Garden or you're taking it out to the COD Mobile Battlegrounds. I don't know why I picked Olive Garden, but I did. So maybe I can just feast in for some
like
soup
bread.
salad and breadsticks.
Bread, man.
I'm just ready for it. But proper second semifinal coming up now. We've got all the maps and their modes ready to go for this matchup between Vox and Scars. Your number 2 versus your number 3. Both of these teams, obviously with that in mind, played each other in the lower finals as we were going through the qualifier overall. Of course, Vox able to take it there, and they looked really good in their opening matchup. You would have to feel like that needs to continue, though, because Scars, same can be said about them versus BBV Tokyo in their first winter quarterfinal match.
Yeah. I mean, the same could be said versus BBV Tokyo, but you know, there comes a certain conversation point that there could be that big disparity as far as seeding is concerned as well, because Vox, comparatively to Scars in their opening matchup, one was a lot more convincing than the other one, and that was certainly going to be Vox. And the way that this entire map set does play out for us, you got to think that for a team like Vox that found a lot of comfort in playing fast, had a lot of comfort in just playing in your face aggressive, not only just from the subs, the ARs, even when the snipes were on point as well for this team, they were just absolutely relentless. So the same conversation point that we had between Rejects in their previous matchup versus ITZ, the way that they needed to keep up with the pace versus Rejects, the same thing's got to be said here versus Scars. They look great in their opening matchup, yes, but now it's the next boss, right? It's the seed number 2 here of Vox. You got to be able to set the pace. You got to catch them off guard early in this hard point.
Well, if we have a chance to look at our map and modes here for this series, we'll get at least a little bit of a look as far as which of our teams prefer to go where. The biggest thing about it is, for Scars, they came out with a very convincing hard point versus BBV. The rest of the series was, like you mentioned, pretty heavily contested. We can't say the same thing, though, about Vox. They ran through their 3 maps very convincingly against Lizard, which was not really a surprise, I think, to many. So as we have a chance to take a look at both of these teams side by side, I really do believe that the maps will actually play a pretty big impact into the series in full.
Yeah, again, because when we talk about map number 1 is takeoff hardpoint, but I'm mostly looking at the map number 2, which is going to be a standoff search and destroy, because we've seen all season long, especially up at the higher levels of the CDL, and especially on standoff search and destroy, say what you will, 4v4, 5v5, no snipers, no smokes, I get that doi, but at the same point in time, the longer range sight lines that you do have can certainly be punishing for an aggressive team. There's the map set that we were talking about. Take off hardpoint for map number 1. Again, that map can just absolutely spiral out of control between hills number 1 and 2. But standoff search and destroy is what I'm mostly looking at. We have a raid domination. Now, that's going to be an interesting one for me, especially casting control for that all season long. But you got to think that if it's Scars coming out of the gates early, especially on this takeoff hardpoint, keep your eyes on the east-south side of the map. The rotation from 1 to 2, if you can win this opening break-off and just hold firm, it can get brutal.
Yeah, Vox already looking to make some pressure be established, maybe trying to flip these spawns around, but working individually will not get the job done. Hardpoint, as normally stated, will be relatively neutral, although Vox do have the numbers to jump on in and take the early lead for now. This comes down to, can they actually break up this setup from Scars, like you mentioned, over towards the second hardpoint. High ground, obviously very key. And for Scars, having a tough time tracking down eliminations, but just when they're being tested and maybe the spawns are about to flip, Scars do respond. The only thing they're really missing here is contest over the first hill.
Yeah, I mean, you had Mike over in the middle of all of Vox for a good 20 seconds or so, but Vox were just okay with it. I mean, they were keeping Mike just just contested over in that specific area, and they were still able to walk away with ample time here on P1. Now we got to focus heavily the rotation over towards New, where Vox are having 2 players just try to set themselves up, but reinforcements are not exactly right around the corner.
No, definitely not, and it's going to be on to just Fantagen to try to hold on, and with a little turnaround snap, we're able to find a second elimination. Needs more than that, though. Scars are able to repossess the spawns and get right back in to reinforce the hill. But for Vox, they are still threatening, especially from the scaffold area. Unlucky, almost unlucky in the gunfight. Does eventually take down this opponent on the top side of the stairs and now trying to pinch things up. But Scars, again, continue to battle back at the last second. Or do they? The Fennec in hand looks like it very well may be enough for Scars to hold, and they will. So tested a couple of different times, but Scars have been able to put together a pretty sizable response so far here in the second hill.
And that was a big hard point and for a response after what happened through P1, right? I mean, for Scars to be able to work their way back in, you called it. They got themselves the spawns. They found themselves the kills. They're still flooding in numbers. With Vox getting about 26 points off of just the opening hard point alone,
wow.
This could have just spiraled completely out of control. But Scars are still throwing numbers at this. They're going to be able to hold on to it. The rotation over towards P3 is a little bit of a long one. It's going to give Cass some easy lineups in this upper hallway, which means the numbers you would think would be dwindled over towards P3. But the rest of them are going to try to work up a pinch play over towards this New hill.
I do like that from Vox, though. Just keep throwing a couple of numbers to finesse the old time and contest Scars from getting a free rotation over to 3. They are trying to break through the lounge side, though. Scars looking to get on in with Ryu, the first one up. Able to deal with at least one player over towards the backside staircase. Now here come the rest of the reinforcements. There is a death machine in play, but it's not going to get a lot done. Scars will do this the traditional way and arguably the hard way. Vox still trying to hang on, but spawns will be continued to push down and lower out towards the backside of really this the bottom right-hand corner of the map. And with that, Scars, they have a chance not just to contest, they have successfully broken in for time.
Yeah, and this was a big moment, right, for Vox. They had that one lurking player on the north side of the map just trying to read the rotation, but once they got immediately dealt with Alan, all of Scars, they just found themselves in an advantage that they didn't get all the information they had wanted. They just flooded all the way through. Still keeping this contested, by the way, but this is much different than the 26-point lead that we saw going into 2.
Well, as we rotate from 3 to 4, we'll have a chance to do the Xperia dial-in with Scars as they try to get this rotation and hopefully get the lead right back.
池回り1人
3枚3枚3枚2枚やった2枚やった
ナイスナイスなんかコンクリ出るなんかコンクリ出る俺デス負けるよ俺デス負ける俺デス負ける任せたよやったやった正面大丈夫正面大丈夫レンズ押さえてレンズ押さえてレンズねオッケーオッケー正面押さえてるよあーごめんレンズだけセンター2枚センター2枚センター2枚ねレンズは取れてる正面ナイスやってるやってる正面もう1もう1枚来る正面ナイス正面俺死んだね
2枚入ってきた2枚入ってきた中2枚ね
今回出てレンズ来る
2回いやもう1枚やれる
レンズ
メンツやった煽りか
ナイスうち俺は取れた
わーごめん煽りか2枚
正面側そいつあと青2回
あもう取れないいやごめん中2枚
まだ
いけるレンズ脇ねここレンズ脇キープあ青降りた
いやー小部屋3枚出てくる3枚やった
入って
青2回入ってるよ俺
青2回やった
足まくる
あー
また青来る青2回ね
オッケー青2回大丈夫よ
ここ稼ごうレンズ多いよ多分レンズが多いよ
青2回いる青2回気をつけて青2回レンズ俺も青
次バイテン中ポ入って赤バイテンから
バイテンやってる
センターポイントねセンターナイス
Well, beautiful display there at the end of the fourth hard point for Scars, getting the death machine to work back in for those final 30 seconds. And really, through this first hard point, again, more polish coming out for Scars. Not only have they had a chance to essentially 50-50 this opening hard point, they flipped the spawns around. They're in a really prime position to get over towards the second hill.
Yeah, it's like I was saying while we were in that listening. Wow, what a great set of hills, especially from 4 going in towards this first 4 Scars. Exactly what you were saying. They're just contesting P1. They're reading the flanks, they're reading some the spawn-ins that start coming through because they knew that P2 was going to be their money hill. It has just become active, but they don't have the numbers necessarily to sustain this hill. Got players just pushing up forward. Lefius is up here just trying to find the kill. They will be dealt with as Vox are still trying to break it from the front, but these spawns are not easy to break.
No, not at all. But the big news here is the fact that this is the second time we've seen Scars in this position, and they were very successful the first time around dealing with the Vox opening break from the high ground. This time, though, Vox able to find a flurry of kills very quickly and an opportunity to actually spawn a couple of players out. This is absolutely perfection from Vox. They've worked their way through to not just get a contest. They have put so much pressure onto the spawns of Scars that they're spawning all over the map, and a chance in this back 15 seconds to not just neutralize, they could actually find a way to retake the lead. But just as I start to throw some wishes and hopes over towards the Vox side of things, Scars do battle back to take the scrap time. But with that said, the margin much lower here as Vox rotate over to 3.
Yeah, it's that rotation, right? But the timing is not going to be a good one. Vox are going to be able to at least hold the one player here. Scars were not reading it. Finally, trades do start to come through. But numbers inside the hill are heavily in favor for Vox, and this is when the specialists can start coming out to play. Riot went ahead and pulled themselves out. The Death Machine, it is 125 to 130, but still able to break their way in as Scars.
How do you find a way to get through this if you're Vox? Death Machine's watching every single door. 138 to 124. Vox says, let's get a Death Machine of their own. They're able to find one. And a second beyond that, it's Vox. They're trying to find a way to break on through. It's going to be a multi-kill in the mix as Vox will have a chance to recontest. Death Machines now have been exhausted. 3 players in. Scars trying to fight back with the favorable spawns, and they do find a way to respond. Maybe just in the nick of time. It's 147, 133, and Vox spawning out will not be able to touch in time. It was a hell of an effort, but Scars never lose the spawns. They fight back in and take the first map.
I mean, that was just close all the way through now, wasn't it, bud? That was absolutely insane. Through the first set of hills, even going in through the second, Vox were really starting to find a lot of slaying with Scars through the teamwork, the resilience just to play the spawns, especially from 2 to 3 in that final set, is why they were ultimately able to win the game just from a numbers advantage alone. Now we'll shift our focus over to BBV Tokyo on against versus Lizard, a big lower round matchup. They're already inside their search. It seems that BBV Tokyo are feeling quite comfortable themselves. They already won the opening hard point there on standoff, and they won the opening 2 rounds here on the raid, search, and destroy.
Yeah, it was a 150 to 55. Wow. In that opening standoff hard point. Now, granted, you know, we already mentioned this Lizard squad. Well, they didn't put up much of a fight versus Vox. BBV Tokyo were able to at least find some resiliency versus Scars, at least in the second and the third map. So a good start for them there, and a better start, like you mentioned here, 2-0 up. We have seen no raid today. Very puzzling, especially for us coming off of Cold War commentary galore. We almost see it a guarantee at least twice. So a chance to see what these teams have to offer here in the COD Mobile world. And for Lizard, they find themselves a bit stuck. They did get their way over towards A, but if you are coming from the multiplayer scene, you'll notice that that A-bomb site and that B-bomb site are in different locations here in COD Mobile than they are in the Cold War title. And that A-bomb, very difficult to get to if you have to push through basketball. Tiffany 1v5, able to get around the back, able to find 1 elimination. That's clean. But what do you do now to find the next 4?
Yeah, you had the information on the second, but now you're just going to be trapped inside a basketball court. Not exactly a fun place to be if the enemy team doesn't at least let you shoot your 3s, but BBV Tokyo, again, 3 rounds in, all in their favor, and they were just decisive. They got immediate middle map control. You had the sniper down by basketball court, just not allowing anybody from Lizard to work their way close enough past Tiki. They're getting aggressive once again through red, through the middle of the map and everything. I mean, Lizard is just overwhelmed. What a first blood.
Yeah, it's, man, it's tough. I mean, these bomb site placements are so difficult to work through. It's just so defensively favored compared to what we have in Cold War. But that said, you do have smokes and snipers to work with, something that is not inclusive to Cold War. So can you find a way maybe to use those for good executes? Lizard at the moment still playing over towards poolside. Defensively, there's nobody really here for BBV. You do have one member mid-map. That's going to be contested from Cecile, but doesn't win the gunfight, and that will allow an opportunity for BBV Tokyo to also throw one defense member into basketball right on top of this A-bomb.
And one player is going to be the sniper over here as well for BBV. Need some help. They're going to be pinched from Spiral. This is a great call from Yellow, but the pinch from Khan is going to come through for the kill. But now they're trapped in here yet again. A little bit of PTSD, you would think, throws it out. At least the shoulder does. Yellow, the bait and switches, it will be in. They can't seem to find the kill. It ends up actually coming through, and I mean, this has just gone completely wrong. If you are Lizard, BBV, Tokyo should be able to clean this up. Just one last player left alive over inside of the basketball court, giving a good fight of things, but it should be cleaned up there nevertheless.
Indeed, and we'll swap over to our main focus here. The winner semifinal, of course, the priority, as Scars and Vox find themselves deadlocked, well, at least for now, in this opening round. I was about to say for a time, but now a 1v2. Bomb has been planted from Vox's POV, and cooked to a perfect medium rare as that fillet, able to explode right into the face, and that'll be enough for the first round to go over the way of Vox.
And if you are Vox, again, it's scratching your head maybe, depending on how that best-of-5 series went versus Scars in lower finals. Gonna be feeling pretty upset with yourself that you lost that hard point just by 17 points. Scars, though, certain amount ahead of steam. Maybe they might just continue to keep pumping the momentum on forward, though. 1-for-1 trade, 2-for-1 trade actually comes through. Immediate Brown control for the offensive team will be coming through. The rest of the players defensively so far. You are looking at this from Scars, just essentially trapped over by the A-bomb side, but it gives you a lot of line of sight to play with.
Yeah, Vox looking much more comfortable here in the search and destroy, at least in the opening 30 seconds or so. Minute 30 to play with. Now, granted, Scars do still have some favor. What to say? Double stack over towards A. They could still make something happen here with some good exchanges, but another set nade comes through. Scars now down to 2. 2v3 situation. Smoke starts to embellish the A site. You would think that means an execute is on the way, and it sure seems that way. Ryu with a shotgun, needs to respond. Sees one player up close, finds the one tap, and gets the second! And all of a sudden, a 3v2 turns into a 2v1 the opposite way.
And now you're just sitting there. If you're the remaining player for Vox, you're like, how did this just happen? You guys had the numbers over there, but they couldn't find the shots. Now you got to make the push happen. Ends up finding themselves a couple shots. They know that a shotgun might be in play. Tries to at least go for the cheeky kill. Can't find it. It's Ryu with a big round to even up the odds here. One apiece.
Wow, unbelievable with the shotgun. Good anticipation from Ryu. Pulls it out and clean. And there are times where I'm not going to lie, that shotgun feels like it can snipe at times. And right there, I think, was one of those moments going over towards Cubby. So now 1-1. And Lifeis wants to get aggressive. Finds one by the statue. A second player walked right by him. Shotgun will be good for it. And all of a sudden, aggression from Scars as they take the early advantage in a 5v3.
And this is exactly what I was talking about coming from the hard point. Maybe they're just going to keep on the pace and ended up winning out that map, just working together as a full-blown unit. 2v5, good luck. Have fun. These Vox members heavily isolated, though. Not scared to take engagements, especially if the enemy's not shooting back. Those would have to be a full-blown ace here for the remaining player of Vox. I know exactly where they're located at here in Grandma's.
Dude, what was Fanagen looking at? We saw it, I mean, very clearly just outside of Delhi. Thought for sure that was going to be an instant trade, but barely even shooting back. Not sure if Fana was kind of scoped in over towards Statue or what, but regardless, it's still a pretty impossible situation. You have to feel like for Vox, 1v3, the full-on ace would be required here. No bomb in hand, at least as of yet. That will, I'm sure, be very quickly resolved as you see this player from Vox making their way back over towards where the bomb had been dropped. The big question mark is where in the world are the other Scars defensive members?
Oh, he saw one pop up for the defense, so he's now going to try to cook this nade. 37 seconds remaining. It's well cooked, but it's not well placed either. And that's immediate information will be mutual. Picks up the bomb, tries to at least stun their way out. I don't know if they fully read player number 5 of TN, but now they're just going to try to work their way towards this B site. You don't think that they can fully get this down. Now TN's not going to let that happen.
But slips away, keeps the life for a moment, has to respond to all 3 members converging at once, though, so that's not going to happen. 2-1, and, well, the opening from Brilliant Alex looking pretty solid, but Scars, great response there in the 3rd round, and beyond that, a chance to maybe get a little bit of a lead here if you can find a way to replicate in round number 4.
Comes down on these opening rips, right? I mean, for Scars, again, immediate aggression through the middle of the map. They will find that first blood unanswered back. So you got the immediate numbers advantage. You just got to read the player number 5 is flanking around your backside. More trades do come through. 3v3.
The aggression from Lifeis, though, has been so good. Now 1v1 at mid-range. Clean, unlucky. That will turn things into a 3v2 situation, favoring the defense only for a small time. Vox able to find a response. Bomb is still dropped over by Statue. And I'd say the only bit of good news here is Vox has cleaned out all of Hotel, this mid-brown building, completely vacant. And even beyond that, Vox an opportunity to get around Grandma's. This could be brilliant for the offense. Scars are so focused on what's going on over through Statue that they're going to be late to this defensive rotation. Fontagen, I believe, has seen this, though. Vox trying to hold on to some trigger discipline, and yeah, absolutely. Scars will know that they are completely surrounded.
Bomb will be planted here at B, though. This is going to force the issue coming out from the defensive team to try to retake this. I mean, in between Fauna and Tien, you see the double weapon setup. Maybe they can find a cheeky pick, but this lurking player that is still over here for Brilliant Alex might just play upset. They could find some timing here.
Oh, but does get a turnaround. Knows that there is a player topside Grandma's. Scars making their way forward through, and oh my, 1v1! Oh! Tien able to just barely grab it over the heady. Plenty of time for the defuse, and another tense moment comes out, but Scars find themselves on top, and now all of a sudden 3-1 after there were two realistically great-looking rounds building for Vox.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big timing there for Tien to be able to come through L, hit courtyard, be able to find the timing on the first player, and then the cleanup on the second for a big ice-up moment for the round. Take a 2-round lead if you are Scars. Get immediate aggression into courtyard, into Brown for Scars. And you can see how Vox, they have to respect this.
Yeah.
They're effectively looking past Statue for A at this point, just for how much mid contention is there for Scars.
You do have one member from Vox up top, but this is read beautifully from Laphius. Able to find the first blood again. Early numbers advantage for Scars. Splitting the map around is Vox. You've got a couple of members not just over threatening the backside of Hotel, but you already have one player inside of Gas. Laphius definitely needs to be dealt with, I think, before Vox can do much of anything. But it seems like they're just going to let him sit here for now, and this is going to be a full play through back alley.
It all comes down to timing, which Vox are able to come out on top of that. And they're going to take that kill, and they're just going to dip and run. But you still have Laphius inside of Brown. They can play upset. They find the timing onto the first. They will find the second as well.
Wow.
And what an answer back, at least from that timing, forcing it out to be a 4v2, 50 seconds remaining for the offensive team to make a play.
Yeah, everything which is looking so successful, and that's why I keep mentioning the fact that, like, Laphius, he does need to be dealt with if there's going to be any success anywhere. So good timing on his part to find a double straight away. But Vox, some room to work with here over towards the A side, has to dance away. Tien already working around the back and does not even need to be a part of the play whatsoever. Scars now up 4-1. Will swap the sides. And I'll say this much, if Scars can continue to find some mid-map success with these early plays with their subs, things could get dangerous very quickly here for Vox.
Well, you just can't allow Laphius not only to have that much space to play with, right, but also to be able to find that value inside Brown. You can see where they went through off spawn, even on an offensive standpoint. They got Brown control immediately, some opening shots. Hey, I'm here, by the way, come chow me. Vox says, no, how that last offensive side went, I don't want any of it.
And now Laphius opening damage, Scars all over it. The reload comes through and still responds to Unlucky. It's all Scars in the kill feed. Laphius passing right back Cass, so there will be one trade, but needs to do more than that, and good help comes through. Vox once again, with dire numbers, turns a 2v5 into a 2v3. And realistically speaking, due to the fact that Scars have 3 members still over towards A, they've been able to at least reset this 2v3, but a retake required with the bomb planted.
I mean, Fanta is just that win condition spot, right? Has the sniper. He went to go check the flank. Even if they die from that flank, that was going to be immediate information for the other 2 players to just coordinate around. And then they find Tien on wraps through the middle of the map. What a nice standoff search coming through from Scars here. Again, from someone say an upset. I would absolutely stand by that for the hard point, but they are just looking good. Laphius is 12-4.
Good God. And there's no answer for him. And it's all through the middle of the map every round here, Andy. That's the big thing. It's like, you know, he's actually putting on a piece of stationery. What is he doing? He's writing it out, addressing it, and almost finding more doubles.
My God. That's Raps.
I don't know what you do here. I'm at a complete loss. Scars are just, well, bro.
It just looks so good and being aggressive. Like it's the same thing. Like when we were calling it to be like a desperate push for like those final moments on the hard point, I would say like tempered aggression. I mean, they just look so well coordinated that in those do or die situations, but they just come out on top of it in those aggressive rounds defensively, being able to take Brown. Laphius just going absolutely big. I think so. They went somewhere like Ludicrous had like 14 kills there towards the end. It's absolutely absurd. The amount of value that Laphius alone found on that standoff search and destroy for Scars, just sends it all the way home. I mean, Vox, maybe they're not playing like themselves. Maybe they just don't have somebody to deal with some of that pressure that comes through on the hard point, search and destroy, because Vox are just being handed it swiftly here as far as this best of 5 is concerned.
We'll take a look just very briefly at the final score here on the Summit Domination. 150-90 the score. BBV Tokyo will secure a 3-0 versus Lizard. That is a lower round 1 matchup. So now they have moved on forward into the lower round 2, of course, in which Black Knights have also gotten through Z Nation by forfeit there. So Black Knights, free pass to get on in and try to continue their lower round matchup. But getting back to the point, look, here's the thing, you know, in the opening rounds, Vox had great set nades over towards A to clear up some extra space. Sure. Apparently they had nothing booked or cooked at all through the middle of the map because Lafayette just walked on in almost every single round. And that's troubling, I would say. Not just the fact that you allow it to happen as we look over the replays, but the fact that you don't read it or find any sort of response. I mean, this can't happen.
I mean, look, you got just Lafayette just finding a continuous value, whether it's Courtyard, Brown, L. This was their territory. This was their estate, if you will. You also have Ryu going clutch with a shotgun over by Cube, over by the A site. And you also have TN just going big here and finding that 2-piece to be able to solidify that round. These were rounds that Vox, they had numbers advantage, they had the bomb planted, they had sight advantage, but every single time Scars were able to ice themselves up, they were able to drink some of that X Factor juice I was talking about, Alan. Mine's apple juice. I don't know what yours is, bud, but still.
I prefer orange.
No, you know, I respect that choice of juice, but still, I think that when it comes down for Vox, when it comes up to one of those players needing to find those crucial 2 pieces, they don't have anybody like that. No. And not of what we saw from the end of that takeoff hardpoint, certainly not what we saw in that standoff search and destroy. And that needs to be rectified in this raid control because you got to reverse sweep. You're in the number 2 seed here. You're about to lose to Scars. Yeah,
and look, Scars did survive versus BBV Tokyo in the Hackney Yard, 10-point differential there, 150 to 140. But raid domination is a very different beast. It all really, for me, comes down to what happens over by Laundry, because Laundry is the key to holding the B flag. So that's what you're looking at as far as favored side versus unfavored side. For Vox, you have to better hope that you start on the favored side and you can assert dominance. You know, it's kind of like the situation, this might not hit the mark with some of the COD Mobile fans out there. Like for Optic, we talked about them going into their control in finals like, hey, you've got to come through and take this opening defensive round convincingly. They nearly pull off the reverse sweep because of maybe that moment right there. Same situation applies. You know, if it missed the mark as far as the reference is concerned, what we're saying is Vox needs to come out and show domination right here on this opening half to reestablish some control in this series, because right now it is all Scars.
We love low-hanging fruit. You can't slip that one past me. That was well played. But even still, too, you got to remember of what you and I have mostly taken in, even from the past 2 seasons of competitive Call of Duty. Modern Warfare and through Cold War, we just got score streaks into Cold War, but what we have not had since Black Ops 4 is those specialists. What can you earn very quickly through a very dominant first round? It's those specialists. What can you use to snowball through the second round and potentially give yourself some of those streaks? It's those specialists. And for a lot of those players that are on Vox, we have seen that continuously, whether it's through the qualifier, whether it's through the opening matchup that they had on the day here for us, Alan. They can do it. They just have to be able to make sure that they do it here in this opening round for raid control, because they got to get the mental straight. They got to make sure that they can prove it to themselves that they can reverse sweep here to stay alive on the winner side of things.
Maybe we could take a look over the series set. I was about to say, as we start to look forward to where this reverse sweep would have to take place. Of course, we already mentioned the raid domination, but we have not talked about largely is a firing range hard point and then a summit search and destroy. So that's kind of what's left for us. And realistically for Scars, yeah, I mean, their takeoff hard point is not one to be trifled with. They look really good on that map. But what can they put together on the firing range? Because we know for Vox, they dominated in their opening winners round 1 matchup. Now, granted, again, it was versus Lizard, who is probably like happy to be here at competition. I don't know if they were really a full threat to really anybody, especially pulling up against Vox in the first round. So that's what is going to be required for the Brilliant Owl X squad. Scars in a very controlling spot and a lot of room to play with. That's the big thing, is even if things go poorly here on raid, you shrug it off. You go back to a firing range hard point, which will not be unfamiliar to you.
For Vox, on the other hand, though, we were talking about it. You need this opening round to be massive. You're starting off on the A side of the map, and that's going to give you middle of the maps at least a certain amount towards pool. And you can see them just finding a lot of value, whether it's through open staircase, but at least you have one more player just being absolutely lucrative through the side of ring. And just Scars, again, when it all hits the fan, that just seems to be where their teamwork is at an all-time high.
Yep, indeed the case. They're not afraid whatsoever. They will take this match to you, and they will get the early capture over the B flag. And that's the big thing, is just capture it. It doesn't matter if you've got numbers to persist around it. It's so difficult to recap this flag. Yeah. So Scars over the middle of the map. They've been able to get this B flag for now. Threat coming through for Vox as they try to contest Zig. Unlucky able to find his 3rd kill in this match so far. But the big thing is you're by yourself, and trades will surely be there. And now from the A side, Vox a bit spawn trapped at the moment.
Yeah, and they're just being read, right? And Scars continuously, 1 piece after 2 piece. They're also just being read yet again through the front side, coming out from red this time around. They're just trying to bully their way through the front. It's not going to work that easily. Well, they're starting to find their way a couple of kills, but where the respawn's at, I mean, you're still all the way down by Pool House for the rest of the numbers for Fox. It always comes down to the conversation when it comes to domination. For Hardpoint, you win that final 1v1, you can get on the Hardpoint, you can contest the time. For domination, you're not breaking those spawns if you win that final 1v1. You need the numbers to be there so you can stack that zone and then push for the flip out of the spawns, especially here on Raid.
And just look at the amount of presence that Scars has right through the middle of the map. Number 3, number 4 in particular, they worked their way through the Rock Garden. Now they're clearing out Laundry and Kitchen, and I think Scars are going to recognize, wait a second, where is everybody? Oh, they're trying to flip around the pool side of the map. Tien is here to respond to it. Does get a read that, yes, our C flag is under threat for now. Help is on the way back to try to assist over towards their home flag. Nades coming through to make sure that there is at least some sort of a delay, and with trades coming out, this hit for Vox largely unsuccessful. The last 2 members are going to have to do something miraculous, and then over the card, Tien for 1 needs to go to the reload, and help will be there to find the 2nd. Status still stays in favor of Scars.
I mean, the hit I like. The problem is that it just took so much time. Once you're back there, you got to find the kills, and you got to fly forward, and you got to have that blind trust just to be able to find further more kills, whether it's through driveway, through Zig inside of red. It doesn't matter, and it just does not come through. 64v38 for Vox. Got a couple more streaks being called in here for Vox. Is your best bet to try to push on forward, but not with Mike. Sitting here with the death machine again. This is what I was talking about. Just such a good opening round or half for them. They are just having themselves a day with all the specialists to be able to play with, all the kills to boot.
Maybe some silver lining there. Due to the fact that Vox were able to get a quick flip of the B flag, it did force out a couple of the specialists and at least a hunter-killer drone. So you take some tools off the table where you haven't spent anything yet.
That's
but
true.
You're looking at a 25-point deficit going into the second half. You're not going to love that. It's just down to, did you do enough with that B flag to force out some maybe unnecessary tools from Scars? Because it was at least 1 death machine. I think there was a second one in the mix as well. I may have missed that. But regardless of it, at least you pull some things out at the very final moments of that first half. So maybe some room to work with here.
It just comes down to the timing, right? I mean, for Vox, now that you're starting off on the A side of the map, are you going to start pulling them out early and just try to work your way faster and faster towards this B flag and just try to take command over by ring entirely? You could end up forcing Scars to try to pull theirs out in kind, but you just try to do things the old-fashioned way, which, again, Scars throughout the entirety of this best-of-5 series, when it comes down to isolated 1v1s, have been coming out on top. You even have Lafayette just diving deep into their big bag of tricks. B-Flag will be in the favor for Scars. What a great opening break.
It's too easy. It's absolutely too easy. Now, granted, for Scars, you know, really nice setup. You've got the Holger up top in Laundry Window, 3 subs flooding on in front of them, so you've got good support. But honestly, it's too easy. I mean, the fact of the matter is Vox do not get any trades around the B flag. Scars capture it in their first ask, and now they're already getting some influence over towards C Garage. So, I mean, it's just, there is no ground to stand on here for Vox whatsoever, and I'm coming across surprised because that's what I am. I'm honestly shocked that Scars are doing this to Vox, who looked so darn good, not just in their first match, but of course, they beat this team in the qualifier to get here in the first place.
I mean, look, you know, it's the same correlation that you can make from the hard point in towards the domination. There's not a single moment until right now with Lafayette. Now I'm getting shades back over towards Brown and that standoff search and destroy where they're just all by their lonesome. Here just comes the Predator missile. Go ahead and find themselves 2. My word. I mean, there's just only a handful of times that Scars are putting themselves, specific players, in 1v multiple situations. They're always stacked together, and they're always so convincing on where they're trying to work more through the map. Unfortunate spawn out may occur, but some would say that the lead might just be too far gone.
Oh, yeah.
Fox still got to work their way inside the B flag, and they got to hold it and somehow still neutralize C. They got to stop Scars from getting any sort of points. This is a tough uphill battle, and Fox, not to mention, still have to reverse sweep the entire series. Good luck.
Yeah, yeah. There's really no way that you can frame up these obstacles as navigable at the moment, at least based on how Vox are playing. 126 to 77. We can try to put some breath into the lungs, but life support, it seems to be right now for Vox. 20 points remaining between Scars and a 3-0 of the number 2 seed coming in off of the qualifier. It would, I think, in some terms be an upset. Maybe not as major as when we saw from ITZ versus Z Nation, but it is looking like a very convincing stat line, which I think is the more shocking thing about what's about to happen here on screen. Now, that said, clean kill feed coming through for Vox, an opportunity to get themselves a 2-flag status, but in the end, they will need a triple capture if they want to break back into this game.
It's literally just that, right? You need the triple capture, and once you start finding yourself that triple capture, you find all these kills on these Scars members over by Garage. You're going to force them to spawn over by A, so a lot of big plays have to happen for Vox going forward, 144 to 92. You can win this off of one of your Scars, and look, they just know that. Look at the spread from Garage all the way up through Zig inside of Red. Bring these players just wonderfully. You're just feeding them at this point. It's all just being put to rest for here on out. An upset, to say the very least. Scars come in towards this winter semifinals match. They get their revenge in that qualifier lower final match versus Vox, and they take it convincingly 3-0.
Bro, I can't say it enough. This Scars team looks disgusting right now.
Yeah.
I mean, unbelievable. We didn't really get a chance to watch them play versus BBV Tokyo. A couple of moments here or there. But what we just saw in those 3 straight maps versus Vox, I would say arguably may have been some of the best COD Mobile we've seen so far on the day. Now, I think you could say something about Reject also finding a quick 3-0 versus ITZ, but that's a matchup that I think going into this tournament, you would have expected Reject to stomp through it. This was not a result that we would have expected in the number 2 versus the number 3, a rematch from the lower finals. Scars barely even touched. I mean, the first takeoff search hard point was tight, but everything else from that point on, Scars all the way through.
It could also just be our ignorance to a certain extent as well, right? You know how tight some of the top 3 teams here in Japanese COD Mobile are, but I mean, on the day alone, we keep on saying that one phrase, on the day. It's Call of Duty Esports at the end of the day, and on the day, if you show up and you have just excellent teamwork and excellent shots coming through from what we saw from Scars. Some of that teamwork doesn't always just coincide as far as team shots are concerned, which were at an all-time high for this team as far as respawns and the search and destroy was concerned, but the resource usage at the same time. I mean, it's like you were talking about it, that you were feeling okay if you are Vox, just to pull out a couple of your own specialists. You got a couple out from Scars. Scars were like, look, we just had ourselves a convincing first half. We gave yourself 1 death machine in response to that 2. We're going to go ahead and pull 2 off from the opening break, not give yourself any space whatsoever as you take a look at some of the replay package.
Yeah, and, you know, I would say we learned a lot about Scars in that opening hardpoint, right? Where every single time that they had a full-on setup, they never fully gave it away. There were some good moments for Vox to contest, but Scars battled outside of their favorable spawns a couple of different times that was really honestly key to winning the map in the first place. The search and destroy, there's not many highlights of because it really was just the laughiest show. No response from Vox in the middle of the map. That's something that is very troubling, I would say, if you're a Vox fan, even moving forward now knowing that you've got to go through the lower bracket run that's in front of you, because there are some good players that are down there. So I don't know, man. Coming off of, I would say, a knee-jerk reaction in the winners quarterfinal between Reject, they had a 3-0 versus BK, was still pretty close. Vox, they smoke Lizard. Scars survive through BBV. We get almost the opposite in every single one of our winner semifinal matchups, where Reject looked convincing versus ITZ, and all of a sudden Vox had a couple of stumbles and a couple of falls versus this Scars squad.
It's really tough to say where everybody just kind of shapes up. I mean, the only thing that we know for certain right now in this very juncture of time, Alan, is that Rejects are that squad. They are that squad. That's the one thing that I can fully stand by and say I know this for certain, but there's still a lot of information to still unfold through these lower bracket matches to where we can see a lot of teams truly tested, much like you said. A Juggernaut has now entered these pools down here in the lower bracket inside of Vox. The number 2 seed has been I guess a quote-unquote upset by the number 3 seed of Scars, but even still, this is going to shape things up is wonderfully for a few teams, quite disastrous for a few others trying to make that lower bracket run now.
Let's take a look at our brackets, though, before we send things off to a break, because we still have one more match that we're going to have to get through. That'll be a lower round 2 matchup, but this is how the winners bracket has shaken up. Yes, 3-0s for Reject, both in their winners round 1 and winners round 2 matchups. The first one, not nearly as convincing as the second. But on the lower side of the bracket, it's Scars, surviving through BBV Tokyo and then smacking Vox around. They also get to the winners finals in 3-0 form. That matchup for the winners finals between Reject and Scars will have to wait until tomorrow, though. And then down to the lower bracket, we have said farewell to 2 of our teams so far. Z Nation voluntarily giving themselves an exit, and then Lizard not so voluntarily getting smacked around by BBV Tokyo. So what does that mean for the rest of our action? We've got lower round 2 coming up next. It'll be the Brilliant Owl X team playing up against the Black Knights, and ITZ going up against BBV Tokyo. We'll step away for a break, and when we come back, we'll be joining both of those games in progress right after this. Beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, no me hagas mostrar. A la buena el mejor, a la mala normal. Yo no sé de rapear. Capi pone en la pista y yo empiezo a tirar. Yo no vine a inventar. Pegado en la UCI, pegado en la TAN. Mala mía, manito, es que como yo no hay otro igual. ¿Qué tal? El tiempo te lo estoy cambiando. 50 formas de seguir facturando. El género cambia, para y lo parto. Tranquilo que este flow yo te lo reparto. Que te celebrando que estamos ganando. La vida es un si no me entiendes, googlea lo que estoy tirando. Para que tú no me sigas envidiando. Alto.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming. Let them come.
Mobile World Championship, the highest stakes of any stage so far.
Let's go!
It's the show!
That's absolutely the Karma Show 21-2!
You have no idea how hard we worked for this.
Regional final, regional playoff.
Finais regionais.
I promise you that we are going to create that favorite moment in the 2021 champs.
Are you ready for the show?
Ótima jogada dele, todo mundo agrupado, todo mundo agrupado.
Are you ready for the show?
He's running out of time. He hits it.
Amazing, gets another one.
What just happened?
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow.
Oh, what a play!
Go.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, he's able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin.
The one gets the second.
Do it when I cold shoulder, cold shoulder. You know there ain't no weather going out with a bang. How you like
Another one! Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
game over? Ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over, move over. You know I'm taking over, game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? Over. Game over.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking
the one. Gets the second. Another one. Now 1 versus 1. What is this? On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket. Good luck. I mean,
What the fuck?
Halo's about to be overwhelmed by all the old heads.
I'm saying. めまして、ブリリアントールのポンタイです。コールオブデュティモバイルステージ4に参加する選手です。現時点での目標は世界大会を優勝することです。チームの作戦が刺さった時はとても嬉しくてとても楽しいです。プラーデスという日本一の大会で初優勝できたことは今でも心に残っています。キャプテンキャラではありませんが、しっかりとやるべきことをやっていけたらなと思っています。責任もあってプレッシャーもありますが、 COD をとても楽しくプレイすることができています。仲がどこのチームよりもいいと思っています。なので連携力ではどこのチームにも負けない自信があります。ブリリアントオールのポンタでした。精一杯頑張っていきたいと思うので、応援のほどよろしくお願いします。
はじめまして、 BBV 東京のチョモです。コールオブデューティモバイルのステージ4に参加している選手の一人です。現時点での COD モバイルの目標はもちろん世界大会で優勝することです。 BBV が発足したのは海を越えて世界を熱狂へと包むそんなチームを、目指して発足されました。BBV はかなり仲いいんで、連携力が、強みかなと思ってます。一番思い出に残ったのは国内大会のプレアデスで決勝戦まで行って負けてしまったんですが、あの時はすごく印象に残ってますね。 COD が僕の人生に与えたのはもうかなり大きいですね。僕の人生をぐるっと変えて、ゲームでご飯が食べれる、そんな生活ができるようになったのはやっぱ COD あってのことなので、本当に COD は僕の人生を大きく変えてくれました。海外の選手やチームと対戦する感覚はなんかドキドキビリビリって感じですね。緊張に負けないようにいつも心を整えてます。いつも応援してくださってありがとうございます。皆様のね応援があるおかげで僕だったらかなり活力になって練習にも精が出るので、これからも応援していただけたら嬉しく思います。ありがとうございます。以上 BBV 東京のチョモでした。ありがとうございました。
Welcome back, everybody. We have one more match to complete day number 1 here in the Japanese Regional Finals, and it's going to be down in the lower bracket. Got a couple of different matches that we'll be taking a look at. Of course, you saw kind of on the waiting screen, looking to see what Black Knights can do versus Fox. But on the other match that we have, it'll be BBV Tokyo going up against ITZ. Before we start talking about both of those matchups, again, just a quick glimpse of what we got going on here with the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III. If you're not already gaming on this thing, you absolutely need to be. Not only because it will enhance your game just by the clarity and stuff that it brings, but if you're looking to create content and things of that nature, one of the coolest new features of this Mark III is the RT record, or the rewind time, where you can capture and save the last 30 seconds of your gameplay and then easily share your highlights to friends, opponents, loved ones, whatever it happens to be. So with the 120 FPS recording, there's no better time than to take a look at our presenting sponsor here and the official smartphone of the COD Mobile World Championships. Again, the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III. Get your hands on it and, well, get to fragging, I guess is the only really way to kind of frame that up. But now we dig into what we have coming up here. Proper with me on my hold ship. And, well, we at least know the map set for what we have for BBV and ITZ, which I think is the matchup that we're really kind of keen to watch more specifically, just simply due to the fact that these, by all metrics, should be the closer matchup by seeding overall.
Yeah, it should be. Again, on paper, you know, ITZZ able to take down Z Nation earlier on in the day. BBV Tokyo, you know, although they ended up losing their first match, they ended up beating Lizard in a 3-0 fashion. The hardpoint was quite convincing. That one was on standoff. We're going back to that specific map mode combo. So if you're BBV Tokyo, you're hoping to at least pick up on maybe some of the down under the weather dumps that ITZ might be handling with themselves, because they just got worked by the number 1 seed of Reject. They got 150-22 on their opening hardpoint map that was on Summit. But still, nevertheless, it's a big matchup for me personally, and why I have a key focus on it, because this is where a lot of underdog stories are going to be made. Again, you have the number 2 seed of Voxery down here. They lost to Scars, and now they're going up against Black Knights. But for a lot of these lower seeded teams, this is where a lot of the closest matchups, like you said, will be, and this is where a lot of Cinderella stories are going to be made.
And for these two teams, I think eventually you probably would expect yourself to be somewhere in the lower bracket. Getting through a team like Reject or Verlian Owl X, I think is a difficult task to ask of anybody, but to be in a position where you're playing each other so soon is probably not desirable by any stretch of the imagination. So we jump on in, like you mentioned, standoff, our map number 1 hard point, and for BBV Tokyo, they've been looking good in the hard point overall. I mean, save the matchup that they had versus Scars on takeoff. You know, we did get a chance to at least see what they were doing against Lizard. A very easy win for them on the map number 1, and a chance to try to turn that into a second straight hard point win here. But ITZ off to a nice start with 12 early seconds on the first hill.
Yeah, and here off the opening rib, it's all just about not only contesting Brown and Courtyard, but making sure that you're holding on to the spawns for the left side of the map. Just make sure you keep that rotation, at least in your know-all, once it starts coming down to about 20 seconds. And look at that game clock and that late break coming through for BBV Tokyo. They're in possession of Courtyard P1. Their spawns are going to be happening on the south side of the map. It's going to be a little bit of a foot race, 2v2 potentially for the initial time of P2. And we have the rest of ITZ just throwing numbers to get that scrap time of P1.
Yeah, BBV definitely spawning on the more closely favored side from the south end, but need to win the gunfights. That's the big key. And as they do start to make their way over, they're also going to have to contest with ITZ, who are making their way through the gas station. So a couple of different considerations as we get in towards this break attempt. BBV in a pretty solid spot overall, though, as they are winning out these gunfights pretty convincingly. ITZ need to lock things down, nearly a chance to collapse, but it's BBV with 3 straight eliminations, most of that going to a single member, and that will be enough for BBV to win the early time here on 2.
That's a full description of just, let's just bulldoze our way through the front.
Yeah.
And just triple challenge up these stairs, boys. Let's go. Worst comes to worst, he finds one, but completely overwhelms, and off of that P1 in towards P2, ITZ found a pretty decent amount of time off the opening 20 seconds for P1, but as far as breaking back into P2, absolutely nothing to speak of. The gas station control, the alleyway control, and everything else around storage has been good for BBV Tokyo. Scrap time will be concluding here. Just one last player trying to give their all here for ITZ. But now we got to focus our rotation over towards the northeast side inside Grandma's. This is where P3 will be spawning upcoming soon. ITZ's setup looking pretty good.
It's a little passive for my liking. I'm not going to lie. I was about to say number 6 will eventually recuperate. Why not throw somebody over towards Deli, lock down that lane, make sure your spawn stays safe, and he does just that right as I started to second guess what exactly ITZ was offering for this initial setup. So BBV Tokyo now having to try to contest from the front. There will be a chance for them to mantle onto this roof and try to contest through the windows, but already watching this, at least so you thought was ITZ, but BBV 3 straight kills. They work their way in, and that again is just way too easy of a break.
Just way too easy. I mean, they made it look clean. They made it look flawless. It just, again, some of those team shots, and now you're going to start diving into some of those specialists, some of those streaks that you have worked so hard through this first set of hills to try to really just sink your teeth in. P3 is about to be coming to a close just in about 20 seconds, but ever since P1, where ITZ got about 26 seconds or so, you can see it all in the scoreline. BBV Tokyo have been all across the map, just threatening from the front, breaks, and continuous holds through the middle of the map. So they're holding the rotation over towards New. Gonna hope that this hit is gonna be a big one for player number 1 on board with them for ITZ, but they're gonna get sought out and dealt with. No miracles happening from that player.
Things could get really dicey really quickly here. Depending what BBV want to try to use to try to lock down this time, if they find a full 60, your game's just over. So ITZ going to be really diligent about what they want to use to try to break. And more importantly, the more ground you can clear without specialists, the better. But sliding through BBV, look how far they're pushing the envelope on this setup. You've got one player all the way by gas station, 2 more watching over the A-bomb site, and everyone else can just hold with death machines. This is an absolutely picture-perfect setup, and BBV are absolutely using this to run away with this game.
And now you're just forced to pull out resources of your own. If your ITC saw a death machine or two trying to be utilized because they know they got to break inside this hard point, Allen, but it is not coming up all peachy for ITZ. BBV Tokyo are just holding them at the front door, needing resource for resource here inside of Bakery in our 4th and final hill for this first set of hard points. It's going to be a big lead for BBV Tokyo going in towards the second, and they are just not done slaying out.
Yeah, you have to essentially set up a very steep zone of control here if you're ITZ, and you want to try to get some actual score accrued here on this first hard point. But the problem is you got Predator missiles now earned for BBV, plus you still have death machines and cluster strikes as well. I mean, just go ahead, write this one home. This is going to be a BBV win. It's just, man, that rotation from 3 to 4, you cannot allow BBV to set up that aggressively and not find trades of all things. Like, getting a kill or 2, sure, I understand, because you don't expect the player to be up close towards gas station, but there were no trades. It just, that cannot be allowed to happen. And ITZ, well, their only maybe major success story so far is the fact that you found a win versus Z Nation, but your 3 maps versus Reject and this one here versus BBV Tokyo have been not at all correlate to what they had done versus Z Nation in their first matchup today.
Look, I don't want to bring up this point, but I totally brought up the point that Z Nation did not look good on the day, and we can only take seeding for a certain amount of granted. You know, ITZ, it was a big win on paper alone. Yes, it was an upset versus Z Nation, but as far as this is concerned, BBV Tokyo are just coming out of the woodworks. They understand that the beginning of their day was incredibly difficult, and a 3-0 loss to Scars. But as far as they're concerned for a lower bracket run, they're saying this is completely fine with us, so we can show what we have to offer, especially when the matchup, I guess, is a little bit more linear. But this is going to be really good practice and really good testament for them to see what they can have to offer, because, again, this is the last match of the day regardless, but it's going to have to be a complete championship run for them if they're going to continue on for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's just, man, it's tough to pull away positives here for ITZ. You know, initially going into the second hard point, they were at least contesting the rotation, right? There were a couple of long-range gunfights happening between gas station and kind of the alley in front of the warehouse. You're able to open up some space to get a mantle up top into the windows, but, you know, BBV did eventually kind of win that hard point. But it was on the 3rd, going over towards Grandma's house, that, again, I felt like just watching their setup, they were giving away too much space. You did eventually see number 6 take over Deli, but why was he not there in the first place? It's just one of those things that if you're going to default to playing a rotation so passively, you're going to leave the door way too wide open for BBV, and they actually use that to just kind of run through the door, not walk through it. So now we go over to map number 2, Hackney Yard Search and Destroy. Find ourselves in round number 1 in a 3v2 situation. It will be favoring that of ITZ as a couple of trades come through, turning it into a 2v1.
They have control over by this entire A-bomb. So you're going to be able to plant this sucker. One player remaining for BBV is just going to hit this from the tire shop side. This is going to be a tough engagement to say. Kind of shorty. So you just hoping to at least have yourself some close range engagement or the sniper. I mean, put on a show for us, kid. Good luck. They're all trapped down below you.
Good nade, though. That will deal some distraction. Does connect. Oh, finds the first player in the corner, but could not quite center in time. So at least for ITZ, good offensive round here. And, you know, again, we talk about Hackney Yard, at least for us, coming out of casting over the Modern Warfare scene in the professional sense. This map was in the rotation for a hot second. I mean, literally barely 60 seconds. And one of the biggest keys was how much nade spam could you find over towards that A site. But I will say, these COD Mobile players have found a way to really use this B site much more favorably than we ever saw in the multiplayer version of Modern Warfare.
Yeah, it just comes down to middle map pressure and just being able to lock down these lanes, whether it's an AR or a boomstick. Typically a boomstick here in COD Mobile, but first blood will be answered back in kind. 4v4 we go. It's still a stalemate. Office control is there for ITZ. Warehouse control is there for BBV Tokyo. Now, the biggest player you got to mostly be on the lookout for, it's going to be player number 4 for BBV. They were that player over by Smokestack, but, you know, you still got player number 5. They could find themselves some pretty key timing to hop up on top of that Smokestack. Look over that by that B side if you're wondering why ITZ have persevered forward to play this bomb.
Yeah, it does look like there is some information here that BBV have at least seen a couple of members over towards the B side. I say that with a bit of uncertainty because I did see a couple of shots ring out, but none of them have really fully connected. There we go. Now, finally, the scope does come into play as we turn our attention over towards our other lower round 2 matchup. This is Vox and Black Knights. Vox looking for a way to recover and just recuperate maybe the entirety of the tournament after a stomp that was handed them by Scars. This is an opponent that they should beat, but we said the same thing about Reject, and well, Black Knights did at least provide some resiliency. Not the case here as we go over to the second hard point, and Vox have broken on their first time asking.
37v22, so Black Knights can work their way in now, then they're going to be looking at a pretty good setup for at least the rest of the hard point time. Pushing a little bit too far forward, though, are a few Vox players, and well, look at it, just the way that they're just reading the spawns on the backside of this P2 hard point. They were able to read the spawns, but they couldn't end up finalizing all the rest of the kills as Rachel and Co are starting to work their way, and they find themselves at least 2. Some contested time is all they're going to find. It's just that contested time. You know, Vox, they work their way in, they break initially, and just the setup, it gets disrupted for a small amount of time. But this is big money time going in towards the third hill.
Yeah, unlucky with a very early Predator missile is going to put this game even more out of reach. Even looking at the rotation, Vox are exiting from P2 and getting into P3 very quickly. Black Knights need to deal with this very swiftly if they are going to have a chance to get back into this game, and they will not be able to on the first break attempt from Vox. They're able to get on in. 45 seconds left on the hard point. Black Knights trying to fight from the backside of the hill, but no kills to speak of whatsoever. Equalizer's out. Death Machine's out. The early specialist becoming a little bit too much to handle here from Vox.
Trying to make a pop-up play on the top side of the lounge. They will at least find themselves one, but now you're going to have to make this push really count. 28 seconds to fight for contested time just being traded out. Hunter Killer drones being called in as well. Cass finds a big 2-piece. We can take a look at the spawns coming through for Vox. They're just holding those north end spawns. So they're able to reinforce this hill pretty quickly. And from that side of the lounge, you have the utmost high ground. You have head glitches to be able to play from. And Black Knights are just reeling 92 to 28. It's just been contested time that they have found coming off of P1 and a little bit of time of P2. And, well, all right then.
Yeah, that's a spawn.
Yeah, it sure was.
Finds himself spawning right between all 5 Black Knights members. That will actually turn BK around just a touch more, allowing an opportunity for Vox to rotate pretty freely over to the new hill. The thing about this is there still is space that needs to be cleared, and it will be. That was actually a death machine that was being held onto by the BK member and completely denied. So another tool off the table, spam down the front door, Predator missile for 3, and oh boy, might as well go ahead and just start looking over towards the Search and Destroy, because this one is just all but over. 2 death machines now in hand for the Black Knights as they do try to find a way in, but it's just, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like enough. Tempest even also being called out, but death machines in response were also there for Vox, and this Tempest is finding no value whatsoever, and that's been kind of the story of the match so far, is every time that BK try to work their way in with specialists, they're just not finding anything.
Yeah, and that's the one thing for, you know, Black Knights that you really needed to have happen. You know, you worked up through the entirety of this hard point through the first set of hills, just trying to at least get yourself some of the specialists just to find value with it. They at least turn some of the momentum back in your favor. It does not come up in your way. 116 to 58 towards the second set of hard points we will go. Now you do have the Knights holding on to the favorite side of the map, but again, you got to watch out because Vox are always right there. Just upset it. This time around was unlucky, hitting it from the side over by the P2 side of things, and that's just going to upset the Black Knight setup, just all the more so.
Yeah, and for me, it just feels like for Black Knights, they're maybe getting a little bit too cute with some of these rotations. Like they're trying to do everything perfectly, but they're waiting for their full squad when they actually miss a window of timing where 2 players that were on the early rotation could have gotten there faster. And they end up getting punished for kind of the maybe more passive style that they've been putting into the mix so far. I mean, it's difficult because you're dealing with so many score streaks at this point that those timings, you don't really recognize them in the heat of the moment because you're trying to survive through hunter drones and everything else that could possibly be being called in, predator missiles and things of that nature. And I was about to say, honestly speaking, through the 4th hill, BK did a nice enough job to at least keep the game somewhat close. But here, as we rotate over to P2, once again, you've got Unlucky on a second death machine, and he's already here waiting.
Yeah, he's already here waiting. He's going to read a couple players out from the backside of this terminal area, and well, you might just find some great timing. There's the first one on a Rach. Gets challenged again. You're going to go ahead and just give him the 4-piece. I thought there for a second he was going to get it, but it's not enough to be able to sway the decision as far as spawns are concerned. In towards this P2 side. Equalizer now in play for Vox. The cleanup is also coming through. Good Lord, continuously finding kills. So many coming all the way through for Vox. They work their way inside the hard point. 4 seconds are all that they need, and damn well they're going to find it, not unless you can break your way in if you are BK, which they have contested for the small amount of time, but it's just a handful more players that are left alive here.
Yeah, I mean, leader's advantage could have unfolded in a number of different ways, but it will end 150-76. We turn our attention immediately right back over to BBV on their search and destroy Hackney Yard, up 4-1. ITZ getting really dealt a lot of pressure through this topside L Hall. It will be met, actually, and dealt with pretty darn nicely. Shotgun over the top. The shorty's only able to find 1 connection and not able to find the kill, but the trades are still decent. Leads to a 3v2 situation favoring the attack of BBV.
So you're just sitting there with the shorty. You're just hoping, just come on, just get a little closer to me. I need the spread to really count. 3v2, though. You see where that bomb dropped, just in a precarious position. And again, you don't have to make a play for BBV. You just have to wait for the engagements to come to you. You're just going to force ITC to be left in a 1v3 situation. Does find the first. The bomb will be retrieved here.
Oh.
And quickly traded out. It's on the cards. It's possible.
It's going to have to be the scope coming out.
Oh, the timing.
Quick scope. Oh, just over the shoulder. And how about the 1v3 from number 6? Finds the first just outside the scaffold, tracks down the second, and then near quick scope heroics put aside, and that will be good for ITZ to bring this back within 2 rounds.
That was a much-needed round, right? I mean, it's one thing being down 4-1. It is another beast being down 5-1, especially after you lost the opening hard point. Now you just got to kind of rally off of that, right? Middle map is being considered for BBV Tokyo. You can see all the stack for ITZ inside of the warehouse. 1 solo player by B will be dealt with, but still this defense inside A is what you mostly got to focus because the bomb is moving over here.
Indeed the case, but we go into an Xperia dial-in with BBV as they try to get themselves up to 5-2.
自立1枚入って自立1枚とボムのところね。これさ、誰か B2 回見てくんで毎回後ろ刺される。これ2回バレたわ俺。B2 回とか A2 回。殲滅しようかがだけだから1枚やって。次の時ね。じゃあ G2 回は倒せるけど、そう後ろから掘られるんだよねここ。毎回。もう後ろは見ない。だから前に抜けちゃおう。投擲物ない。G2 回殺したい。最初グレあるよテンさん。大きいグレがある。オッケー。センターが後ろは見て。今回2回してる。2回。あ、降りた。1回降りた1人降りたからもう一枚いるかも。センター2回だわ2回上ロあー B 上ロあと B 上 A 上ねナイスあともう一枚下ちょもんとこ入っていい B 行こもう悪すぎやろと思ったやめろよどっかターゲットインサイド入った。落ちて、ここ落ちてね。取れるとこだからちゃんと。会場音聞ける位置いるみんな。2人とも大丈夫ですか？会場見れる。あ、降りた。ちょも中、見れる。ちょもさんが釣ってくれたら俺やれる。じゃあポジするわ。そう、ショルダリングだけでいい。 タスクがしやなければ大丈夫。あ、上。屋根。折れた。あ、ねー。でも、ちゃんと1キル。
Well, after the 1v3 from number 6, you thought the 1v2 might be doable, but misses the jump, the smokestack, and, well, the vibes just seem generally high from BBV. They go up 5-2 here proper.
Yep, having themselves a little bit of giggle, aren't they? As we go in towards this upcoming round, look at the way that the offensive has just flurried their way over towards this warehouse side of things. They have upset the setup for ITZ. They haven't fully read that Yigashia inside of this P1 area, find some opening shots, has to play their life. They're swarmed on all fronts.
Not going to be able to survive up top. And with that, BBV, after the early engagements, were pretty evenly traded. It's a 3v2 now. Over towards topside. Oh, no, that can't happen. A little bit of a turn-on moment coming through. And now Luna, well, this is a difficult place to play over bricks. 1v3. We'll have an opportunity for one isolated, but sliding through BBV. Very convincing in the hard point, even more convincing in the search. Puts them up now 2-0 in the series after the 6-2 there on Hackney Yard with the raid domination to come up next. We turn our attention over to the other search and destroy. And Vox, after their convincing win, will find themselves on the standoff search and destroy. And at the moment, down 1 as we get into round number 2.
Down 1, but up 1 as far as numbers are concerned in this round. You can see, at least for the offensive team for BK, trying to slow roll their way over towards one of these sites, but you got to be dealing with these players in lurking positions. Unlucky is going to be that player inside of Brown. You can find a lot of value with that. Now you're just down to a handful of seconds. You got to make a play. You got to surge on forward. Nice little shot comes through, forcing the 2v2.
But Unlucky still in a position to contest these players over the top of the bomb site. A couple of spam shots come through. Bomb is going to try to rotate over behind Bales to 3. Oh, and watch out a second here. Vox, they have not fully read this. They should now because there's a player up top on Grandma's, but getting caught out is the defensive player over towards the B site. So now it's just down to Unlucky. 1v2 situation, has already spent his nades. So it's just the MX-9 trying to work it. Timing could be great here, honestly. Goes to the rocket, it does find one. Is it the bomb carrier? No, it's not, but tags this player down very heavily, trying to chase down the red dot, but the regen will be there. Now the 1v1 through the archway, slides on in, but it's Rachel with the shorty waiting for the play, and Black Knights take the second round.
Oh, man, he just didn't have the information. The rocket comes through, confirms the first kill. Rachel was at a half a bar of HP. The challenge is, there's just no way you can know that information. We get the blessing, of course, of the Codcaster, but very unfortunate circumstance. 2-0 lead here for BK. Another offensive round. Gonna see a lot of presence over towards the statue side, but look at the pinch play through back alleys. It is about to be a coordinated pinch play, whether they're looking for B, courtyard, and find any sort of value inside of Grandma's. It's gonna be A or B for BK.
And these Vox nades are still finding so much value. And we will watch them play this map versus Scars. It was the middle of the map that was the problem. Everything on the outside was fine. And, well, now it's just down to a 1v5 situation. First kill will come through. Bomb is actually down all the way back by statue. Difficult to collect, that much is for sure. Even more so when you have to work through a number of players, but has found a bit of safety, but Unlucky, quick to kind of collect the hole in the gap. That will be enough to get Vox on the board now for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, if you're those players, especially for Vox defensively, you're playing over by the A bomb site. You see a couple players just peeking around the tank, around the statue side. You just hold the angle. You can find some timing, whether it's through cube or on the backside of the fence, or just wall bangable. You can start finding yourself a lot of value and a lot of kills. That shuts down an offensive push very, very quickly. That player this time around will be players 1 and 2. It's going to be Cass and Unlucky looking over by that A bomb site. But you see what's happening in the middle of the map. Black Knights, they get aggressive. They find a lot of value 1 for 2.
Yeah, and I was about to say, again, you can feel like Vox is trying to put more consideration towards mid, but it's not with a lot of utility nor numbers. And once again, they lose that battle for Courtyard, and Black Knights find themselves in a 4v2 situation. The final members for Vox are all over the map. Tough gunfight there, but Vox able to take a win, and with that also grab a scope to play with. That could be useful. The bomb has not been planted yet. That's also good news for Vox's defense, but just as soon as you thought the high ground over towards Bakery was going to be good, it does get dealt with and isolated. So now Unlucky. Last member left alive once more. 1v3 situation. Pushes the bomb carrier off for a time. changes the area over towards the middle of the map. One player, topside tank, over by the backside of Statue, trying to finesse, work his way around this. Maybe has an opening, but not going to be able to catch the wide peeker of the Black Knights. And that's 3-1 from the offensive side. And I'm not going to lie, Vox either need to figure this map or start vetoing it out because this has not been looking good.
No, it really hasn't been. I mean, BK, they're just exploiting a lot of different dark holes as far as Vox's defensive setup, whether it's a lack of middle of the map coverage, the trades, or the overall just push through that BK's been showing on this A push. And not really been switching on much of anything. A little bait and switch, though, inside of Brown. We'll find first blood for Vox. There's still presence on the staircase. And outside of Brown, player number 2 here for BK is quite literally trapped. Rage might need some help if they want to hold this position. They could also just duck out back towards Bakery and join their teammates.
Yeah, this is much better, though, from Vox overall. It's 2 members that push through the smoke in mid-map. There's a third one nearby, and they completely clear out Courtyard. This is the first time we can ever say that Vox has actually held mid-map control. Now it's just down to retaking the A site. Unlucky just wants to go on in very quickly. Team shots will be there, although Vox will still win the trade. Leads things down to 1v4 and nowhere to go from Cube. So finally, some really good defensive pressure from Vox, but they only take 2 rounds from the defensive side as we swap the half.
It was still a big round, right? You deny through the middle of the map through Brown. You don't allow any players for BK to get comfortable inside that specific area. And from there on out, you're just baiting out for all the resources, frag grenades, flashes, whatever may have you over towards that A bomb. Once you exhaust it, you just play the corners. You win out the defensive round 2-3 going in towards the split. A lot better looking than 4-1, but the offensive push looking like an A committal. Got to be on the lookout, though, because first blood will be swiftly on traded out, though it is 2 for 2. The offensive team still has to make this push happen and count over towards A.
Nearly cancels the reload in time to find the double, but not going to be allowed to as Rachel finds that trade in the backside of Brown. Nades trying to contest this A site, but defensively there will have to be some pressure to be sent out. Rockets again trying to throw out maybe a last final kill. This FHJ, it has an explosive radius that is palpable to say the least. But Vox is making a solo play here through the B site while the bomb's being planted at A. And it pans out. That was almost a very dangerous bit of timing, but it is a 3v2 for the post plant of Vox.
Now you're just going to double up here if you're the last 2 players for Knights. And well, here they come. They're just coming through the backside, and it's read beautifully by Vox. You just give him the space, play the tractor now. One last player alive has the boomstick. Good luck. Gonna have to put on a World Star clip. They read it to Vox, and the offensive round is going to be good to tie things up 3 apiece. And again, that all just comes through, whether you're looking through the finesse of the middle of the map, but the unanswered beginning of how the round just unfolded. The immediate flank on the backside through alleyway found too much value. BK just could not bounce back from once the rest of the players just had to turtle up on the backside of A. So great recognition and great early round coming out from Vox to be able to tie things up going in round 7.
Oh, that was too aggressive from Black Knights. They get a good stun off on the player by Statue, but Vox have learned their lesson. Especially after how good Scars were mid-map. They were fully stacked, ready for any push-throughs, and a solo hit is not going to get the job done for BK. So, opening first blood, good for Vox. Trophy system also denied. Set nade. Show us something. Is that in a good spot? The real question, not going to get a full elimination off of it, but it does clear off enough space to get the bomb planted.
We do appreciate good set nades. Buys the space, give yourself that bomb plan, and then Unlucky just hits it from the side.
Wow.
Vox's post-plan situation is so good through these 2 rounds so far. Is going to force this 1v2 situation for this last player for Black Knights. Got 25 seconds, reads the first player, gives away their position.
Again, how much of that is just because Vox get an elimination through the middle of the map? Not just the first blood, but they push through, find another. So now it is just a one-dimensional retake and just throwing shoulders. This is a difficult fight, and eventually the gunfight will be won. Vox now a couple of rounds in a row put themselves up for the first time since we've tuned in 4-3 here. And BK now need to find a response. And defensively, if you're going to hit the middle of the map like that, you need to do it with more than just one player for me if you're BK trying to set up an aggressive defense.
Yeah, if you're hitting the middle of the map and standoff, you need more than just your good intentions, right? As you take a look at the right hand side of your map for the domination score, it will be solidified. I believe that was, what was it, BBV Tokyo able to take that, 3-0 fashion over ITZ. So thanks for coming. ITZ have been eliminated. We'll see BBV Tokyo through our continuation tomorrow, but still Vox.
Yikes. That's all we'll say is a yikes. It doesn't make a difference, though. Vox are here with numbers. They find the kills. Ooh, that's what we call turning a bad situation into a positive. Because that could have gotten really bad really quickly. But, man, I'll tell you, the chess game has really started to turn in favor of Vox. A couple of nice plays to the middle of the map. Black Knights kind of get a little bit more passive on this defense, and all of a sudden, as soon as that happens, Vox hit the go call. They make their way through back alley, find a quick win. So now 5-3, looking to go 2-0 up in the series as Vox, one round away from doing just that.
And just look at the respect that now they're giving them. They're in their heads rent-free. Go send it to quad stack over towards A defensively for Vox. You are not getting this site, but you take a look at what Vox are able to do with it. You stack over towards the A site. Vox said, that's fine. We'll take Courtyard Brown for free. And now you got to rotate all the way back over towards this B site, essentially, because you're getting a lot of noise popped over here, but they haven't committed towards this at all.
No.
Look at where Cassis went back to on the backside of Bakery. I mean, BK, you got a lot of time to play with before you know that Vox have to make a play happen, but they are just in your heads.
Hip fire?
That was nasty.
Bro, what? Barely missed a bullet. Dude, let me sign up for some of that. Bomb will now start to make a play back over to the middle of the map towards B, especially now that Vox have cleared out Deli. More players trying to contest it. Oh boy, the timing of this hit, so good. That's good for a first for Vox on the flank through A. Black Knights completely trapped. No chance to collapse. Last player still able to keep things going, but Rachel will eventually fall, and it's a 6-3. Vox go up 2-0 in the series.
They didn't drop a single offensive round shift. Not a single offensive round. They won those 2 offensive or defensive rounds. They said, this is fine. This is where we want to be at. Yeah, you would have loved to be able to sit there and have a sturdy defense, but those executes, as far as an offensive team is concerned for standoff, you could not write a better ticket for COD Mobile unless you go back and look at that Vox offensive coordination. And again, when they were taking those A sites, it's like you were saying too, I was quoting that their post-plan situations were great, but once you found that first spot through the middle of the map, they knew exactly what that meant for Black Knights. You saw it happen at the end of that final round as well in the search. And once you found that opening kill, you know that they're all trapped on the backside of Q, essentially just waiting on the backside of that alleyway by Grandma's. So you just put a sub, push them on forward, just keep them all trapped from that point forward. It's a nestle, it's a trap, frags, flashes, there's Bees, oh my. It's just well executed from Vox as a whole throughout the entirety of that map.
And I think the biggest thing that sort of as a takeaway is concerned is how we watched Vox play through the middle of the map. I hate to keep harping on it, but that was where things really got out of hand versus Scars in their winter semifinal matchup. This game versus Black Knights, yeah, sure, in these final rounds, they started to get a lot more aggressive through the mid, but it came off the confidence of them stopping aggressive plays a couple of different times by playing passively on their offense through the middle of the map. You go back to that kind of stun on the player by statue, BK try to push aggressively to find that kill, do not grab it, and all of a sudden Vox are sitting there saying, wait a second, if it's just this one guy, let's stack up, let's play back toward middle again. And how many mid-round kills came through plays towards that B site? It felt like more than enough to really convincingly take those final rounds. And of course, beyond that, like you mentioned, take every single offensive round that they found themselves on. So 150-74 was the takeoff hard point, 6-3 here in the search for standoff. Gets us to map number 3, Hackney Yard, the domination, and it would have to be a crossfire hard point and a firing range search and destroy if there were to be a reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's literally just that. It's got to be a reverse sweep here for the Black Knights. Again, our hopes and dreams coming off of the first match of the evening. Showed a lot of moxie, tenacity, grit, whatever else you want to say for the kids here against Rejects, the number 1 seed in the opening match. But now you went from the number 1 seed to the number 2 seed. Have fun. What a tough day of COD, but it's got to come through on this Hackney Yard domination. As far as where you're starting and for it's all concerned, a lot of stack towards that warehouse immediately. This is what Black Knights gonna try to do from the unfavored side, just overwhelm, work their way over towards A, but Vox said, I want no part of that. Thank you very much. I'll just leave the lobby. See ya.
Yeah, it may have been a side manipulation problem or something of the nature. I'm sure that'll be resolved with no problems. But, you know, just kind of looking at it, man, this is going to be a very difficult day to kind of recap. Just because we've seen both sides of all of our teams that at the moment are still alive. You know, BK, first match versus Rejects, sure they got 0-3'd, but they played Reject really, really closely.
That's right.
Then all of a sudden Reject wake up, they dominate their winter semifinal. Same could be said about Scars, who had a tough opening matchup, dominate their second. Vox, who was the only top 3 team that we had that started off strong, suffered greatly in their winter semifinal. Going back to the point of recuperation, have you seen enough here from Vox to say that they'll be fine going into tomorrow, pending, of course, that they do clean up the series?
You're always going to have that chip on your shoulder, right? You lost to Scars. That's the team that you beat in lower finals in the qualifier here for regional qualifiers. To be able to then face rejects in grand finals, of which, again, you inevitably lost. Sure. That's going to be your chip on the shoulder for the rest of the day. On that Ray domination, you got absolutely smoked. 150-99. The hard point was close. Standout Search and Destroy. Scars were just a little bit ahead of you, like you were saying, as far as their manipulation through the middle of the map and finding value with it. That looked to get a little bit rectified. Could be a test versus the Black Knights roster here on this day, because you don't exactly have a lot of turnover in between this series and then going through tomorrow. I'm feeling a lot better about Vox, especially coming off of that their takeoff hardpoint and standoff search and destroy in this best of 5 series, Alan. But is it enough to fully sell me? And if I was in that camp, would I say, all right, guys, we're looking a lot better to go on a championship Sunday? Absolutely not, because you still lost the Scars. Seeding alone, Scars is still a top 3 team regardless. Brilliant Owl X is supposed to be that team that should be able to contest rejects. They got slaughtered by Scars in a lot of different instances in that best of 5. They got to be crispy, they got to be polished, and they got a 3-0 Black Knights here.
Well, we'll see if they can maybe throw some extra favor in your mind here with this Hackney Yard. Vox starting off on the favored side through A. Did look like it maybe was a side swap problem. And with this, they've already gotten the A and the B flag. And I will say, Black Knights are, again, trying to play this strategy where they don't capture their home flag, trying to send every single member over to the warehouse. And they will actually win some battles in the warehouse itself, but not convincingly enough to actually grab the B flag. So now you're forced to play through this OE. And if you don't take it by my tone, I don't like the play. You do get someone around the back, but someone has to capture the C flag. Get a home flag, because playing for a flip is fine, but if this is not successful, which it's not, you're looking at 19-0.
Yep. As there's that, you need the high-risk play for the potential high reward. Maybe you can get that home flag of A in your favor while stacking inside the warehouse, but then you stare down this barrel of, oh man, what's happening? We don't have top L positioning. We're trying to force our way through the OE, whether it's hardpoint, trying to hit the P2 OE, or here in control, trying to hit it for the A flag. I don't think it ever really came up much positive at any point in time, Alan, through the Modern Warfare tenure and even through Cold War, or through COD Mobile, excuse me. The Black Knights, though, they got to re-enter themselves inside of the warehouse or hit the OE one more time, but they're barely even making it through the middle of the map. But you can see the Vox are just giving them top L, just sit there and wait for the gunfights. Yeah,
you can't play the OE unless you've got success over through warehouse or mid-map.
Right.
At this point, that part of the map is not available. It's completely unavailable for you in any form.
No entry.
None. Do not enter one-way street, whatever it happens to be. You have to find wins here at warehouse, and this is, again, a better formulation. The problem is this, man, it's one of those things that you can't capture the B flag unless you control L, and clearing L is not controlling it. That's the big thing here. BK, they clear L, but then they give it up to go stack onto the flag, and wouldn't you know it, there was a Vox member mid-map that just walked up top and then shot down on you. Now they're sentry turrets. Yikes, this has not been a good half for Black Knights.
No, it hasn't. You know, ever since that opening started, just trying to get the A flag and that spawn in your favor. It was a 20-point lead, has swiftly grown to 40+ with all the streaks. You got the drones, you got the sentry turrets. I mean, if this is a warehouse, this is a warehouse of just disaster and destruction. It's just the way that Vox have set this one up. It is just a swift lead of 50+ points, and it is going to just feel absolutely crazy if you are BK, because you need a reverse sweep. This is your tournament life on the line, and you got to do it from the favorite side. Yeah, but it's got to be not as convincing as what we just saw from Vox there on their offensive, or on their A side. Alan, it's got to be better. It's got to be better.
It has to be. I mean, it has to be perfect, nearly. I mean,
yeah.
Look, here's how we kind of rationalize, at least from our minds, just to let you guys in the workings of former Modern Warfare commentator. 75-25 is 2 for 1, essentially. Like, that's doubling up on the points and then some. Like, you need to be exiting at higher than 40 points if you're Black Knights from the unfavored side. And they weren't able to do that. So on the macro, it means that you're going into the favored side, have to play perfect with a double hold from the get-go. And as you see this starting to unfold, That's not happening. So Vox have already flipped the map around. They will retake the A flag off their first attempt. The entire time, they never gave away any pressure over towards B. Everything that you would want to see from Vox is happening right now. They're looking much cleaner than they did versus Scars.
Yeah, squeaky clean. I mean, all four of the corners are pretty squeaky clean. I mean, there might be some cobwebs over inside one of those corners. You know, we could be nitpicky. I certainly will be tomorrow specifically, but even still, this is exactly what you want to see. Second seed of Vox, you know, coming in towards this lower round matchup. They got to make this run happen if they want to go face Scars or if they want to face Reject again, but you know, Black Knights, this was a tough day, again, of Call of Duty. You face the #1 seed, you come to face the #2 seed, and they are just letting you have it. You got equalizers being pulled out, specialists, score streak still in the back pocket for Vox. You're going to go ahead and call in at least one, and they're just letting them have it. Even from the opening rip alone, just not a single gunfight has been convincing for Black Knights. And I don't mean the opening breakoff from the second half. I mean from the first breakoff at the beginning of this map.
For real.
Yeah. There's not been a convincing kill feed.
No. That's such a strong point. So it feels like only a matter of time here before Vox will lock in their 3-0, which will move them on to the bracket naturally, of course, but still a lot of work to be done because that lower bracket is starting to get mixier by the minute, it feels like. Not the greatest hunter-killer drum we've ever seen. Blows up right in front of him, but again, I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. The status of the second flag has been flipped back once again, so decent moment for BK, but I mean, it would have to be a triple capture for the better part of the next 60 seconds if they wanted to get back into this game, and that's not very likely at any form at this level. I mean, this is regional playoffs for crying out loud. You're not going to be able to get triple cap for that long versus anybody at this level, you feel like. So it really does feel like we're just kind of biding time before this one comes to an end. And, you know, I'll say this much, kind of the same conversation we had about Reject, talking about when they get into a lead, it's going to be very difficult to battle up against them. We're starting to see similar instances here with Vox as well, I feel like.
Oh, absolutely. That's such a great point to be brought up. You know, from a lot of different points in time before this Vox roster, in this best-of-5 series down here in lower round #2, you got to see a lot of their brighter spots popping up from a lot of different names. You know, Lucky Cass being a few of those players. You also had a lot of their supporting members as well, playing in those lurking roles, pinching from all different sides. The teamwork was definitely a lot better in this best-of-5 matchup, and I think you needed this if you are Vox at the end of the day.
Agreed.
Because again, you know, losing the Scars, not exactly where you want to be if you did end up just losing it, but you lost in a 3-0 fashion. And that raid domination was not close. The standoff search and destroy was not close. The hardpoint was decent enough, but you're not feeling comfortable with that, so getting a little bit bigger pep in your step going for Champ Sunday, this is definitely where you want to be at.
The big question I think in my mind is like, is this enough of kind of a recovery match for Vox? Or is it just one of those things that's like, okay, we've got to, you know, take our medicine here, get through Black Knights, which you should. I don't know. I think tomorrow is going to be a really interesting day.
Yeah.
Because we've got 4 very solid teams that are left. And Vox versus BBV, if Vox comes out slow, BBV can win that matchup, I think. I really do believe that. I don't know.
No, I'm going to agree with that. Again, you know, the way that Scars did beat Vox in that winner's semifinals match was through sheer teamwork. They didn't outslay. They didn't have any solo craziness happen. I mean, yeah, you know, he had a couple cleanups for a couple 3 pieces here and there. We were like, oh, that's insane. But it was the teamwork that really stuck out, you know, for Scars against Vox. The one thing that we saw immediately rectified by Vox in this best-of-5 series, we're saying, look, we can slay these guys, but let's try to at least clean up the one thing that really damned us in that first best-of-5. And that's just simply not playing as a team. Their setups in hardpoint, their breaks as well, even when you're talking about control, just so decisive, and the same could be said about their search and destroy, specifically with those offensive rounds. It was so decisive, it was clean. Again, those shots were just weird beyond belief.
That was the one moment. Yeah.
That was the one moment where I'm just like, all right, maybe not, but even still, you know, they're aiming with a phone in their hands. I think that's hard enough. They shoot straight as much as they do it already, but this was cleaner for Vox. You're definitely feeling better about yourself on the day, but definitely not as convincing as you would like to going in towards that championship Sunday.
I would say, just kind of recapping on the day at large, none of our teams came through as convincing as I think we would have expected them to.
Yeah.
Reject, a small stumble in the first matchup in their winners round 1 versus this Black Knight squad. Scars, the same thing you said about BBV. And then obviously we're looking at this Vox team in the lower bracket. So in my mind, all of those top 3 teams still have something left to be proven, but you can't even, beyond that, you really can't even rule out BBV, who arguably played one of the more consistent days. Yeah, sure, they lost in their winners round 1 matchup versus Scars, but they played them to a round 10 on Crossfire and a 10-point game on the Hackney Yard Dom. So I don't know. It's going to be a really interesting day tomorrow. That's much as left to be spoken, to be sure. But we came into the day with 8 total squads. We're left with 4. And as you start to take by how we're running the show at the moment, we're coming to the conclusion of this first day with that result right there. If we have a chance to take a look back at the winner's bracket and lower brackets to give you at least a little bit of a look as far as what has happened. Convincing in score line as far as the match counts, or the map counts rather, are concerned for each of these series, but maybe not so much when it comes to the individual map scores themselves. Lots of 3-0s, only save the fact that ITZ did secure an upset versus Z Nation in their winners round 1 matchup, but it all leads to a reject in Scars winners finals. That one to come tomorrow, not one you're going to want to miss. But beyond that, of course, still a lower bracket run that has to be yet to be determined for both of these 2 teams, for Vox and BBV. They've been here and they're going to have to be here for a minute. They'll play each other in the lower semis, and then of course they will play up against whoever wins, or pardon me, whoever loses in the winners finals for the lower finals. I believe our schedule actually will start with that Vox versus BBV game. So I don't know, just maybe quick temperature of the water here from you, Proper. What are you thinking about both of our lower semis as well as our winners finals? Any potential favorites or things to look out for, more important?
I want to see Vox really just hit the VOD. I want to see them hit the tape hard. I want to see them be able to really just play together as a full team, because again, that's my biggest nitpick for them, walking away from that Scars loss in a 3-0 fashion. I'm going to stand there right there with you that the number 6 seed of BBV Tokyo can absolutely come through. It would be an upset on paper, but you can't be surprised if Vox continuously try to solo chow a 2 or 3 player setup and always continuously lose. Reject and Scars on the other side. I think that Scars are playing with absolute fire right now, and that's more of just a loose term with how well their team chemistry is looking, but also the adversary that they have on the other side of them. Reject, again, not exactly as convincing versus Black Knight. Say what you will. Maybe BK were just playing out of their minds versus their opening matchup. Maybe Reject were taking their adversaries for granted. Maybe they just weren't warmed up on the day. I don't know. But I think that one's going to be a pretty good matchup regardless, because within this top 4 for COD Mobile here into the Japan regional final shift, you're fighting for that number 1 spot. And I honestly got to say, whoever ends up winning in between Rejects and Scars will probably end up taking the entire thing. If BBV Tokyo beats Vox tomorrow night, I'm going to go ahead and say BBV Tokyo take the entire thing. Whoa. But whoever wins winners finals, I'll probably go ahead and stand by. They'll probably take the entire thing.
You guys don't know because it's the first time Proper's been on COD Mobile broadcast, but he's perennially famous for his hot takes. So I love that little splash. I love it. Just finish off this stream overall. $15,000 for first, but yes, like Proper mentioned, only one team will make it to the COD Mobile World Championships from Japan. We'll be back tomorrow at 3 o'clock p.m. Japanese time, 2 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. You're going to have to do the math for any other region in between that because there's too many time zones to go between those two. So that's what we have. But for now, we say farewell. Latin America will be on in about 5 hours or so. So if you're looking for more COD Mobile, make sure you're subscribed along with the COD Mobile Esports channel right here for the Latin American region to start off their day coming up in just a couple hours. Till next time, though, make sure you guys out there keep holding it down. So long. Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh, my goodness.
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, able to get both.
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold show. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang.
Another one. Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
Game over. Ready? Game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now?